Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was a natural Occlumens and trapped Voldemort's soul piece in a mental prison at age 2. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Prison of Thought. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and old shoes, same as always. Harry Potter lay on his thin mattress with his eyes closed, but he wasn't sleeping. He hadn't really slept, not the way normal people did, since he was 2 years old. Inside his mind, he was working. The fortress rose from an endless black plain, its walls carved from something that looked like obsidian but felt like will. Harry had built it stone by stone over 9 years, learning through trial and error, through screaming nights and bleeding noses and headaches that felt like his skull was splitting open. Now it stood tall and proud, a monument to stubbornness and spite. And deep in its heart, in a cell that grew smaller every year, something raged. "Let me out, you wretched child." Harry ignored the voice. He'd gotten good at that. He walked the perimeter of the innermost prison, checking the walls for cracks. The anniversary was coming, tomorrow, actually, his 11th birthday, and the thing inside always got stronger around this time. Something about the date. Something about the magic that had bound them together in the first place. The cell was barely larger than his cupboard now. He remembered when it had been the size of a cathedral, when the dark presence inside had seemed infinite and overwhelming, when he'd been a terrified toddler fighting something that wanted to devour him from the inside out. Those days were over. "You think your little cage can hold me forever? I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself, and you're nothing but you're a piece of someone who conquered death," Harry said calmly, his mental voice echoing through the fortress. "A fragment. A leftover. And you've been my prisoner for 9 years. I'd have thought you'd learned some humility by now." The rage that slammed against the walls was almost physical. Harry felt it as pressure behind his eyes, a spike of pain through his scar. But the walls held. They always held. He finished his inspection and turned his attention to the other reason he came here every night, the archives. They lined the walls of the fortress's outer rings, thousands upon thousands of glowing threads, each one a memory he'd extracted from his prisoner over the years. It had taken him until age 5 to figure out he could do it, until age 7 to do it reliably, until age 9 to do it without the soul fragment realizing what was happening until too late. Now he had decades of the Dark Lord's knowledge at his fingertips. Spells. Rituals. History. Names. Secrets. Tonight, he was looking for something specific. He found the thread he wanted and pulled it gently, letting the memory wash over him. A younger Tom Riddle, handsome, charming, already rotten inside, standing in an office he recognized from other extracted memories as belonging to Albus Dumbledore. They were discussing a job application. Defense against the dark arts professor. Harry watched the memory play out, noting every detail. The way Riddle's eyes flickered to objects around the room, cataloging, assessing. The way Dumbledore's twinkled with that grandfatherly warmth that didn't quite reach his calculating gaze. The refusal. The curse. Interesting. So that was why the position was supposedly jinxed. "Stay out of my memories, boy." The prisoner's voice was quieter now, sullen. "You have no right, you tried to kill me when I was a baby," Harry said mildly. "I'd say that gives me certain rights." He filed the memory away and withdrew from the fortress, letting his consciousness float back toward the waking world. There was a specific date in that memory, a year. He could cross-reference it with other things he'd learned, build a better timeline of Tom Riddle's movements before his rise to power. But that was work for another night. Right now, he needed to think about tomorrow. His 11th birthday. The day the letters would come. He already knew about Hogwarts, of course. Hard not to, when you had the memories of someone who'd attended. He knew about the houses, the teachers, or at least, the teachers from 50 years ago, the layout of the castle, the hidden passages. He knew about the Chamber of Secrets and its monster. He knew about magic theory that most adult wizards never learned. What he didn't know was how he was going to play this. The Dursleys would try to stop him from going. That much was obvious from years of living with them, watching them flinch at any mention of the M-word, seeing the fear in Aunt Petunia's eyes whenever something strange happened around him. They knew about magic. They knew about the wizarding world. And they were terrified of it. He could force the issue. He had enough control over his magic now to be dangerous if he wanted to be. A few demonstrations of power, and they'd let him do whatever he wanted. But that would be stupid. It would draw attention. Questions. And Harry had spent 9 years learning that attention was dangerous. No, better to play it the expected way. Let them refuse. Let the wizards handle it. Act surprised, act ignorant, act like a normal child who just discovered magic was real. It would be exhausting, pretending to be someone he wasn't. But he'd been doing it his whole life. What was a little more? Harry opened his eyes. The cupboard was dark. Through the thin walls, he could hear Uncle Vernon snoring, Aunt Petunia's lighter breathing, the occasional grunt from Dudley's room above. The clock in the hallway ticked steadily toward midnight. 11 years old. Officially, anyway. He felt ancient. He slipped out of bed, such as it was, and crept to the cupboard door. It wasn't locked tonight. Sometimes they remembered, sometimes they didn't. It hardly mattered, he'd figured out how to open it from the inside years ago, a little trick of magic that didn't require a wand. The kitchen was silent and silver with moonlight. Harry filled a glass with water and stood at the window, looking out at Privet Drive. Identical houses, identical lawns, identical lives. He'd spent years studying the Dursleys' neighbors, memorizing their routines, understanding the shape of normal suburban existence. It all felt like a costume that didn't quite fit. "What are you brooding about now?" The voice came from inside his head, distant but clear. The prisoner had learned, over the years, that screaming got him nowhere. Sometimes he tried conversation instead. Harry supposed even Dark Lords got lonely. "Tomorrow," Harry said quietly, not bothering to speak aloud. The mental connection went both ways, the prisoner could hear his thoughts if he let him. The letters start coming. Ah. Hogwarts. There was something almost wistful in the Soul Fragment's tone. "I remember my letter. The moment I knew I wasn't just a freak, that there was a whole world out there that would recognize my greatness." "Is that what you felt?" "I always wondered." "Don't pretend we're similar, boy. You had my memories to prepare you. I had nothing but my own genius. And your charming personality." The prisoner's anger flared, but it was distant, muted by the fortress walls. Harry took another sip of water. "Tell me about Dumbledore," he said. "The current Dumbledore, I mean. The memories I have are 50 years old. He'll be older now. More powerful. More manipulative." The prisoner's voice dripped with old hatred. "He saw through me from the beginning, you know. Even when everyone else was fooled, those twinkling eyes were always watching, always judging. He's the most dangerous wizard alive, and he's been planning something for you since the night I fell." "Planning what?" "How should I know? I've been trapped in your skull for 9 years. But I know the old fool. He doesn't do anything without a reason. If he left you with these muggles, it was because it served his purposes." Harry filed that away. He'd long suspected something similar, the blood wards he'd discovered in Voldemort's memories, the protective magic that supposedly came from his mother's sacrifice. It made sense that Dumbledore would leverage it somehow. "The teachers at Hogwarts," he said. "Tell me about Severus Snape." The prisoner's hatred intensified, different from his feelings about Dumbledore. More personal. "Snape. The traitor. He was mine, once, devoted, useful, brilliant with potions and dark magic. Then he turned on me for reasons I never fully understood. He'll hate you on sight, boy. You look too much like your father. You knew my father? James Potter. Arrogant, talented, cruel in the casual way that purebloods often are. He and his little friends made Snape's life miserable at school. But more importantly, the prisoner paused, as if weighing whether to share this. Snape loved your mother. Desperately. Pathetically. That's why he turned. She died, and he blamed me. Harry considered this. His mother. He had almost no memories of her, just a flash of red hair, a voice singing something soft, the green light that ended everything. But the prisoner's memories showed her differently: Lily Evans, Muggleborn, brilliant, fierce. Top of her class in charms and potions both. Defiant to the end. She was why your curse rebounded, wasn't she? Her sacrifice. Old magic. Older than wands, older than schools. Love as a weapon. The contempt in the prisoner's voice didn't quite hide something else. Confusion, maybe. Or fear. I still don't fully understand how it worked. How it bound my soul to yours instead of destroying us both. That made two of them. Harry had spent years trying to understand the mechanics of what had happened that night. The best he could piece together was that his mother's protection had disrupted Voldemort's killing curse at the exact moment it intersected with whatever dark magic maintained the Horcruxes. Instead of destroying Harry, the curse had fragmented further, and the piece that lodged in his head had met something unexpected, a mind that could contain it. Natural occlumency, the books called it. An inborn ability to organize and protect one's thoughts. Rare, maybe 1 in 100,000 wizards had it to any meaningful degree. Harry seemed to have it to an unprecedented extent, strong enough that a 2-year-old could instinctively build walls against an invading soul. Or maybe it was something else. Maybe his mother's magic had helped, or the circumstances of the curse's rebounding. He probably would never know for certain. What he did know was that he'd been at war since infancy, and he'd been winning. What will you do when you get there? The prisoner asked. To Hogwarts, I mean. What's your plan? Learn. Watch. Figure out who can be trusted and who can't. No dramatic reveals. No demonstrations of power. I'm 11. I'm supposed to be a normal 11-year-old who just discovered magic exists. That's what I'll be. Boring. But there was respect in the prisoner's voice, grudging and barely acknowledged. The old fool won't be easy to deceive. And Snape is a Legilimens. He'll try to read your mind. Let him try. Harry finished his water and rinsed the glass, placing it back exactly where it had been. No evidence. No traces. He'd learned early that the Dursleys looked for reasons to punish him, and the best defense was leaving them nothing to find. He slipped back to his cupboard and lay down on the thin mattress, staring up at the underside of the stairs. Through the slats, he could see a sliver of the hallway, the first gray hints of approaching dawn. Tomorrow the letters would come. Tomorrow his real life would begin. You're not afraid, the prisoner observed. You should be. The world out there, my followers are still free. Many of them. They'll come for you eventually. I know. Harry had memorized the names years ago, extracted from reluctantly surrendered memories. Malfoy. Lestrange. Nott. Crabbe. Goyle. Dozens of others who'd escaped justice by claiming the Imperious Curse, who'd gone back to their comfortable lives while their master rotted in Harry's head. I'm counting on it. What does that mean? But Harry was done talking for the night. He closed off the connection, reducing the prisoner's voice to a distant murmur, and let himself drift into something like sleep. In his dreams, he walked the corridors of Hogwarts, and the castle welcomed him home. Morning came too early, as it always did. Up. Get up. Aunt Petunia's voice cut through the cupboard door like a knife. Harry was already awake, had been for hours, really, but he waited a few seconds before responding, performing the grogginess expected of a normal child. "I'm up, Aunt Petunia. Don't just lie there, there's breakfast to make. We have a busy day today." Harry dressed quickly in Dudley's hand-me-downs, clothes that hung off his thin frame like a tent. He'd never bother trying to get better clothes, it wasn't worth the fight, and honestly, there was a certain advantage to looking small and pathetic. People underestimated you. The kitchen was bright with July sunlight. Dudley was already at the table, his massive frame taking up 2 chairs worth of space, his piggish eyes fixed on the television in the corner. Uncle Vernon sat behind his newspaper, mustache bristling as he read something that displeased him. "There's the little freak," Dudley said without looking away from his show. "Mum, Harry's wearing my old shirt again." "It's not like you can fit it anymore," Harry said mildly. Dudley's face went red. Uncle Vernon's newspaper lowered dangerously. "What was that, boy?" Harry put on his most innocent expression. "Nothing, Uncle Vernon. Just agreeing with Dudley. His old clothes fit me perfectly." It was the truth, technically, and Harry had learned that the Dursleys had trouble processing responses that weren't openly defiant. Vernon's mustache twitched, but he couldn't find anything to object to. "Just get the bacon started," Aunt Petunia snapped. "And don't burn it like last time." Harry hadn't burned it last time, that had been Dudley, sneaking pieces when no one was looking, but he didn't argue. He just moved to the stove and started cooking, letting his hands work automatically while his mind wandered. The letters would arrive today. He was certain of it. He'd calculated the timing based on what he knew of Hogwarts' administrative processes, adjusted for the fact that his birthday fell on a specific day of the week this year. The owl would come with the morning post, or possibly deliver directly to the door. The question was how to play the inevitable conflict. "Any post yet, Petunia?" Vernon asked. "Not yet. Should be here any minute." Right on cue, the letterbox clicked. Harry kept his eyes on the bacon, his back to the hallway, even as he tracked the sounds, Aunt Petunia's footsteps, the rustle of envelopes, a sharp intake of breath. Silence. Then, too casual, nothing interesting. Just bills. Harry didn't react. But he noted the way Aunt Petunia's voice had gone tight, the subtle change in her breathing. She'd seen the letter. She was hiding it. Good. Let her. Breakfast passed in the usual way, Harry eating last, getting the smallest portions, enduring Dudley's attempts at bullying with blank-faced patience. When it was over, he retreated to his cupboard, ostensibly to stay out of the way while the Dursleys prepared for whatever they had planned. In reality, he sat cross-legged on his mattress and reached into his mind. The prisoner was waiting. "They took your letter." "I know. And you're not going to do anything about it?" "Not yet. Let them think they've won. More letters will come. They always do, Hogwarts doesn't give up easily. You know an awful lot about their procedures. I've had an excellent teacher. Unwilling, but excellent." The prisoner's rage was almost reflexive at this point, easily ignored. Harry focused instead on organizing his plans for the coming days. More letters would arrive. The Dursleys would escalate their attempts to hide them. Eventually, someone would be sent to deliver the message in person. He wondered who it would be. McGonagall, perhaps, she was the deputy headmistress, responsible for Muggleborn outreach. But Harry wasn't Muggleborn, and his situation was unique. They might send someone else. Someone more equipped to handle complications. Or they might send Dumbledore himself. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that possibility. The Dumbledore in his prisoner's memories was formidable, brilliant, powerful, and absolutely ruthless beneath the grandfatherly exterior. He'd outmaneuvered Voldemort at every turn during the First War, playing a long game that the Dark Lord had never fully understood. He was not someone to take lightly. But he was also Harry's best source of information and protection, at least in the short term. Whatever Dumbledore's plans for him might be, they presumably involved keeping him alive. That aligned with Harry's own goals well enough. "You're too trusting," the prisoner muttered. "The old man will use you up and throw you away. That's what he does. Maybe. Or maybe he'll be useful long enough for me to become strong enough that it doesn't matter." The prisoner fell silent, which Harry took as a minor victory. It was always satisfying when he managed to out-cynical Voldemort. The day passed slowly. Harry stayed in his cupboard, only emerging when called for chores or meals. He heard snatches of conversation, Vernon and Petunia whispering urgently about the letter and those people, but pretended to notice nothing. That night, he lay awake and listened to the silence of the house, and wondered what tomorrow would bring. The letters kept coming. By the third day, Vernon was purple-faced with rage and Petunia was on the edge of a nervous breakdown. Letters arrived by owl, slipped under the door, fell down the chimney. One particularly creative delivery had involved an entire squadron of birds who had somehow gotten into the kitchen and left envelopes in the cereal boxes, the refrigerator, and Dudley's underwear drawer. Harry watched it all with carefully concealed amusement. He'd known Hogwarts was persistent, but this was almost theatrical. Someone was enjoying themselves. "This is harassment," Vernon spluttered at breakfast on day 4, surrounded by a drift of green-addressed envelopes that had avalanched from the fireplace. This is terrorism." "Perhaps we should just let Harry read one," Aunt Petunia said tiredly. "Get it over with. He'll refuse, and then they'll leave us alone. And let those freaks think they've won." "Absolutely not." Vernon swept the letters into the fireplace and lit them with prejudice. "We're leaving. Today. Going somewhere they can't find us." Harry kept his expression neutral, but inside he was calculating. This was an unexpected development. The Dursleys had been more stubborn than he'd anticipated. If they ran, it would delay his introduction to the wizarding world. More importantly, it would demonstrate that the Dursleys were willing to take extreme measures to keep him from magic. That was useful information. But it also meant the situation was about to escalate. "Where will we go?" Petunia asked. "Anywhere. Everywhere if we have to. I'll not have my family terrorized by, Vernon's vocabulary failed him. By freaks." They spent the next several hours in chaos, packing bags, loading the car, arguing about routes and destinations. Harry was given a small bag and told to take only essentials, which was almost funny since he had no essentials. Everything he truly valued was in his head. The drive was long and increasingly paranoid. Vernon took random turns, doubled back, muttered about being followed. Dudley complained about missing his television programs. Petunia chain-smoked with the window cracked, something Harry had never seen her do before. They ended up at a dingy hotel somewhere in the countryside. Vernon paid in cash, gave a false name, and hustled them all into a room that smelled like mildew and old cigarettes. "There," he said with satisfaction. "Let's see them find us now." The letters arrived within the hour. The concierge brought them up, mystified, saying a man in a purple cloak had left them at the desk. Vernon threw them out the window and demanded they leave immediately. The next hotel was no better. The one after that, the same. By the time evening fell, they were on a boat, crossing choppy water to a small island with a ramshackle hut that Vernon had somehow acquired. "No one will find us here," he declared, rain dripping from his mustache. "No post. No visitors. No freaks." Harry looked at the tiny hut, felt the cold wind cutting through his thin clothes, and allowed himself a small smile. It was almost midnight. Almost his birthday. Someone was definitely coming now. The storm was biblical. Rain hammered the roof like artillery fire. Wind screamed through every crack in the walls, bringing spray from the churning sea below. Lightning turned night into stuttering day, and thunder followed so close that the hut shook with each peal. The Dursleys were asleep, Vernon and Petunia in a single bed, Dudley on the couch, Harry on the floor with a thin blanket that did nothing against the cold. They'd given him the worst spot, naturally, closest to the drafty door. Harry didn't mind. He lay on the bare floorboards and counted down the minutes to midnight, watching Dudley's watch glow on the couch above. 11:55, 11:56. 11:57, someone's coming, the prisoner whispered. I know. I can feel them. A magical signature, strong and crude. Not Dumbledore. Who then? How should I know? Your ridiculous order has always been fond of diversity. 11:58, 11:59. Harry heard it, heavy footsteps outside, audible even over the storm. Coming closer. Closer. Midnight struck. Boom. The door didn't just open, it fell, ripped from its hinges by a single blow. Standing in the frame, illuminated by lightning, was the largest man Harry had ever seen. 8 feet tall at least, shoulders wider than the doorframe he'd just destroyed, with a wild mane of hair and a beard that could have housed a family of badgers. Hagrid. Harry recognized him instantly from the memories, Voldemort's disdain for the half-giant groundskeeper, the knowledge that he'd been expelled from Hogwarts decades ago for a crime he didn't commit. Sorry 'bout that, Hagrid said, picking up the door and jamming it back into its frame. It didn't fit properly anymore. Couldn't find the knocker. Vernon appeared from the bedroom, clutching a rifle that Harry hadn't known he owned. Who are you? What do you want? I warn you, I'm armed. Hagrid looked at the gun, then at Vernon, then at the gun again. With a casual motion, he reached out and bent the barrel into a pretzel. Dry up, Dursley, you great prune. I'm here for Harry. Harry sat up, letting the blanket fall away. He made his eyes wide, his expression confused, playing the role he'd prepared for. Me? Who are you? Hagrid's face broke into a massive smile. Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. You look just like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes. He was crying. Actual tears streaming into that enormous beard. Harry felt something twist in his chest, an unexpected sympathy for this man who'd clearly cared about his parents, who'd carried him from the ruins of their home, who'd kept some kind of faith all these years. He filed the feeling away for later examination and maintained his confused expression. You knew my parents? Knew them? Hagrid broke off, fishing in his enormous coat for a handkerchief. Sorry. Gets me emotional. Yes, Harry, I knew your parents. And I'm here to tell you about, well, to give you this. He produced an envelope from another pocket, slightly crushed but unmistakable, green ink, parchment paper, the Hogwarts crest. This is for me. Course it is. Go on, open it. Been waiting 11 years for this, I have. Harry took the envelope, making his hands tremble slightly. Inside was the letter he'd been able to recite from memory for years, but he read it as if seeing the words for the first time. Hogwarts. Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term begins September 1st. Please find enclosed. I don't understand, he said, looking up. What does this mean? What's Hogwarts? Hagrid's face went through a complicated series of expressions. They didn't tell you. Those muggles, they didn't tell you anything. Tell me what? Harry. Hagrid crouched down, which brought him roughly to Harry's eye level. You're a wizard. Harry let the silence stretch, the words hanging in the storm-torn air. Then, very quietly, I'm a what? A wizard. A thumpin' good one, I'd wager, once you've been trained up. With a mum and dad like yours, how could you not be? My parents weren't, they died in a car crash. Aunt Petunia said, "Car crash." Hagrid roared, rounding on the Dursleys with sudden fury. A car crash kill Lily and James Potter? It's an outrage. A scandal. Harry Potter not knowing his own story, when every kid in our world knows his name. Every kid knows my name. He doesn't know, the prisoner breathed in Harry's mind. He actually doesn't know about me. They never told him about the Horcrux. That was interesting. Harry filed it away and kept his focus on Hagrid. Course they do. Harry, you're famous. Has been ever since, well, since that night. Hagrid's voice dropped, losing its bluster. You really don't know, do you? Know what? And so Hagrid told him. The First War. Voldemort, Hagrid called him you-know-who, voice dropping to a whisper even though the name had no power here. The prophecy, or at least the fact that one existed. His parents' defiance, their murder, and the miracle of a baby who survived the killing curse. That's how you got that scar, Harry. Ain't no ordinary cut. That's what you get when a powerful, evil curse touches you. It killed your mum and dad, but it didn't work on you. That's why you're famous. That's why everyone knows your name. You're the boy who lived. Harry touched his forehead, tracing the lightning bolt that burned against his skin every day, that housed the fragment of soul he'd been fighting since infancy. I stopped him. Voldemort. Don't say his name. Vernon and Hagrid shouted together, then glared at each other. Harry ignored them both. But how? If he was so powerful, how did a baby stop him? No one knows. Some say he died that night, though I don't believe it. Some say he was hurt so bad he couldn't carry on. Whatever happened, something about you drove him off. And he ain't been seen since. He's not dead, Harry said quietly. Hagrid's eyes went wide. What makes you say that? Just, a feeling. Harry shrugged, adjusting his expression to something more appropriately uncertain. Like there's something unfinished. Something waiting. The half-giant studied him with unexpected shrewdness. You got good instincts, Harry. Your mum had M too. Trust M. He's not as stupid as I thought, the prisoner muttered. Be careful with this one. So what happens now? Harry asked. I go to Hogwarts. Learn magic. That's the plan. Got to get you to Diagon Alley first, that's the magical shopping street. Get your wand, your books, all that. Then September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Platform what? Hagrid laughed, a booming sound that seemed to shake the hut. You'll see. It's hidden from Muggles. Most of our world is, actually. We've got our own government, our own schools, our own way of life. And now you're part of it, Harry. You're coming home. Home. The word felt strange in Harry's mouth. He'd never had a home, not really. The cupboard under the stairs wasn't home, it was just the place where he slept and maintained his prison. Hogwarts wasn't home either, despite what the memories told him. It was a strategic opportunity, a place to learn and grow and prepare for the war he knew was coming. But looking at Hagrid's honest, joyful face, Harry found himself wanting it to be true. Wanting there to be some place where he belonged, where he didn't have to pretend, where the weight of the prison wasn't his alone to bear. Sentiment, the prisoner sneered. How pathetic. Shut up, Harry thought, and for once the voice obeyed. When do we leave? He asked. Tomorrow. Early. Got a lot to do. Hagrid glanced at the Dursleys, who had been huddled together watching this exchange with mounting horror. You lot can go back to your normal lives. Forget you ever saw me. Harry won't be your problem anymore. Now see here, Vernon started, but something in Hagrid's expression stopped him. I mean it, Dursley. He's one of us. And if I hear you've been mistreating him, Hagrid let the threat hang, unfinished and all the more menacing for it. Vernon went pale. He didn't say another word. Harry spent the rest of the night on the floor, but he didn't feel the cold anymore. His mind was racing, planning, preparing. Tomorrow he'd go to Diagon Alley. He'd get his wand, meet his first wizards, start building the network he'd need for what was coming. Tomorrow his real life would begin. But tonight, lying in the dark with the storm raging outside and the prisoner seething within, he allowed himself one small moment of honest emotion. He was going to Hogwarts. And somewhere deep in his mind, the prisoner laughed softly. You think this is an ending, don't you? The poor orphan boy rescued from his miserable life. But I know better, little jailer. This is just the beginning of your trials. And you have no idea what's waiting for you. Harry smiled in the darkness. Neither do you. Dawn broke gray and drizzly, a far cry from the storm that had raged all night. Hagrid was already up, somehow, having slept sitting upright in the corner with his enormous coat as a blanket. Ready, Harry? Harry nodded, slinging his small bag over his shoulder. He hadn't brought much, there wasn't much to bring, but he had his determination and his secrets, and that was enough. The Dursleys watched them leave without a word. Vernon's face was still pale, and Petunia wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. Dudley, for once, looked almost frightened. Goodbye, Harry said. Nothing more. Nothing less. They made it back to the mainland in a boat Hagrid had apparently borrowed from somewhere, then caught a train heading south. Hagrid attracted stares wherever they went. It was hard not to notice an 8-foot man trying to squeeze into a standard seat, but he seemed oblivious to them, chattering away about Hogwarts, about Dumbledore, about Quidditch and house elves and all the wonders of the magical world. Harry listened and asked appropriate questions, drawing out information while giving nothing away. It was surprisingly easy to get Hagrid talking. The man seemed genuinely delighted to explain anything and everything. Gringotts is run by goblins, Hagrid said as they approached London. Clever folk, goblins. Not the friendliest, but there's nowhere safer for valuables. Got more security than the Ministry itself. What's the Ministry? Ministry of Magic. Our government, like. They keep the statute of secrecy, make sure muggles don't find out about us. Handle law enforcement, magical creature regulation, all that. Corrupt from top to bottom, the prisoner commented. Half the upper echelons were my people. Probably still are. Are they effective? Harry asked. The Ministry, I mean. Hagrid's face did something complicated. They mean well, mostly. Some good folk there. But there's politics. Always politics. He lowered his voice. Between you and me, Harry, they didn't always do right by people during the war. Lot of Death Eaters, those were you-know-whose followers, got off by claiming they were under mind control. Everyone knew it was rubbish, but they had money and influence. Got it in one. Hagrid gave him an approving look. Smart lad. Your mum was like that too, saw through things. They arrived at a dingy pub called the Leaky Cauldron, which seemed invisible to the muggles streaming past it on the street. Inside was dim and smoky, full of people in strange clothing drinking strange drinks. Hagrid called the bartender. The usual. Not today, Tom. On official Hogwarts business. Got young Harry Potter here. The effect was immediate. Every head in the pub turned. Whispers spread like wildfire. Harry felt dozens of eyes on him, felt the weight of their expectations and their curiosity and their hope. Harry Potter, Tom the bartender breathed. It's an honor, sir. A real honor. Then they were all crowding around him, shaking his hand, introducing themselves in a blur of names he carefully memorized. Doris Crockford. Diggle. Quirrell. Harry's blood went cold. Professor Quirrell was a nervous-looking man in a purple turban, stammering through a greeting about how he taught at Hogwarts and how wonderful it was to meet the famous Harry Potter. He was utterly unremarkable, the kind of person you'd forget 5 seconds after meeting them. But inside Harry's head, the prisoner was going insane. Him. He's here. I can feel. Harry clamped down hard on the mental connection, reinforcing the prison walls. The prisoner's screams became distant, muffled. But he could still feel it, something in Quirrell, something that resonated with the soul piece in Harry's head. Another Horcrux. No, the presence felt different. More coherent. More complete. Voldemort. The Wraith. He was possessing this man, riding along inside him like a passenger. Harry shook Quirrell's trembling hand and smiled politely, showing nothing of the turmoil inside. Nice to meet you, Professor. I look forward to your class. Why yes, well, I'm not sure how much I'll be able to teach you, Quirrell stammered. The dark arts, you know, very dangerous. I'm sure you'll do wonderfully, Harry said, and watched something flicker in Quirrell's pale eyes. Something darker. Something that recognized Harry even as Harry recognized it. The handshake ended. Hagrid steered Harry through the crowd toward a back door. And in his mental prison, the soul fragment finally calmed enough to speak coherently. You felt it. You know what he is. I know. He's possessing Quirrell. Using him as a host. He'll be at Hogwarts, Harry. Right under Dumbledore's nose. I know. What are you going to do about it? Harry stepped through the back door into a small courtyard, watching as Hagrid tapped a specific brick and the wall began to rearrange itself. Beyond, a busy street stretched out, filled with shops and people and wonder. I'm going to learn, Harry said quietly. And I'm going to prepare. And when the time comes. Yes. Harry stepped through the archway into Diagon Alley, feeling the magic of the wizarding world wash over him like a wave. I'm going to destroy him. Diagon Alley was everything the memories had shown him and more. Wizards and witches bustled past in robes of every color, stopping at shops with names like Flourish and Blots and Aelop's Owl Emporium. Children pressed their faces against the window of quality Quidditch supplies, admiring the newest broomstick. A goblin in a three-piece suit walked purposefully down the center of the street, and nobody gave him a second glance. It was magical. Literally, yes, but also in the other sense, wondrous, fantastical, impossible. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, some tension he hadn't known he'd been carrying. Don't get comfortable, the prisoner warned. Half the people in this alley would sell you out for a handful of galleons. I'm not getting comfortable. I'm observing. And he was. Behind the wonder, Harry was cataloging everything, the layout of the street, the security on various shops, the way people moved and interacted. He noted the subtle deference paid to certain families, the way some shopkeepers' smiles didn't reach their eyes, the calculated displays of wealth and status. A society, like any other. With rules and hierarchies and hidden dangers. Their first stop was Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. The building was enormous, white marble columns and bronze doors and stern-faced goblins standing guard. Inside was even more impressive, vast halls filled with industrious goblins, mountains of gold and gems visible through distant archways. Key, please, said the goblin at the desk, barely glancing up. Hagrid fumbled through his coat, producing a small golden key. There we go. Harry Potter's vault. The goblin's eyes flickered to Harry, a quick assessment, nothing more, and he nodded. Very well. This way. The cart ride down to the vault was thrilling in a way Harry hadn't expected. The tracks twisted and turned through the deep earth, passing underground lakes and stalactites, glimpsing other carts carrying important-looking wizards to their own hoards. Your parents' vault isn't the only one you could access, the prisoner murmured. I remember the locations of several Death Eater caches. Fortunes in gold and artifacts, hidden away for safekeeping. And how would an 11-year-old explain having that knowledge? You're no ordinary 11-year-old. But I need to look like one. At least for now. The vault was smaller than Harry had expected, but still impressive, stacks of gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts. More money than the Dursleys would see in a lifetime. This is all mine. Your parents left it to you, Hagrid said, looking away with something like embarrassment. Not a fortune by some standards, but, well, it's yours. Harry filled his money bag, calculating the exchange rate and planning his purchases. Wand first, that was essential. Then books, supplies, anything that might help him in the year ahead. Hagrid, he said as they returned to the surface, that man Quirrell, you said he teaches at Hogwarts. Defense against the dark arts, yeah. Though he wasn't always so nervous. Took a year off, went traveling, came back changed. Some say he had a bad run-in with vampires in Albania. Albania. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the underground tunnels. Is that common? Teachers changing like that? The dad apposition's cursed, they say. Haven't had a professor last more than a year since, well, since forever. Hagrid shrugged his massive shoulders. Bad luck, maybe. Or maybe the job just attracts unstable sorts. The curse is my doing, the prisoner said smugly. Dumbledore refused to give me the position. So I made sure no one else could keep it either. Harry filed that away. The defense position was cursed, which meant Quirrell, and by extension, the wraith possessing him, would be gone by the end of the year. That was useful. It meant he didn't need to act immediately, the problem had a built-in expiration date. Unless, of course, Voldemort was planning something that would happen before then. Their next stop was Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty, packed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes that Harry knew contained wands. Behind the counter stood an old man with pale, silvery eyes that seemed to see right through him. Ah, Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Ollivander's voice was soft, almost reverent. It seems only yesterday your mother was in here buying her first wand. 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. You remember every wand you've ever sold? Every single one, Mr. Potter. Every single one. Ollivander moved closer, his eyes fixed on Harry's face. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. He was close now, close enough that Harry could smell dust and old magic on him. Those silvery eyes studied Harry's scar with unsettling intensity. And that's where. Ollivander whispered. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well. If I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. Harry said nothing. He could feel the prisoner's attention sharpening, could feel the soul fragment straining towards something in this shop. The brother wand. It's here. Let's find you a wand, then, Mr. Potter. Ollivander seemed to shake off his reverie. Which is your wand arm? Right. The measuring tape began its work, apparently of its own accord, while Ollivander pulled boxes from the shelves. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand and felt nothing. No connection, no warmth. He waved it anyway, and Ollivander snatched it back almost immediately. No, no. Here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy. Wrong again. And again. And again. He's working toward it, the prisoner observed. He wants to see your reaction when you find the one. Harry understood. Ollivander wasn't just fitting him for a wand, he was testing something. The pile of rejected wands grew higher, and the wand-maker's eyes grew brighter. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers touched the wood, he knew. Warmth flooded through him, starting in his chest and spreading outward. The wand felt like an extension of his arm, like it had always been there, waiting. He raised it and brought it down in a smooth arc. Golden sparks erupted from the tip, filling the shop with light. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, oh, very good." "Well, well, well, how curious, how very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, though he already knew. Ollivander fixed him with that piercing gaze. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." The shop went very quiet. Even the dust motes seemed to freeze in the air. "Poetic," the prisoner sneered. The old man always did love his dramatic moments. "The wand chooses the wizard," Ollivander continued softly. "And I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Harry met those silvery eyes without flinching. "I intend to do great things, Mr. Ollivander. But not terrible ones." Something flickered in the wandmaker's expression, surprise, perhaps, or reassessment. He nodded slowly and began rapping the wand. "7 galleons, Mr. Potter. And, good luck." Harry paid and left the shop with the holly wand tucked safely in his pocket. Outside, Hagrid was waiting with 2 ice cream cones, looking pleased with himself. "Got it, then. Good lad. Let's get the rest of your things." The rest of the shopping passed in a blur. Books at Flourish and Blots, Harry bought several that weren't on the required list, drawn from the prisoner's recommendations. Robes at Madame Malkin's, a brief, unmemorable encounter with a blonde boy who drawled about houses and Quidditch. Potion supplies at the apothecary, a telescope and scales, a pewter cauldron. At the Owl Emporium, Hagrid insisted on buying Harry a birthday present. "Can't have you going off without a proper gift from your first friend in the wizarding world." Harry chose a beautiful snowy owl with amber eyes, thinking of how useful a messenger would be. He named her Hedwig, after a saint he'd read about in one of Dudley's discarded history books. "A pet," the prisoner said dismissively. "Sentiment." "A tool," Harry corrected. "One that happens to be beautiful." The day wound down as they made their way back through the leaky cauldron, back into Muggle London. Hagrid pressed a ticket into Harry's hand, the Hogwarts Express, September 1st, platform 9 3/4. "You'll be all right getting there." "I'll figure it out." Hagrid beamed. "That's the spirit. You'll do well at Hogwarts, Harry. I can feel it." He leaned in closer. "And don't you worry about them Dursleys. Anyone gives you trouble, you just send word. I've got friends who'd be happy to sort things out." It was a threat, wrapped in kindness. Harry appreciated both. "Thank you, Hagrid. For everything." "Ah, go on with you." But the half-giant was wiping his eyes again. "See you at Hogwarts, Harry Potter. See you soon." And then he was gone, vanishing into the crowd with impossible ease for someone his size. Harry was left alone on the street, surrounded by muggles who had no idea that magic was real, holding a ticket to a world they couldn't imagine. "Now what?" the prisoner asked. Harry looked down at his bag of supplies, felt the weight of his new wand against his hip. He thought about Quirrell and Voldemort, about Hogwarts and Dumbledore, about the war that was coming whether anyone believed it or not. "Now," he said quietly, "I prepare." He started walking toward the tube station, just another small, shabby boy in the London crowd. No one looked twice at him. No one saw the fortress in his mind, the prisoner in his soul, the fire in his eyes. September was 6 weeks away. He had work to do. The weeks at Privet Drive passed differently after Diagon Alley. The Dursleys avoided him now, giving him Dudley's second bedroom without being asked, leaving him alone for hours at a time. Vernon still glared and Petunia still pursed her lips, but neither of them tried to interfere with his preparations. The threat Hagrid had implied hung over them like a sword. Harry used the time well. During the days, he read. Not just the standard textbooks, those he'd already absorbed through the prisoner's memories, but the additional books he'd bought, the ones on magical theory and history and law. He cross-referenced everything with what he already knew, building a comprehensive picture of wizarding society. Your preparation is excessive, the prisoner observed during one late-night study session. You already know more than any first-year should. I know what you knew 50 years ago. The world has changed. Magic doesn't change. Politics shifts, fashions come and go, but power remains power. And that's exactly what I need to understand. Who has power now? Who lost it? Who wants it back? Nights were for other work. Harry descended into his mental fortress, walking the corridors of extracted memories, building new archives, reinforcing old walls. The prisoner watched with growing unease as Harry's control expanded, as the cell grew smaller and the fortress grew stronger. You're different than you were, the soul fragment admitted one night. When I first woke in your mind, I thought you'd be easy to overwhelm. A child, barely formed. But you're not a child, are you? You haven't been for a long time. I was never allowed to be a child. You made sure of that. I made you strong. Everything you are, everything you can do, it's because of me. Harry considered this as he walked the perimeter of the prison, checking the walls for weakness. Maybe. But I'm not grateful. And I'm not going to become you. What makes you so sure? Because I've seen what you are. All of it. Every memory, every choice, every cruelty. I understand you, Tom Riddle. And understanding is the opposite of becoming. The prisoner went silent, a rare occurrence. Harry finished his inspection and withdrew to the waking world, satisfied. 3 days before September 1st, he received a letter. Not by owl, but by normal post, Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired girl from the bookshop, who had apparently gotten his address through some impressive detective work. Dear Harry, the letter read. I hope you don't mind me writing. We met briefly at Flourish and Blots, and I've been thinking about our conversation about advanced magical theory. I've done quite a lot of reading on the subject and would love to discuss it further. I'll be on the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, perhaps we could share a compartment. Yours, Hermione Granger. Harry read the letter twice, then smiled. He remembered her, intense, eager, obviously brilliant. The kind of person who made others uncomfortable because she made them feel stupid by comparison. The kind of person who might understand. He wrote back, Hermione, I'd be delighted. Look for me in the last compartment of the train. Harry. Making friends already? The prisoner asked. How touching. Making connections. There's a difference. Is there? Harry didn't answer. He sealed the letter and walked to the post office, thinking about the year ahead. Hogwarts. Quirrell. Voldemort. Dumbledore. Snape. 1,000 variables, 1,000 potential dangers, 1,000 opportunities. He was as ready as he could be. On the morning of September 1st, Harry loaded his trunk onto the night bus, summoned with a wave of his wand, to the horror of a passing muggle, and made his way to King's Cross Station. The Dursleys hadn't offered to drive him, and he hadn't asked. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 was exactly where Hagrid had said it would be. Harry watched a family of redheads pass through it one by one, studied the technique, and then walked straight at the solid brick wall without slowing down. The sensation was strange, a moment of pressure, a flash of darkness, and then he was through, standing on a platform that hadn't existed seconds ago. The Hogwarts Express gleamed before him, scarlet and magnificent, already crowded with students and families. Home, the prisoner said, his voice unexpectedly soft. I spent some of my happiest years on this train, going to that school. And then you tried to destroy it. Everything ends eventually. Even happiness. Especially happiness. Harry didn't respond. He loaded his trunk into the last compartment, settled Hedwig's cage, and sat down by the window to wait. Outside, the platform buzzed with noise and color, tearful goodbyes, excited greetings, the organized chaos of hundreds of young wizards heading off to school. A knock on the compartment door. "Harry?" "It's Hermione Granger." "May I come in?" He opened the door and there she was, bushy hair, bright eyes, arms full of books. She looked nervous and eager and absolutely certain that she belonged here. "Thank you for responding to my letter. I wasn't sure if you would, lots of people find me a bit much, you know. I talk too much and I read too much and I ask too many questions. But you seemed different when we met. Like you actually wanted to have a real conversation." "I did," Harry said. "Please, sit down." She did, arranging her books around her with the ease of long practice. "I've read all the first-year textbooks, of course. And a fair bit beyond. Have you gotten to Bathilda Bagshot's historical analysis yet? Her interpretation of the Goblin rebellions is fascinating, if a bit biased toward the Ministry perspective. I have some concerns about her methodology in the later chapters," Harry said. "She relies too heavily on Ministry sources without interrogating their potential propaganda value." Hermione's eyes went wide. Then she smiled, a real smile, delighted and surprised. "Oh, this is going to be fun." The train began to move. Outside the window, London fell away, replaced by green countryside rushing past. Inside the compartment, Harry and Hermione talked, about history and theory and the nature of magic, while the prisoner listened in silence and the miles to Hogwarts counted down. "This one is dangerous," the soul fragment observed. "She's too clever to fool for long." "Maybe," Harry thought. "Or maybe she's exactly what I need." The door opened again. A red-headed boy, one of the family Harry had seen on the platform, stuck his head in. "Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy entered, tripping slightly on his robes. "Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's ears went red. "I know. I mean, everyone knows who you are. But I'm not," he sat down heavily, looking mortified. "Sorry. I'm rubbish at this." "At what?" "Meeting famous people. Meeting anyone, really. I've got 5 older brothers, it's hard to stand out." Hermione was looking at Ron with poorly disguised disdain. Harry could see her cataloguing his worn robes, his obvious nervousness, his lack of academic credentials. He could also see an opportunity. "Tell me about your brothers," Harry said, settling back in his seat. "I've never had siblings." "What's it like?" Ron blinked, clearly not expecting the question. Then he started talking, and as he did, some of the tension left his shoulders. He wasn't stupid, Harry realized, just uncertain. Overshadowed. Looking for a place to belong. "You're collecting strays," the prisoner accused. "I'm building a team. The book-smart one and the family-connected one. Both useful in different ways. And when they're no longer useful?" Harry watched Ron describe his brother Charlie's work with dragons, saw Hermione's disdain slowly shift to grudging interest, felt the compartment fill with warmth and possibility. "Then I'll have been lucky enough to have friends," he thought. "Something you never understood." The prisoner had no response to that. Hours passed. The landscape changed, hills and forests, bridges and tunnels. The food trolley came and went. Stories were shared and questions asked and tentative friendships formed. As evening fell and the train wound through mountain passes, the conversation turned to Hogwarts itself. "I hope I'm in Gryffindor," Hermione said. "It sounds by far the best. Dumbledore himself was in Gryffindor, you know. Though Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad." "All my family's been in Gryffindor," Ron said. "I don't know what they'll say if I'm not. Not that I'm as good as Bill or Charlie or Percy, but still." They both looked at Harry. "What about you? What house do you think you'll be in?" Harry considered the question. He knew, from the memories, that the Sorting Hat would look into his mind. It would see the fortress, the prisoner, the decades of stolen knowledge. What would it make of all that? "I don't know," he said honestly. "I suppose we'll find out." The train slowed. Outside the windows, lights appeared, a station, and beyond it, the silhouette of a castle on a distant hill. "Hogwarts," Hermione breathed. Harry felt the prisoner stir in his mental prison, felt ancient hatred and desperate longing surge against the walls. This was where Tom Riddle had first learned magic, first dreamed of power, first set foot on the path that would lead to Voldemort. It was also where Harry would learn to destroy him. The train stopped. Students poured onto the platform, guided by Hagrid's booming voice, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Harry stepped off the train into the cold Highland air, looked up at the castle blazing with light against the dark sky, and felt something click into place. "You're ready," the prisoner said. It wasn't a taunt this time, more like an acknowledgement. "Whatever you're planning, you're as ready as you can be." "I know." "Then go. Claim what's yours. And remember, little jailer, I'll be watching. Always watching." Harry smiled, falling into step with Hermione and Ron as they followed Hagrid toward the boats that would carry them across the lake. "I'm counting on it," he whispered. The journey across the lake was silent, every first year struck dumb by the sight of the castle. Its towers and turrets reached toward the stars, its windows glittered with candlelight, its walls seemed to pulse with ancient magic. When the boats reached the shore, Harry was the first to step out. He walked toward Hogwarts with his head high and his eyes open, the prisoner raging uselessly in his head, the war already begun. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Diagon Alley's shadows. The castle swallowed them whole. Harry followed the stream of first years through massive oak doors into an entrance hall larger than the Dursleys' entire house. Torches flickered in iron brackets, casting dancing shadows across stone walls hung with tapestries older than most Muggle nations. The ceiling disappeared into darkness far above, and somewhere in the distance, Harry could hear the rumble of hundreds of voices. Professor McGonagall met them at the foot of a marble staircase. She was exactly as the prisoner's memories showed her, stern, Scottish, formidable, though the years had added silver to her hair and deeper lines around her eyes. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her voice cutting through the nervous chatter. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." Harry listened with half an ear, more interested in cataloguing his fellow first years. The blonde boy from Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy, he'd learned from the prisoner's extensive files on Death Eater families, stood with two hulking companions, radiating aristocratic disdain. A round-faced boy clutched a toad with white-knuckled desperation. A dark-skinned boy with high cheekbones observed the hall with calculating interest. And there, near the back, a blonde girl with ice-blue eyes who watched everything and everyone with the careful attention of someone who'd learned early that observation meant survival. "Greengrass," the prisoner supplied. "Old family. Neutral during the war, neither supported me nor opposed me openly." "Clever of them." Harry filed the information away as McGonagall led them into the great hall. The ceiling was the night sky, not a painting or an illusion, but actual magic that mirrored the heavens above. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, their house colors displayed on ties and scarves and badges. At the far end, the staff table held the professors, and at its center sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry met the headmaster's eyes across the hall. The twinkling gaze found him immediately, held him for a fraction of a second, and then moved on. But in that moment, Harry felt the lightest brush against his mental shields, gentle, almost apologetic, like someone knocking on a door they expected to find unlocked. He kept his expression neutral. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, the only sign of surprise, and then he smiled and looked away. "He knows something's different about you," the prisoner warned. "Be careful." "I intend to be." McGonagall placed a battered hat on a stool, and the hat began to sing. Harry didn't listen to the words. He knew the house traits, knew the history, but he watched the reactions of his fellow first-years. Hermione mouthed along with particularly interesting phrases. Ron looked vaguely ill. Malfoy affected boredom. The Greengrass girl's expression didn't change at all. The song ended. The sorting began. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat placed on her head. A moment later, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers. Hannah practically ran to join them, relief evident in every line of her body. Pathetic, the prisoner sneered. The house of the mediocre and the meek. The house of the loyal and the hard-working, Harry corrected. Don't underestimate them. Loyalty is valuable. The sorting continued. Bones, Susan went to Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry to Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender became the first Gryffindor, earning raucous applause from the red and gold table. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically sprinted to the stool, jamming the hat on her head with desperate eagerness. It took almost a full minute before, Gryffindor. She beamed, catching Harry's eye as she walked to her new house table. He nodded slightly, and her smile widened. Greengrass, Daphne. The blonde girl walked forward with measured steps, her face betraying nothing. The hat barely touched her head before declaring, Slytherin. She rose with the same measured grace and walked to the green and silver table, taking a seat apart from the other first-years, alone in a crowd. She'll be useful, the prisoner observed. If you can win her trust. That's a significant if. More names. Longbottom, Neville, the round-faced boy, went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation, looking shocked. Malfoy barely had the hat on before it screamed Slytherin. Moon and Knott and Parkinson followed. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Then the whispers started, a wave of sound that swept through all four tables, carrying his name like a curse or a prayer. Harry walked forward, keeping his pace steady, his expression calm. He felt hundreds of eyes on him, felt the weight of their expectations and their curiosity and their hope and their fear. The boy who lived. The symbol. The myth. He sat on the stool. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head, and the world went dark. Well, well, well. The voice was inside his head but not like the prisoner, different, older, woven into the fabric of the hat itself. Harry felt it pressing against his mental shields, examining them with something like wonder. What have we here? Walls within walls within walls. And behind them. Don't, Harry thought sharply. Peace, Mr. Potter. I have no interest in your prisoner. I've touched 1,000 dark minds over the centuries, another fragment of Tom Riddle holds no novelty for me. You know what he is. I know what you both are. The question is, what do you want to become? Harry considered the question seriously. He could ask for Slytherin, the house of cunning and ambition, where he could learn to navigate political waters, where his hidden knowledge would be most useful. Or Ravenclaw, where he could pursue magic without the social complications of either extreme. But he thought of Hermione's smile. Of Ron's nervous hope. Of the war that was coming and the allies he would need. Gryffindor, he thought. Where I can do the most good. An interesting choice. The hat's voice was approving. You have the cunning of Slytherin, the intellect of Ravenclaw, the loyalty of Hufflepuff. But you choose courage, not because you lack fear, but because you've decided fear won't control you. Is that what courage is? One definition among many. Very well, Mr. Potter. I hope you find what you're looking for in Gryffindor. The red and gold table exploded. Harry removed the hat, handed it back to McGonagall with a polite nod, and walked to his new house. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter," at the top of their lungs. Hermione had saved him a seat. He sat down, accepted the backslaps and congratulations, and looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him with those twinkling eyes, his expression unreadable. Beside him, a hook-nosed man with greasy black hair stared at Harry with undisguised loathing. "Snape," the prisoner confirmed. "The traitor. He'll make your life difficult." Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching. The professor's eyes narrowed, and Harry felt that familiar brush against his shields, harder than Dumbledore's, more aggressive. Harry didn't just block it, he let Snape see a flash of something. A memory, but not Harry's memory. Voldemort's. A flash of green light. A woman screaming. The image of Lily Potter, dying. Snape's face went white. He looked away, his hands gripping the table hard enough to shake his goblet. "That was cruel," the prisoner observed. "I approve. It was necessary. He needed to understand that I know things. That I'm not what he expects." The sorting finished. Dumbledore stood, said a few nonsensical words, and the feast appeared. Harry ate mechanically, participating in conversation when required, but his attention was elsewhere. At the staff table, Quirrell was chatting with a tiny professor who had to be Filius Flitwick. The possessed man seemed perfectly ordinary, perfectly harmless. But Harry could feel the wrongness radiating from him, could feel the prisoner in his head straining toward the other soul fragment like iron filings toward a magnet. "He's planning something," the prisoner said. "I don't know what, but he's planning. Then we'll have to find out." The Gryffindor common room was exactly as the prisoner's memories showed it, round and cozy, full of squashy armchairs and crackling fire, decorated in red and gold. The portrait of the fat lady guarded the entrance, requiring a password that Percy Weasley provided with pompous authority. Caput Draconis. Harry followed the other first-years up to the dormitory, a circular room with 5 four-poster beds. His trunk was already there, Hedwig's cage set beside it. She hooted softly as he approached. "Long day," he murmured, letting her nip his finger affectionately. The other boys were settling in, Ron taking the bed next to Harry's, Neville across the room, and 2 others named Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. Normal boys, excited and nervous and completely unprepared for the magical world they'd entered. Harry waited until the others fell asleep. Their breathing steadied, deepened, and only then did he slip out of bed and pad silently to the window. The ground stretched out below, silver with moonlight. The forbidden forest was a dark mass in the distance. The lake glittered like a mirror. "What are you thinking?" the prisoner asked. "I'm thinking about the 3rd-floor corridor." "Ah. The forbidden one. Dumbledore mentioned it at the feast, certain death to anyone who enters. Which means there's something there worth protecting. Something valuable enough to risk students' lives for. Or something Dumbledore wants certain people to find." Harry turned that over in his mind. A test, perhaps. A trap. Dumbledore was famous for his machinations, for plans within plans. If he'd brought something valuable to Hogwarts and then publicly warned students away from it, he had to know that would only attract attention. The question is who he's trying to attract, Harry thought. And why? He would need more information. Tomorrow, he would begin gathering it. But tonight, he descended into his mental fortress and continued his work. The prisoner had been unusually cooperative lately, eager, almost, to share information. That worried Harry more than the usual resistance. "You're planning something," Harry said, walking the perimeter of the inner prison. "You've been too helpful. Perhaps I've simply accepted my situation. You've never accepted anything in your existence. What's changed?" The prisoner was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was thoughtful rather than hostile. "Your friend in the turban. My other self. He's weaker than I expected. Desperate. Whatever vessel he's using isn't stable, I can feel it degrading from here. And that concerns you why? Because if he dies, truly dies, then I'm all that's left. The last fragment. And you'll have no reason to keep me alive. Harry stopped walking. It was the first time the prisoner had acknowledged, even obliquely, that his existence depended on Harry's choices. I'm not going to destroy you, Harry said slowly. Not until I understand what you are. What I am, because of you. Sentiment. Pragmatism. You're a resource. I'd be stupid to waste you. And if you find a way to separate us? To remove me without killing yourself? Harry considered the question honestly. He'd thought about it, of course, freedom from the constant presence, the whispers, the weight of carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul. But he'd also thought about what he'd lose. Then I'll decide based on what's best for the war, he said finally. Not what's best for either of us. The prisoner laughed, a strange sound, almost admiring. You really are nothing like I expected. Nothing like your father, certainly. He was all emotion and impulse. You're cold. Calculating. I'm what you made me. No. You're what you made yourself, despite me. There's a difference. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He finished his inspection in silence and withdrew to the waking world, troubled by something he couldn't quite name. The first week of classes passed in a blur of new information. Harry played his role carefully, attentive enough to avoid suspicion, but not so attentive that he stood out. He answered questions correctly when called upon, made deliberate mistakes in his practical work, and spent his free time observing rather than studying. His fellow students were an interesting lot. Hermione was exactly what he'd expected, brilliant, driven, socially awkward in ways that isolated her from classmates who found her intensity overwhelming. Ron was simpler but not stupid, he understood people in ways Hermione didn't, knew how to navigate social situations she could barely comprehend. The Slytherins were more complicated. Malfoy had established himself as their leader, trading on his father's influence and his own petty cruelty. But not all of them followed willingly. Daphne Greengrass kept her distance, as did a dark-skinned boy named Blaise Zabini and a nervous-looking girl named Tracy Davis. Potential allies, the prisoner noted during one of Harry's observation sessions. The neutral faction. They don't want war, they want to survive. That makes them predictable. Survivable is valuable. Potions with Snape was a particular challenge. The professor seemed determined to humiliate Harry at every opportunity, calling on him with impossible questions, criticizing his work regardless of quality, deducting points for imaginary infractions. Harry bore it with equanimity. He knew why Snape hated him, the memories he'd shown the professor had made that clear, and he knew that hatred was complicated by guilt and grief and decades of festering resentment. Engaging with it would be counterproductive. Besides, he had more important concerns. Defense against the dark arts was taught by Quirrell, and every class was an exercise in subtle observation. The professor stammered through lessons that were deliberately useless, teaching defense techniques that would get any actual defender killed. His turban smelled of garlic, supposedly to ward off vampires, but Harry knew better. He's playing a role, the prisoner observed during one particularly painful lecture. The nervous academic, too afraid to teach anything useful. But watch his eyes when he thinks no one's looking. Harry watched. And he saw what the prisoner meant, moments when the stammer disappeared, when Quirrell's gaze sharpened with intelligence and malice, when something else looked out through those pale eyes. He's waiting for something, Harry concluded. Building toward something. The stone. It has to be the stone. Harry had figured that out by the second day. The security measures Hagrid had mentioned, the Forbidden Corridor, Dumbledore's pointed warning, it all pointed to the Philosopher's Stone, the legendary artifact created by Nicholas Flamel. Eternal life and unlimited gold. Exactly what a disembodied Dark Lord would need to return. So Dumbledore is using the stone as bait, Harry reasoned. Luring my other self into a trap. Or testing me. Seeing if I'll go after it. Why would I? I don't need eternal life. No. But you need power. And the stone represents power. If I were Dumbledore, I'd want to know if you could be tempted. It was a disturbing thought. Harry added it to his mental files and continued watching. 3 weeks into term, Harry received his first solid lead. It came, oddly enough, from Hagrid. The half-giant had invited Harry for tea, and Harry had accepted, partly to maintain the relationship, partly because Hagrid had a habit of revealing things he shouldn't. The hut was small and warm, filled with the smell of rock cakes and dog. Fong, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, immediately claimed Harry's lap, refusing to move despite weighing roughly as much as a small car. "Good to see you settling in," Hagrid said, pouring tea into cups the size of small buckets. "Heard you've been doing well in classes." "I try to keep up." "You're being modest. McGonagall says you've got real talent for transfiguration. And Flitwick thinks you might be a natural at charms." Hagrid beamed. "Your parents would be proud, Harry. Did you know them well?" "My parents? Oh, yes. Not as well as some, but well enough. Your dad was a troublemaker, him and his friends, they were always getting into mischief. But your mum, she was something special. Kindest heart at Hogwarts, everyone said. And brilliant too. She could have done anything she set her mind to." Harry listened, filing away details. The prisoner's memories of his parents were fragmented and biased. Voldemort had never understood them, only feared what they represented. "Hagrid," Harry said carefully, "what happened after they died? How did Dumbledore know to send me to the Dursleys?" Hagrid's face went through several complicated expressions. "Well, now, that's... I mean, it was Dumbledore's decision, wasn't it? He knows best about these things. But how did he know? Did someone tell him about Voldemort attacking?" Hagrid flinched at the name but pressed on. "Dumbledore has his ways, Harry. He knows things. I went to get you from the ruins myself, actually. Carried you out on that flying motorbike of Sirius's." He stopped abruptly, looking horrified at himself. "Sirius?" Harry asked, keeping his voice innocent. "Who's Sirius?" "No one. Nothing. I shouldn't have said that." Hagrid was sweating now, unable to meet Harry's eyes. "Just forget I mentioned it, all right? Have another rock cake." Harry took the rock cake and didn't press further. But the name was burned into his memory. Sirius. Sirius Black, the prisoner supplied reluctantly. "One of your father's friends. He was their secret keeper, the one who told me where they were hiding. He betrayed them. So everyone believes. He's in Azkaban now. Has been since that night." Harry turned this information over carefully. The prisoner's memories of Sirius Black were fragmentary. Apparently Voldemort had dealt with the man through intermediaries. But something didn't add up. "You said he was their secret keeper. But you also said he was your father's best friend. People betray their friends all the time. For power. For fear. For 1,000 petty reasons. Maybe. Or maybe the story isn't as simple as everyone believes." He filed it away for future investigation. Right now, he had more immediate concerns. "Hagrid," he said, shifting topics, "what do you know about the third-floor corridor?" Hagrid knocked over his tea. "How do you know about, who told you, that's none of your business, Harry. Dumbledore mentioned it at the feast. Said it was forbidden. And you should stay far away from it. That's not something for first years to be worrying about. That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." He clapped his hands over his mouth, horror dawning on his face. "I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. Nicholas Flamel." Harry let his eyes go wide, innocent. "Who's that?" "No one. Forget I said anything." Hagrid practically shoved Harry toward the door. "You should be getting back to the castle. Got classes tomorrow. Don't want to be out after dark. Harry allowed himself to be ushered out, making appropriate protests about wanting to stay and chat. But inside, he was satisfied. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. His suspicions were confirmed. Now we know what Quirrell is after, he thought to the prisoner. And now we need to figure out how to stop him. Or whether to stop him at all. What do you mean? If my other self gets the stone and returns to full power, that's obviously bad for you. But if you interfere and Dumbledore learns how much you know, that might be worse. Harry walked back toward the castle, turning the problem over in his mind. The prisoner had a point. Revealing himself prematurely could be catastrophic. But letting Voldemort return would be worse. Unless there was a third option. A way to stop Quirrell without revealing his own knowledge. I need more information, he decided. About the defenses, about Quirrell's plan, about what Dumbledore expects to happen. And how do you intend to get it? Harry looked up at the castle, its windows glowing warm against the darkening sky. The old-fashioned way. Observation. Interrogation. And a little strategic breaking and entering. The map came to him by accident. Or rather, what seemed like an accident but was probably anything but. Harry had been exploring the castle at night, carefully, using the invisibility cloak Dumbledore had sent him for Christmas, when he stumbled across the Weasley twins in a 7th-floor corridor. They were arguing about something, gesturing at a blank piece of parchment, and they didn't notice Harry until he cleared his throat. Blimey! Fred, or possibly George, nearly jumped out of his skin. Where'd you come from? I was just passing by. Harry let the cloak slip off his shoulders, watching their expressions shift from startled to calculating. What's that you've got? The twins exchanged a look, that silent communication of people who'd spent their entire lives together. This, said the one who might be George, is the secret to our success. Nicked it from Filch's office first year, added the other. Didn't know what it was at first. Just looked like a blank parchment. But then we figured out the trick. He tapped the parchment with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Lines spread across the page, forming a detailed map of Hogwarts. Every room, every corridor, every secret passage. And moving through them, tiny labeled dots representing every person in the castle. Harry's breath caught. This was invaluable, a complete surveillance system, showing him exactly where everyone was at any moment. He could track Quirrell's movements, avoid Filch and Snape, plan his investigations with perfect knowledge. The Marauder's map, Fred said proudly. Made by Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Those names meant nothing to Harry, but the prisoner stirred with sudden interest. Nicknames. Your father and his friends had nicknames for each other. I never knew what they were, but this might be his work. My father's. Harry studied the map with new eyes, tracing the familiar handwriting in the margins, the clever magic woven into every line. Why are you showing me this? He asked. The twins shared another look. We've been watching you, Potter. You're not like other first years. You're up to something. Something interesting. And we respect that. Takes a true mischief maker to recognize another. Besides, Fred added with a grin, we've memorized the map by now. Don't really need it anymore. Consider it a gift. From one troublemaker to another. They pressed the map into his hands, showed him how to clear it, mischief managed, and disappeared into the darkness with matching waves. Harry stood in the corridor, holding his father's creation, feeling something complicated twist in his chest. Sentiment, the prisoner accused. Connection, Harry corrected. My father made this. With his friends. Before I killed him. Yes. How does that make you feel, little jailer? Holding the work of the man I murdered. Harry considered the question honestly. It makes me feel like I have more to protect. More to fight for. And more to avenge? Maybe. But revenge isn't the point. Survival is. He activated the map, watching the dots move through the castle. Dumbledore in his office. Snape pacing in the dungeons. Quirrell, in the third-floor corridor. Interesting, the prisoner breathed. He's testing the defenses. Then so should I. Harry pulled on his cloak and moved silently through the castle, following the map's guidance. He avoided the patrolling professors, slipped past Mrs. Norris, and reached the third-floor corridor just as Quirrell's dot retreated toward his own quarters. The door was locked. A simple Alohomora opened it, too simple, really, for what supposedly lay beyond. Inside was darkness, and in the darkness, a sound. Breathing. Heavy, rumbling breathing that seemed to come from multiple sources at once. Harry lit his wand and nearly dropped it. The dog was massive, 3 heads, each one the size of a small car, attached to a body that took up most of the room. It was sleeping, thank Merlin, its 6 eyes closed and its 3 mouths slack. Cerberus. Or something like it. A guardian beast, legendary and lethal. And beneath its enormous paw, a trapdoor. Fluffy, the prisoner said with something like amusement. Hagrid's pet. I'd forgotten about him. Hagrid has a 3-headed dog named Fluffy. Hagrid has always had unusual taste in pets. The real question is what's beneath that trapdoor. Harry didn't try to find out, not tonight. The dog stirred in its sleep, one massive head turning toward him, and he retreated quickly, closing the door behind him. He had what he needed. Now he could plan. The weeks that followed were a careful dance of observation and preparation. Harry watched Quirrell through the map, noting his patterns, his contacts, his nocturnal visits to the third-floor corridor. The possessed professor was growing more desperate, his movements more erratic, his teaching more distracted. Whatever timeline he was working on, it was accelerating. At the same time, Harry strengthened his position at Hogwarts. He cultivated friendships, genuine ones, not just strategic alliances, with Hermione and Ron, with Neville, even with the Weasley twins. He attended study sessions and Quidditch matches, participated in house activities, made himself visible as a normal student doing normal student things. But he also built other connections. Quieter ones. Daphne Greengrass approached him one afternoon in the library, sliding into the seat across from him with practiced grace. Potter. Greengrass. You're not what I expected. Neither are you. She studied him for a long moment, those ice-blue eyes revealing nothing. Most Gryffindors would have rejected me already. Red and gold doesn't mix with green and silver, not since the war. Most Gryffindors haven't thought about why that is. And you have? I think the war hurt everyone. I think the people who benefit from keeping the houses divided aren't the ones who suffered. He met her gaze steadily. I think anyone who wants to move forward instead of backward is worth talking to. Something flickered in her expression, surprise, maybe, or reassessment. The neutral families feel the same way. We're tired of being caught between extremes. So what do you want? To survive. To prosper. To not have to choose between 2 kinds of destruction. She leaned forward slightly. The question is, what do you want, Potter? Harry considered his answer carefully. This was a test, he knew, an evaluation of whether he was worth the political risk. I want to be ready, he said finally. For whatever comes next. And I want to have people I can trust when it does. Trust is earned. I know. I'm willing to work for it. She studied him a moment longer, then nodded, a small, controlled gesture that nonetheless felt significant. There's a study group. Neutral students from all houses. We meet in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor, Tuesday evenings. You'd be welcome. I'll be there. She rose, gathering her books. At the door, she paused. Potter. The other Slytherins, Malfoy and his crowd, they're watching you. Be careful. I always am. She left without another word. Harry watched her go, feeling the prisoner's attention sharpen. You're building a power base, the soul fragment observed. Across house lines. Dumbledore won't like that. Dumbledore doesn't have to know. Not yet. And when he finds out, then we'll see who's really running this school. The study group was everything Harry had hoped for. A dozen students, ranging from second to fourth year, gathered in a dusty classroom that hadn't been used in decades. They came from all four houses, Daphne and Tracy Davis from Slytherin, a Ravenclaw named Padma Patil and her friend Sully, two Hufflepuffs named Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, and a scattering of others whose names Harry quickly memorized. They studied together, shared notes, helped each other with difficult subjects. But more importantly, they talked, about politics, about history, about the war their parents had lived through and the shadow it still cast. My aunt lost her whole family, Susan Bones said one evening, her voice quiet but steady. Both sides. Death Eaters killed her brother. The Ministry killed her cousin during a raid that turned out to be based on false information. She says the war wasn't good versus evil, it was chaos. Everyone losing. That's what my parents say too, Daphne agreed. The Dark Lord was evil, yes. But the response to him wasn't always good. People got caught in the middle. People like us. Harry listened more than he spoke, absorbing their perspectives, understanding the landscape of wizarding society in ways the prisoner's memories couldn't show him. These weren't Death Eaters or resistance fighters, they were ordinary people trying to navigate a world that had nearly torn itself apart. They're afraid, the prisoner observed. Afraid it will happen again. It will happen again. The question is what happens differently this time. He began sharing his own knowledge, carefully, indirectly, framed as things he'd read or heard rather than things he'd ripped from a Dark Lord's mind. Magical theory that most students didn't encounter until Newt level. Political insights that made Daphne's eyes narrow with interest. Combat techniques disguised as defensive exercises. The group grew. Third years joined, then fourth years. Even a few fifth years started attending, drawn by whispers of unusually productive study sessions. You're changing things, Hermione said one night, walking back to Gryffindor Tower with him after a particularly long session. The way people talk about the houses, about each other. It's different. Is that good or bad? I don't know. She looked at him sideways, her expression thoughtful. You're not just studying, are you? You're preparing for something. What makes you say that? The way you watch everyone. The questions you ask. The things you teach. She stopped walking, forcing him to stop too. Harry, what are you planning? He could lie to her. It would be easy, she trusted him, would accept whatever explanation he offered. But looking at her earnest face, her worried eyes, he found he didn't want to. There's something wrong at this school, he said quietly. Something dangerous. I'm trying to understand it. The third-floor corridor. Among other things. And you're not going to tell me what? Not yet. Not until I'm sure. She studied him for a long moment, then nodded, not satisfied, but accepting. When you're ready to tell me, I want to know. All of it. When I'm ready, you'll be the first. She smiled, small and worried and genuine, and they continued walking. You're getting attached, the prisoner warned. That's dangerous. Maybe. Or maybe attachment is what makes the fight worth fighting. The confrontation came in late November. Harry was leaving the library when Malfoy stepped out of the shadows, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. The blond boy's face was twisted with something between anger and fear. Potter. Malfoy. You think you're clever, don't you? Building your little coalition. Making friends with blood traitors and mudbloods. Malfoy's voice was tight. My father knows what you're doing. He's not pleased. I wasn't aware I needed your father's approval. You need everyone's approval, Potter. You're the boy who lived, everyone's watching you. Everything you do sends a message. Malfoy stepped closer, his wand visible in his hand. And the message you're sending right now is dangerous. Harry didn't reach for his own wand. Didn't step back. Just met Malfoy's eyes with calm certainty. Is that a threat? It's a warning. The Dark Lord might be gone, but his followers aren't. The families who supported him haven't forgotten, haven't forgiven. You're making enemies you can't afford. And if I wanted to make friends instead? Malfoy blinked, clearly not expecting that response. What? Your father sent you to warn me. But he didn't tell you to fight me, did he? He's too smart for that. He's testing, seeing how I respond, what kind of person I am. Harry smiled slightly. So let me give you a message to take back. I don't want war. I don't want to destroy anyone. But I will protect myself and my friends, and I will not be intimidated. My father, your father survived the last war by being clever, not by being strong. He knows that open conflict with me is lose-lose. What he doesn't know is whether I can be reasoned with. Harry held Malfoy's gaze. Tell him the answer is yes. But reason goes both ways. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Malfoy nodded, a sharp, jerky motion, and stepped aside. This isn't over, Potter. It doesn't have to be. Harry walked past them without looking back, feeling their eyes on him until he turned the corner. Only then did he allow himself a small smile. That was either very clever or very stupid, the prisoner observed. It was necessary. The political situation won't stabilize until someone reaches across the divide. Might as well be me. And if Lucius Malfoy decides you're too dangerous to negotiate with? Then we'll deal with that when it happens. But I don't think he will. He's a survivor, not a fanatic. He'll take the deal I'm offering if it benefits him. You sound very confident for someone who's 11 years old. I've been at war since I was 2. Age is just a number. December brought snow and cold and the looming shadow of the Christmas holidays. Most students were going home, but Harry had decided to stay. The Dursleys weren't home, and more importantly, he had work to do. The castle would be nearly empty, perfect for deeper investigation. Hermione was staying too, though she wouldn't say why. Ron was going home to the Burrow, but he'd promised to write. The study group would be on hiatus until January, but Daphne had slipped him a note before leaving, keep your eyes open. Something's happening in the pureblood families. Something big. The night before the holidays began, Harry received an unexpected gift. A package arrived at breakfast, delivered by a school owl. Inside was a silvery cloth that flowed through his fingers like water, and a note in spidery handwriting. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry knew the handwriting from documents he'd seen in Dumbledore's office during his midnight explorations. The invisibility cloak. One of the Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore is testing you, the prisoner said urgently. He wants to see what you'll do with it. Whether you can be trusted. Or he's giving me a tool and expecting me to use it wisely. Same thing, in the end. Harry held the cloak up to the light, watching it shimmer and shift. His father had worn this. Had used it for mischief, for courage, for the small rebellions of youth. And now it was his. Use it well, the note said. Harry intended to. The Christmas holidays were quiet and productive. Harry used the cloak and the map together, exploring every corner of the castle, mapping the defenses around the third-floor corridor, watching Quirrell's increasingly frantic movements. The possessed professor was spending hours in the library, researching something. Harry couldn't get close enough to see what without risking detection. But he gathered other intelligence. Conversations overheard in the staff room. Documents glimpsed in unlocked offices. The slow accumulation of knowledge that would serve him in the months to come. He also found the mirror of Eriste. It was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, covered with a dusty sheet. Harry pulled the sheet off and stood before the glass, watching as images formed in its depths. Not his parents. He'd barely known them, they were ideas more than memories. No, the mirror showed him something else. Something more painful. He saw himself, older, standing in a sunlit room. No scar on his forehead. No darkness in his eyes. No prisoner in his head. Just Harry, happy, ordinary Harry, surrounded by people who loved him. The desire hit him like a physical blow. To be free. To be normal. To not carry this weight. Pathetic, the prisoner sneered, but his voice was strange. Almost uncertain. Wanting to be ordinary. You could be great. I don't want to be great. I want to be happy. No one's ever been truly happy. It's an illusion. Maybe. But it's an illusion I could live with. Harry forced himself to step back from the mirror, to look away from the image of everything he couldn't have. The mirror showed desire, not truth. And desire was a weakness if you let it control you. He returned to the mirror every night for a week, not to look, he'd learned that lesson, but to study the magic. It was ancient, powerful, tied to something beyond simple enchantment. And there was something hidden in it, something that resonated with power. The philosopher's stone. He couldn't see it, the mirror only showed him his heart's desire, but he could feel it. Dumbledore had hidden the stone in the mirror itself, protected by the device's unique magic. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it would be able to retrieve it. Clever, the prisoner admitted. The old man always was clever. Too clever. He's expecting someone to come for it. He wants them to. Or he wants you to figure this out. Another test. Harry left the mirror room and didn't return. He had what he needed. Now he just had to wait. The holidays ended. Students returned. The castle filled with noise and life again. And Harry began to prepare for what he knew was coming. He trained harder, pushing his magic to its limits and beyond. He extracted more memories from the prisoner, focusing on combat techniques and defensive wards. He practiced wandless magic in secret, honing skills that most adult wizards couldn't match. He also strengthened his relationships. Hermione helped him research obscure magical protections. Ron provided a connection to the broader wizarding world, insights into how normal families thought and felt. Daphne kept him informed of Slytherin politics, the whispers and rumors that flowed through the pure blood networks. And all the while, he watched Quirrell. The professor was deteriorating. His stammer had gotten worse, his turban had developed an unpleasant smell, and his eyes had taken on a hunted quality. Whatever was inside him was burning through its host. He'll make his move soon, the prisoner predicted. He has to. The vessel won't last much longer. Then we need to be ready. Harry. He looked up from his dinner to find Hermione watching him with worried eyes. You've been distracted all week. What's wrong? Nothing. Just thinking. About what? He glanced around the great hall, at the students eating and laughing, at the professors at their table. At Quirrell, picking at his food with trembling hands. About endings, he said. And beginnings. Hermione followed his gaze to Quirrell, and her eyes narrowed. You know something. About him. I suspect something. There's a difference. Then tell me. Let me help. Harry considered it. Telling Hermione everything would be a risk, but keeping her in the dark might be a greater one. If something happened to him, someone else needed to know the truth. Not here, he said. Tonight. The common room, after everyone's asleep. She nodded, not satisfied but accepting. And that night, in front of the dying fire, Harry told her. Not everything. Not the prisoner, not the Horcrux, not the 9 years of mental warfare. But enough. Quirrell. Voldemort. The stone. The trap Dumbledore had set and the confrontation that was coming. When he finished, Hermione was pale but composed. You've known this all along. Since the beginning of the year. I've suspected. I've been gathering evidence. And you didn't tell anyone. Dumbledore, McGonagall, what would I tell them? That I feel something wrong about a professor. That I've been sneaking around the castle at night gathering intelligence. Harry shook his head. They'd think I was mad. Or worse, they'd start asking questions I can't answer. Can't or won't. Both. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. Whatever you're hiding, whatever you're afraid to tell me, it doesn't matter. I trust you. And when this is over, when we've stopped Quirrell, you can tell me the rest. Or not. Either way, I'm with you. Harry felt something twist in his chest, gratitude and fear and something else he couldn't name. Thank you, he said. That means more than you know. She's dangerous, the prisoner warned. She'll figure you out eventually. Maybe. But maybe that's not the worst thing. Outside the window, snow was falling. The fire crackled. And somewhere in the castle, a monster in human form was preparing to make his move. Harry was ready. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Sorting of Serpents. The Hogwarts Express thundered through the Scottish Highlands, steam billowing white against the grey February sky. Harry sat in the last compartment, watching the landscape blur past, his mind already 3 moves ahead. The Christmas holidays had changed things. Not visibly, to anyone watching, Harry Potter was still the same quiet, capable first year who'd made unexpected friends across house lines. But beneath the surface, the pieces were moving faster now. Quirrell's desperation was reaching a breaking point. Dumbledore's tests were intensifying. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's mind, the prisoner had grown unsettlingly cooperative. You're thinking too loudly, the soul fragment observed. I can hear the gears turning from here. Then stop listening. Impossible. We share a skull, remember? The compartment door slid open, and Hermione entered, her arms full of books as usual. She'd spent the holidays researching. Harry had given her enough information to point her in the right direction without revealing his true sources. I found something, she said without preamble, dropping into the seat across from him. About the defenses around the stone. I'm listening. There are 7 of them. 1 from each of the main professors involved in protecting it, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Snape, Quirrell, and 2 others I couldn't identify. Plus Fluffy, obviously, who belongs to Hagrid. Harry nodded. This matched what he'd pieced together from observation and the prisoner's knowledge of Hogwarts protection schemes. The interesting thing, Hermione continued, lowering her voice, is that they're designed to be passable. Difficult, yes, but not impossible. It's almost like they're meant to be beaten, Harry finished. A gauntlet, not a fortress. Exactly. Which means either Dumbledore is overconfident, or he wants someone to get through. They sat in silence, contemplating the implications. The door slid open again, and Ron tumbled in, his face flushed from running. Sorry I'm late. Mum made me pack 3 times, kept insisting I'd forgotten something. He collapsed into the seat beside Hermione. What did I miss? We were discussing security measures, Harry said. Oh. That sounds boring. Ron pulled out a chocolate frog and bit its head off. Anything more interesting happening? Not yet. But even as he said it, Harry's attention was drawn to movement in the corridor. A group of Slytherin students passed by, Malfoy's crowd, Crabbe and Goyle flanking their leader like trained dogs. But behind them, walking alone, was Daphne Greengrass. She caught Harry's eye through the glass and gave a barely perceptible nod before continuing past. Your neutral faction contact, the prisoner observed. What message is she sending? That something's changed over the holidays. Something I need to know about. Harry excused himself and slipped out of the compartment, following Daphne at a distance until she ducked into an empty carriage near the front of the train. He joined her a moment later, sliding the door shut and casting a quick privacy ward. Greengrass. Potter. She turned to face him, her expression more animated than he'd ever seen it. We need to talk. Quickly, before anyone notices we're missing. I gathered. What happened? The pureblood families had their annual winter gathering. The Malfoys hosted. Daphne's voice was clipped, precise. I wasn't supposed to hear what I heard, but the Greengrass family has always been good at listening. Go on. They're planning something. Not the Death Eaters, or not just the Death Eaters. It's bigger than that. Representatives from families that were never marked, never openly involved in the war. They were talking about contingencies. Contingencies for what? Daphne met his eyes. For the Dark Lord's return. The words hung in the air between them. Harry felt the prisoner's attention sharpen to a knife's edge. They know, the soul fragment breathed. Or they suspect. My followers have always been patient. How certain are you? Harry asked. Certain enough. They didn't use his name, no one ever does, but the implications were clear. Something's happening. Something that's made them believe the old war isn't as over as everyone thinks. Did they mention Hogwarts? The school? Not directly. But there was talk of investments in the next generation. Of positioning. Of making sure certain students were properly guided. Daphne's lip curled. They mean Draco, obviously. But others too. The children of families that stayed neutral are suddenly very interesting to people who didn't care about us before. Harry processed this rapidly. It confirmed what he'd suspected. The pureblood network was aware, at least in general terms, that Voldemort might not be as dead as the Ministry proclaimed. They were hedging their bets, preparing for a future where the Dark Lord returned to power. Thank you for telling me, he said. This is valuable. I'm not telling you out of charity, Potter. The Greengrass family survived the last war by being smarter than everyone else. If there's going to be another war, I need allies who can actually win. She studied him with those ice-blue eyes. Can you win? It was a genuine question, not a challenge. Harry considered his answer carefully. I don't know, he said honestly. But I'm going to try. And I'd rather have you with me than against me. Then we understand each other. She straightened her robes, composing herself. I should get back before Parkinson notices I'm gone. She reports everything to Draco. One more thing. Harry caught her arm as she moved toward the door. The study group. I want to expand it. More students, more houses, more depth. What kind of depth? The kind that goes beyond academics. Defense training. Political education. Preparing people for what's coming, even if they don't know exactly what that is. Daphne's expression flickered, surprise, calculation, something that might have been respect. That's dangerous. If the wrong people find out, then we'll be careful. But doing nothing is more dangerous. The neutral families want to survive. This is how. She nodded slowly. I'll reach out to the others. Quietly. We'll discuss it at the first meeting back. Tuesday. She slipped out of the compartment, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. You're building an army, the prisoner said. Right under Dumbledore's nose. I'm building a support network. There's a difference. Is there? You're recruiting students to your cause, training them, binding them to you with trust and shared purpose. That's what I did, in the beginning. No. You recruited followers. I'm cultivating allies. Followers obey without question. Allies think for themselves and choose to stand with you anyway. A distinction without a difference, in the end. Power is power. Then you never understood power at all. The feast that night was subdued, the great hall still half empty from students who'd stayed home for extended holidays. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, picking at his food while his eyes wandered the room. Quirrell looked worse than ever. The professor's hands shook as he ate, and his turban seemed to have developed a subtle bulge on one side that hadn't been there before. Whatever was inside him was growing desperate. He's running out of time, the prisoner confirmed. The possession is killing Quirrell. If he doesn't get the stone soon, the vessel will collapse and my other self will be forced to find a new host. Or die. Or die. Though I suspect he has contingencies. Harry filed this away. The timeline was accelerating. Whatever confrontation was coming, it would happen soon, weeks, not months. Harry. He looked up to find Hermione watching him with concern. You've barely eaten anything. Are you feeling all right? Just tired from the journey. He forced a smile. I'll be fine. Ron was oblivious, arguing loudly with Seamus about something Quidditch-related. But Hermione's eyes lingered on Harry, and he could see the questions forming behind them. She knew something was wrong. She didn't know what. Soon, he would have to tell her. Not everything, he wasn't sure he could tell anyone everything, but enough. The weight of carrying these secrets alone was becoming harder to bear. Weakness, the prisoner sneered. Humanity, Harry corrected. Something you never understood. Classes resumed the next morning, and with them came new challenges. Potions with Snape was brutal as always. The professor had returned from the holidays in a fouler mood than usual, snapping at students and deducting points with gleeful malice. Harry bore it with equanimity, producing adequate but not exceptional work, keeping his head down. But during one particularly vicious diatribe about Harry's alleged incompetence, something changed. Harry felt the touch against his mental shields, not the usual aggressive probe, but something subtler. Snape was trying to read him without being noticed, sliding past defenses rather than battering against them. Harry let him in. Not all the way, never all the way, but just enough. He let Snape see a carefully curated selection of memories, Harry studying late at night, Harry practicing defensive spells, Harry watching Quirrell with suspicious eyes. Snape's expression flickered. The mental touch withdrew. Acceptable, the professor said finally, his voice strange. Barely. It was the closest thing to a compliment Harry had ever received from him. What was that about? The prisoner demanded. I showed him what I wanted him to see. Enough to make him curious. Enough to make him an unwitting ally. Against Quirrell. Against whatever's coming. Snape hates me, but he hates Voldemort more. If he suspects something wrong with Quirrell, he'll investigate. And if he investigates, he'll be another obstacle in my other self's path. Exactly. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Charms with Flitwick, Transfiguration with McGonagall, History of Magic with Binns. Normal classes, normal lessons, the steady rhythm of Hogwarts life. But beneath the surface, Harry was always watching. Always planning. The study group met that Tuesday as planned. The abandoned classroom on the 4th floor had been transformed over the holidays. Someone, Harry suspected Daphne, had acquired comfortable chairs and study tables. Warming charms kept the winter chill at bay. Silencing wards ensured their conversations remained private. 15 students gathered that night, more than had ever attended before. Harry recognized most of them from previous sessions, but there were new faces too, a third-year Ravenclaw named Anthony Goldstein, a second-year Hufflepuff named Ernie Macmillan, and, surprisingly, a fourth-year Slytherin named Marcus Flint, who was rumored to have Death Eater connections. Before we begin, Harry said, standing before the group, I want to address something directly. Over the holidays, some of you may have heard rumors about the political situation, about things that might be changing. The room went quiet. Students exchanged glances. I'm not going to pretend I know everything that's happening. But I know enough to be concerned. And I think, he paused, choosing his words carefully. I think we need to be prepared. Not just academically, but practically. Prepared for what? Anthony Goldstein asked. For whatever comes next. Susan Bones spoke up, her voice steady despite the tension in her shoulders. My aunt works in the ministry. She's been worried lately, won't tell me why, but I can see it. Something's happening that the adults don't want us to know about. That's exactly my point. Harry looked around the room, meeting eyes one by one. The adults are keeping secrets. Protecting us, they'd say. But protection without preparation just makes us victims. So what do you propose? Daphne asked, playing her role perfectly. I propose we expand what we're doing here. Not just studying for exams, studying for survival. Defense practice. Political education. Learning to think strategically, to understand the forces shaping our world. Harry smiled slightly. I'm not asking anyone to fight. I'm asking people to be ready. Silence stretched. Then Marcus Flint, of all people, laughed. You've got stones, Potter, I'll give you that. A first year, talking about politics and strategy like you actually know something. He leaned forward, his eyes sharp despite his brutish reputation. But here's the thing, you might be right. My father talks about the old days like they might come back. And if they do, I'd rather be on the winning side than dead. So you're in. I'm listening. That's not the same thing. Fair enough. Harry turned to the others. Anyone who wants to leave can leave now. No judgment, no consequences. This isn't a club, it's a commitment. No one moved. Good. Then let's begin. The session that followed was different from previous meetings. Harry taught basic defensive spells, Protego, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, demonstrating technique that should have been beyond a first year's capability. He explained the theory behind the magic, the way intent shaped outcome, the importance of speed and precision over raw power. You're showing too much, the prisoner warned. They'll wonder where you learned this. Let them wonder. Right now, they need confidence more than they need explanations. By the end of the session, even Marcus Flint looked impressed. Where did you learn all this? Hermione asked quietly as the others filed out. Books. Practice. Instinct. Harry shrugged. Some people are born with talent for magic. I was born with talent for survival. That's not really an answer. I know. She studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she nodded. When you're ready to give me a real answer, I'll be here. She left. Harry stayed behind, staring at the empty classroom, feeling the weight of everything he was building and everything he was hiding. She's getting closer, the prisoner observed. To the truth. To you. I know. What will you do when she figures it out? Harry didn't have an answer. February became March, and the castle began to thaw. Quidditch season resumed, and with it came the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff match that would determine who faced Slytherin in the finals. Harry had declined a spot on the team, too visible, too much time commitment, but he attended the match with Ron and Hermione, watching the players wheel and dive against the gray spring sky. Oliver Wood's really improved since last year, Ron observed, his eyes tracking the Gryffindor keeper. If we beat Hufflepuff today, we've got a real shot at the cup. Assuming nothing goes wrong, Hermione said darkly. She was right to be worried. Harry had been monitoring Quirrell's movements, and the professor had been unusually active lately, nighttime excursions to the third-floor corridor, urgent conversations with mysterious figures, increasingly erratic behavior in class. Something was building. Harry could feel it. The match ended with Gryffindor victorious, 320 to 180. The common room celebration lasted well into the night, but Harry slipped away early, making his way to the Ollery with a letter in his pocket. The letter was addressed to Sirius Black. It had taken weeks to compose, weeks more to decide whether to send it. Everything Harry knew about Sirius came from second-hand sources: the prisoner's fragmentary memories, Hagrid's accidental revelations, careful research in the Hogwarts library. None of it painted a clear picture. Sirius Black had been James Potter's best friend. He'd been named Harry's godfather. And supposedly, he betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort and murdered 13 Muggles when confronted. But something about the story didn't add up. "Why are you doing this?" the prisoner demanded. "Black is a murderer. A traitor. Maybe. Or maybe he was framed. Either way, I need to know the truth. The truth won't change anything. Your parents are still dead. I'm still in your head. Knowing why won't bring them back. No. But it might help me understand who I can trust. And right now, I need every advantage I can get." The letter was simple, untraceable, sent through a series of redirects that would prevent anyone from tracking it back to Harry. It asked only one question: what really happened that night? Harry attached the letter to a school owl, not Hedwig, who was too distinctive, and watched it disappear into the night sky. Probably nothing would come of it. Azkaban was supposed to be inescapable, the prisoners too mad to communicate coherently. But Harry had learned never to assume anything was impossible. He returned to the common room just as the celebration was winding down. Ron had passed out on a couch, chocolate frog wrappers scattered around him. Hermione was reading by the fire, her brow furrowed with concentration. "What are you studying?" "Nothing." She closed the book quickly, too quickly. "Just some extra reading." Harry caught a glimpse of the title, Obscure Forms of Mental Magic. "She's researching occlumency," the prisoner observed with something like amusement. "She suspects. Let her suspect. It's better than knowing." "Hermione." Harry sat down across from her. "Whatever you're looking for, you won't find it in books." "What do you mean?" "I mean some things can't be learned from reading. Some things have to be experienced." He met her eyes. "When the time comes, I'll explain. But not yet. Not until I'm sure you'll understand." "Understand what?" "That I'm not what anyone thinks I am." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "I can wait." "But Harry," she reached out and touched his hand. "Whatever you're hiding, it's eating at you. I can see it. Just promise me you're not alone in this. Whatever this is." "I promise." It wasn't entirely true. But it was close enough. The next study group meeting brought unexpected developments. More students had asked to join, word had spread about the practical defense training, and suddenly everyone wanted to learn. Harry had to turn people away, explaining that the group was at capacity, that maybe next year they could expand. The truth was more complicated. More members meant more risk, more chances for someone to talk, to ask questions, to notice things they shouldn't. Harry needed to consolidate his current circle before expanding further. But one new member did join, Neville Longbottom. The round-faced boy had approached Harry after herbology, his expression nervous but determined. "I want to learn," Neville said. "To fight. To protect myself and other people." "Why now?" Neville's jaw tightened. "Because my parents couldn't. They were Aurors, the best. And it wasn't enough. I don't want to be helpless like they were." Harry studied him carefully. The prisoner's memories contained information about Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured to insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange, confined to St. Mungo's for the past decade. Their son had been raised by an overbearing grandmother, constantly compared to parents he could never truly know. And according to the prophecy Harry had extracted from the prisoner's memories, Neville could have been the chosen one. If Voldemort had interpreted the signs differently, it would be Neville with a scar and a soul fragment, Neville bearing this impossible burden. "You're welcome to join," Harry said. Tuesday evenings, 4th floor, abandoned classroom at the end of the corridor. "Come ready to work." Neville's face lit up. "Thank you, Harry. You won't regret it." "Another stray," the prisoner commented. "You're building a collection. I'm building an alliance. Neville has potential, more than anyone realizes, including himself. With proper training." "With proper training, what?" "He'll be your soldier. Your weapon. He'll be ready. When the time comes, he'll be ready." That night, Harry dreamed of Albania. It was happening more frequently now, visions of a dark forest, ancient and malevolent, where something had awakened long ago. The dreams weren't memories, exactly, but they felt like memories. As if something was trying to show him, to warn him. In the dream, Harry walked through twisted trees, their branches reaching like claws against a starless sky. The air was thick with the smell of decay and old magic, and somewhere ahead, something was watching. "You feel it," the prisoner whispered, and for once his voice wasn't mocking. "The thing I found. The thing that found me." "What is it?" "Old. Older than Hogwarts, older than wands. It doesn't have a name, not anymore. But it has hunger." Harry moved deeper into the forest, drawn by something he couldn't name. The trees grew denser, the darkness more complete. And then, eyes. Dozens of eyes, opening in the shadows. Too many eyes, glowing with a cold light that had nothing to do with souls or magic or anything Harry understood. "It saw me," the prisoner said. "When I fled to Albania after my fall. I thought I was hiding. But it was the forest that found me, not the other way around. It tasted my soul. It wants more." "More what?" "More pieces. More fragments. That's why I created the Horcruxes, to escape death. But I inadvertently created something else. A beacon. A trail that something ancient can follow." Harry woke with a gasp, his scar burning, his sheets soaked with sweat. The thing in Albania. Another enemy, another threat, something that made even the prisoner afraid. As if Voldemort and Quirrell and Dumbledore's tests weren't enough. "Is it coming?" Harry asked, staring at the ceiling of his dormitory. "The thing in the forest?" "Not yet. It moves slowly, patiently. But it's aware now. Aware of you. Aware of me. Why? Because you're carrying two pieces of my soul. The fragment in your head and the wraith possessing Quirrell, both connected to you, both within your reach. It makes you interesting. Wonderful. Another thing trying to kill me. Or consume you. The distinction may not matter in the end." Harry lay in the darkness, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on him. Voldemort. The stone. The ancient horror in Albania. The growing suspicion of his friends. The tests from Dumbledore that never seemed to end. He was 11 years old. He felt ancient. "Get some rest," the prisoner said, and his voice was almost gentle. "Tomorrow will bring new challenges. You'll need your strength." "Since when do you care about my strength?" "Since I realized that your survival is my survival. We're bound together, little jailer. For better or worse." Harry closed his eyes and, eventually, slept. March brought rain and mud and a letter from Gringotts. The goblin correspondence was formal and businesslike. The Potter vaults required attention, certain investments needed approval, and would Mr. Potter please visit at his earliest convenience. Harry had expected something like this. The Potters had been wealthy, not Malfoy wealthy, but comfortable, and an 11-year-old heir appearing after a decade of absence would naturally attract attention. He responded requesting a meeting during the Easter holidays, citing school commitments. The goblins agreed, and Harry filed the matter away for future consideration. But the letter set him thinking about resources. About what he had and what he might need. The Potter vault contained gold, enough for 7 years of Hogwarts and then some. But gold was only one kind of power. Information was another. Alliances were another. And the ability to project force, to protect himself and others, was perhaps the most important of all. He was building a coalition, yes. But coalitions needed resources. Training facilities. Safe houses. Weapons, magical and otherwise. The infrastructure of resistance. "You're thinking like a general," the prisoner observed. "Planning for war. Someone has to. You're 11. And you were 16 when you made your first Horcrux. Age doesn't determine capability." Fair point. Though I was a prodigy. So am I. The prisoner had no response to that. The Easter holidays came faster than expected. Most students went home, including Ron, whose mother had insisted. But Hermione stayed again, research, she said vaguely, and Neville stayed too, looking uncomfortable about his grandmother's expectations. Harry used the time productively. He spent hours in the library, researching topics that wouldn't appear in any standard curriculum: ward breaking, memory magic, the theory of soul anchoring. The prisoner provided context and correction, grudgingly sharing knowledge that Voldemort had spent decades accumulating. "You're learning faster than I did," the soul fragment admitted one night. "It took me years to understand what you're grasping in weeks. I have a teacher. You had to figure everything out alone." "Is that what I am now? A teacher?" "Among other things." "And when you've learned everything I know?" Harry paused in his reading, considering the question. "Then we'll see what happens next." That's not an answer. No. But it's honest. The meeting at Gringotts was scheduled for the 3rd day of the holidays. Harry took the night bus to London. He'd mastered the summoning charm months ago, and made his way to Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. The Wizarding Street was quiet in the early spring, most shops operating with skeleton staffs. Gringotts was as imposing as ever, its white marble facade gleaming in the weak sunlight. Harry entered through the bronze doors and approached the nearest teller. "Harry Potter to see account manager Ragnarok. I have an appointment." The goblin's eyes widened slightly at the name, but his expression remained professionally neutral. "One moment, Mr. Potter." A few minutes later, Harry was escorted into a private office deep within the bank. The goblin waiting for him was old even by goblin standards, his skin weathered like ancient parchment, his eyes sharp as cut glass. "Mr. Potter. Please, sit." Harry sat, studying the office. It was plain but expensive, the simplicity of someone who didn't need to prove anything. "I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me," Harry began. "Time is money, Mr. Potter. Let's not waste either." Ragnarok slid a folder across the desk. "This is the current state of your holdings. As you'll see, the Potter fortune is substantial but not unlimited. Your parents' war contributions depleted approximately 30% of the liquid assets." Harry opened the folder, scanning the numbers. It was more wealth than he'd expected: multiple vaults, investments in wizarding businesses, shares in several important enterprises. "What about non-monetary assets?" he asked. "Property, artifacts, that sort of thing?" Ragnarok's eyes glinted with something that might have been approval. "Astute question. The Potters hold the deed to several properties, including a cottage in Godric's Hollow, currently uninhabitable, and a townhouse in London that has been maintained in your absence. There is also a family vault containing items of historical significance." "What kind of items?" "That, Mr. Potter, is something you'll need to see for yourself." The cart ride to the family vault was deeper than Harry's trust vault, passing through layers of security that made his skin prickle with ancient magic. When they finally stopped, it was before a door carved with runes that pulsed with protective energy. "Blood key," Ragnarok said, producing a small knife. The vault recognizes Potter blood only. Harry pricked his finger without hesitation, letting a drop of blood fall onto the door. The runes flared, the door swung open, and Harry stepped inside. The vault was vast, far larger than it should have been, clearly expanded by magic. Shelves lined the walls, holding books, artifacts, weapons, and objects Harry couldn't identify. Gold glittered in piles, but it was the other contents that drew his attention. A pensieve, silver and ancient, resting on a pedestal of black marble. A collection of wands, each one radiating distinct magical signatures. Books, hundreds of books, many of them clearly prohibited by ministry decree. And in the center of the vault, on a stand of its own, a cloak that Harry recognized immediately. The invisibility cloak, the prisoner breathed. But that's impossible. You already have it. The one Dumbledore sent me. Look closer. Harry approached the cloak, studying it carefully. It was similar to the one in his trunk, similar, but not identical. The fabric was slightly different, the shimmer less pronounced. A replica, he realized. A very good replica. Dumbledore has the real one. He sent you a copy. Harry filed this information away, his mind racing. Dumbledore had the true invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. He'd kept it hidden, sent Harry a substitute that was good enough to pass casual inspection but lacked the original's power. Why? What was the old man planning? Mr. Potter? Ragnarok's voice came from the doorway. Is everything satisfactory? Yes. Thank you. Harry turned away from the cloak, his expression carefully neutral. I'd like to arrange access to this vault during school holidays. And I'd like to set up a separate account for discretionary expenses. Of course. The goblins of Gringotts are always pleased to assist the scion of an ancient house. Business concluded, Harry left the bank with his mind full of new questions and his pockets full of resources he'd need for the battles to come. That night, back at Hogwarts, Harry told Hermione about the vault. Not everything, not the cloak revelation, not his suspicions about Dumbledore, but enough. The existence of the family resources, the books and artifacts, the potential they represented. Why are you telling me this? She asked, her voice careful. Because I trust you. And because I might need help sorting through everything in there. Some of those books are in languages I don't know, and some of the artifacts are probably dangerous without proper research. You want me to help you catalog your family's magical inheritance. I want you to help me understand what I have. What I can use. Harry met her eyes. The world is more complicated than it looks, Hermione. The war everyone thinks is over, it isn't. Not really. And when it starts again, I want to be ready. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded. I'll help. But Harry, she reached out and took his hand. You have to promise me something. What? When things get dangerous, really dangerous, you won't try to handle it alone. You'll let me help. Let Ron help. Let the people who care about you stand with you. Harry looked at their joined hands, feeling something warm and unfamiliar in his chest. I promise, he said. And this time, he meant it. The Easter holidays ended, and the final term began. Harry could feel the confrontation approaching like a storm on the horizon. Quirrell's movements grew more frantic, his teaching more distracted. Snape's surveillance intensified. Dumbledore's twinkling gaze found Harry more and more often, weighing and measuring. The study group continued to meet, their training growing more intense. Harry pushed them harder, faster, preparing them for threats they couldn't yet name. Some students thrived under the pressure, others struggled. But all of them improved. You're different, Neville said one night after practice, as Harry helped him with his shield charm. Different from when the year started. How so? I don't know exactly. It's like, you're more focused. More certain. Neville shook his head. Is that strange? Maybe. Harry considered his answer. I think I've just stopped pretending. Stopped trying to be what everyone expects and started being what I need to be. And what's that? Harry looked at Neville, at the boy who could have been him, who carried his own scars and secrets and potential, and smiled. Ready. The final piece fell into place on a night in late April. Harry was patrolling the corridors with his cloak and map, as he did several nights a week. He'd learned to read the castle's rhythms, to know when something was wrong by the pattern of movement and stillness. Tonight, something was very wrong. Quirrell's dot was moving toward the third-floor corridor. But so was another dot, one labeled Severus Snape. And ahead of both of them, near the entrance to the forbidden corridor, a third dot waited. Albus Dumbledore. It was happening. Whatever test Dumbledore had arranged, whatever confrontation he'd been building toward, it was happening now. Harry ran. He reached the third-floor corridor just as Quirrell arrived, his turban askew and his eyes wild. Snape was moments behind, his wand drawn. And there, blocking the door that led to Fluffy's chamber, stood Dumbledore. "Good evening, Professor Quirrell," the headmaster said, his voice calm as still water. "Going somewhere?" Headmaster," Quirrell stammered. "I was just checking the defenses, I'm sure you were." Dumbledore's eyes moved past Quirrell, past Snape, and found Harry in the shadows. "All of you, I suspect, were checking the defenses." The silence stretched. Then Quirrell's face contorted, his voice dropping an octave as something else spoke through him. "You knew. All along, you knew." "I suspected." Dumbledore didn't move, but the air around him seemed to crackle with restrained power. "The possession was clumsy, Tom. Not your best work." "Tom." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Dumbledore knew. He'd known all along. "The stone is useless to you," Dumbledore continued. "Even if you could retrieve it, the ritual requires a willing vessel. And Quirinus is far too close to death to serve. There are other ways." Quirrell's face twisted into a smile that didn't belong to him. "Other vessels. The boy, for instance." Harry felt the weight of both their gazes turn toward him. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp with concern, Quirrell's, Voldemort's, burned with hungry interest. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. "Go back to your dormitory." "No." The word surprised everyone, including Harry himself. But now that it was spoken, he found he meant it. "This concerns me. Whatever's about to happen, it started with me, that night. I deserve to be here." "Harry, he's right, Dumbledore." Voldemort's voice was silk over steel. "The boy has a role to play. He always has. You know this better than anyone. And you know," Dumbledore said, his voice hardening, "that you cannot have him." "Can't I?" Quirrell moved, faster than a half-dead vessel should have been able to move, and fire erupted from his wand. Dumbledore's shield manifested without a visible spell, absorbing the attack. Snape lunged forward, his own magic joining the headmaster's. And Harry reached into his mind and found the prisoner waiting. "Do it," the soul fragment urged. "Show them what you are. End this." "Not yet. Not until I have to." But he drew his wand anyway, moving to flank Quirrell, ready to act if the opportunity presented itself. The battle was brief and brutal. Dumbledore and Snape working together were simply too powerful, Voldemort's weakened state and dying vessel couldn't compete. Within minutes, Quirrell was on his knees, his wand shattered, his body beginning to smoke as the possession burned through the last of his life force. "It's over, Tom," Dumbledore said. "Over?" The smile on Quirrell's face was ghastly. "It's never over. I have contingencies." His eyes found Harry. Something passed between them, recognition, hatred, and something else. Something almost like respect. "The boy knows. Ask him about the prison." Quirrell collapsed. The smoke rising from his body coalesced into a dark shape, a wraith, formless and shrieking, that swept toward Harry before anyone could react. Harry felt it hit his shields and bounce off. The wraith screamed in frustration, tried again, and again failed. The prisoner in Harry's head was laughing, a terrible, triumphant sound. "You can't get in," Harry thought fiercely. "There's no room." The wraith fled. Through the walls, through the castle, out into the night. Defeated but not destroyed. Gone but not forgotten. Silence fell. Dumbledore turned to Harry, his expression unreadable. "It seems, Mr. Potter, that we have much to discuss." Harry met the old wizard's eyes without flinching. "Yes, Headmaster. I believe we do." The conversation in Dumbledore's office lasted until dawn. Harry told him some of the truth. Not all of it, never all of it, but enough. The prisoner's existence. The years of mental warfare. The knowledge he'd extracted, the preparations he'd made, the certainty that Voldemort would return. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his expression growing more grave with each revelation. "You've been carrying this alone," he said finally. "Since you were 2 years old." "I didn't have a choice." "No. I suppose you didn't." Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his 100+ years. "I had suspected something was different about you, Harry. The occlumency barriers, the unusual knowledge, the way you watched the world with eyes too old for your face. But this. You don't believe me." "On the contrary. I believe every word." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "What I don't understand is how you've survived. How you've kept the soul fragment contained. By all rights, it should have consumed you years ago. It tried." Harry's voice was flat. "Every day, every night, it tries. But I built something stronger. A prison it can't break." "Show me." It was a request, not a command. Harry considered refusing. His mental landscape was the one place that was truly his, truly private. But Dumbledore had information he needed. And trust had to start somewhere. He lowered his shields just enough, let Dumbledore's gentle legilimency touch the outer edges of his mind. The headmaster saw the fortress, the walls, the imprisoned soul. And in his eyes, Harry saw something unexpected. Awe. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore whispered. "Mr. Potter, you have accomplished something that the greatest Occlumens in history would have thought impossible. To not only contain a Horcrux but to imprison it, to extract its knowledge, to turn the Dark Lord's own weapon against him." "It was survive or die," Harry said. "I chose survival." "Indeed you did." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "And now, Harry, we must decide what to do with this information. The Dark Lord has been driven off, but not destroyed. He will return, in some form, and when he does, I'll be ready. Will you? You're 11 years old, carrying a burden that would break most adults. You have allies, yes, but they don't know the full truth. And the enemy you face is ancient, powerful, and utterly ruthless." "I know." Harry stood, feeling the exhaustion of the long night settling into his bones. "But I also know something else. I know him. Better than anyone alive, maybe better than he knows himself. And that knowledge is a weapon." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Very well, Harry. I will not pretend to approve of everything you've done, the secrets, the manipulations, the burdens you've placed on yourself. But I recognize necessity when I see it. We are, it seems, fighting the same war. Does that make us allies? It makes us partners, after a fashion. Two generals on the same side, each with our own resources and strategies." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly. "I suspect we will not always agree on tactics. But I believe we share a common goal. Voldemort's destruction. More than that." Dumbledore's voice softened. "The protection of those who cannot protect themselves. The preservation of what is good in this world. The hope that one day, children like you won't have to fight wars before they're old enough to understand what war means. Harry felt something shift in his chest, a weight he hadn't known he was carrying, easing just slightly. Then we're partners, he said. For now. For now, Dumbledore agreed. Now, I believe you have classes to attend and friends to reassure. The official story will be that Professor Quirrell suffered a magical illness and has been transferred to St. Mungo's. Only we three, you, Severus, and myself, will know the truth. And my friends? That decision is yours to make. But Harry, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Be careful who you trust. Not everyone who claims to be an ally truly is. And not every enemy is obvious. I know. Harry moved toward the door, then paused. Headmaster. The prophecy. The one that linked me to Voldemort. Do you know it? I do. Will you tell me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. One day, he said finally. When you're ready. When we both are. It wasn't the answer Harry wanted. But it was enough. For now. He left the headmaster's office as the sun rose over Hogwarts, painting the ancient stones with gold and pink. The castle was waking up around him, students heading to breakfast, professors preparing for classes, house elves bustling through hidden passages. Normal life, continuing despite everything. That was risky, the prisoner observed. Telling the old man about me. He would have found out eventually. Better to control the revelation than let it surprise us. And now he has leverage over you. He knows your secret. He knows part of my secret. There's a difference. Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower, his mind already planning the next steps. The year was ending, but the war was just beginning. He had allies to cultivate, knowledge to acquire, power to build. And somewhere out there, a wraith was fleeing into the darkness, defeated but not destroyed, planning its own next moves. The first battle was over. The war was just beginning. The last weeks of term passed in a blur of exams and farewells. Harry performed well on his tests, well enough to avoid suspicion, not so well as to attract unwanted attention. Hermione topped the class in almost everything, her determination undimmed by the mysteries still swirling around her best friend. Ron managed respectable marks through a combination of cramming and good luck. The study group met one final time before the summer. This isn't ending, Harry told them, standing in the candlelit classroom. We'll continue next year. Stronger, more prepared. What we've built here, this alliance, this trust, it matters. It will matter more in the years to come. What about over the summer? Susan Bones asked. How do we stay in contact? Carefully. Harry smiled slightly. I'll be in touch. And when we return in September, we'll pick up where we left off. Nods around the room. These students, his students, in a way, had grown over the year. They were still young, still learning, but they were no longer naive. They knew something was coming, even if they didn't know exactly what. That would have to be enough. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching the Scottish landscape give way to English countryside. They talked about summer plans, about next year's classes, about everything except the things that mattered most. But just before they reached King's Cross, Hermione pulled Harry aside. I've been researching, she said quietly. All year. The things you know, the way you think, it's not normal, Harry. Not for anyone, let alone an 11-year-old. I know. And I think I've figured out part of it. Not all of it, but part. She met his eyes. Your scar. It's not just a scar, is it? There's something inside you. Something connected to Voldemort. Harry felt his breath catch. She was closer than he'd expected. Closer than anyone had ever gotten. Hermione, I'm not asking you to explain. Not now. She took his hand, her grip warm and fierce. But I want you to know that whatever it is, whatever you're carrying, it doesn't change who you are. You're still Harry. You're still my friend. And when you're ready to tell me everything, I'll be here. He looked at her, at this brilliant, brave, impossible girl who'd somehow seen through years of deception to the truth beneath, and felt something crack inside him. Thank you, he whispered. That means more than you know. The train pulled into the station. The platform was crowded with families, with laughter and tears and embraces. Harry gathered his things and stepped off, looking for the Dursleys' sour faces. But before he found them, a hand touched his shoulder. Harry Potter. He turned. A woman stood there, middle-aged, nondescript, dressed in Muggle clothes that didn't quite fit right. Who's asking? A friend. She pressed something into his hand, a folded piece of paper. From someone who's been waiting a long time to contact you. Read it when you're alone. She melted into the crowd before Harry could respond. He looked down at the paper in his hand, at the writing visible through the folds. His heart stopped. To Harry James Potter, from your godfather, Sirius Black. The letter had found its way back. And with it, the promise of answers Harry had been seeking all year. Harry? Ron's voice, calling from somewhere behind him. You coming? Harry pocketed the letter, forced his expression into neutrality, and turned toward the future. Yeah. I'm coming. The first year was over. But the story was far from finished. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, First strikes the summer heat pressed against the windows of number 4, Privet Drive like a living thing, thick and relentless. Harry lay on his bed in Dudley's second bedroom, finally his after 11 years, staring at the ceiling and running calculations in his head. 3 weeks since term ended. 3 weeks of silence from the wizarding world, broken only by brief notes from Ron and Hermione and the occasional intelligence report from Daphne's network. 3 weeks of pretending to be a normal boy while his mind churned with plans and preparations. And 3 weeks since the letter from Sirius Black had turned everything he thought he knew upside down. You're brooding again, the prisoner observed. It's becoming tedious. I'm processing. There's a difference. Harry reached under his mattress and pulled out the letter, read so many times now that the creases were wearing thin. The handwriting was shaky, the words sometimes rambling, but the core message was clear. I didn't betray your parents. I wasn't their secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was, and Peter is the one who sold them to Voldemort. I've been in Azkaban for 10 years for a crime I didn't commit, and no one will listen because no one knows the truth. Except you, now. And I'm trusting you with this because you're James and Lily's son, and because the woman who delivered this letter tells me you're not what anyone expects. Find Peter. He's hiding somewhere, probably in animal form. He was an unregistered animagus, a rat. Find him, and you find the proof. Find the proof, and maybe, just maybe, I can finally be free. Your godfather, Sirius the prisoner, had been skeptical at first. Pettigrew was weak, pathetic. The idea that he could have orchestrated such a betrayal is exactly why it would work, Harry had countered. No one suspects the weak. That's what makes them dangerous. He'd spent the week since then researching, planning, reaching out through careful channels. The woman who delivered the letter, a former Auror named Hestia Jones, according to Daphne's sources, had been frustratingly difficult to contact again. But other avenues were opening. A knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. Boy. Dinner. Aunt Petunia's voice was sharp as always, but there was something different in it now. Fear, maybe. After what had happened at the end of term, Harry returning with an air of barely contained power and a letter from Dumbledore warning the Dursleys to treat him appropriately, the family had been walking on eggshells. Harry pocketed the letter and headed downstairs. Dinner was a silent affair. Vernon glowered at his plate, eating mechanically. Petunia picked at her food, her eyes darting to Harry every few seconds. Dudley had retreated into sullen adolescence, speaking only to demand more potatoes. Harry ate without tasting, his mind elsewhere. "You could make this easier on yourself," the prisoner suggested. "A few demonstrations of power, and they'd never bother you again. Power isn't the issue. Control is. I need them afraid enough to leave me alone, not so afraid they do something stupid. A delicate balance. Everything is, when you're 11 and fighting a war no one else can see." After dinner, Harry retreated to his room and pulled out the Marauder's map. He'd been studying it obsessively since discovering its true nature, not just a surveillance tool, but a masterwork of enchantment that revealed things its creators might not have intended. Including the names of those creators. Moony. Wormtail. Padfoot. Prongs. Sirius's letter had confirmed what Harry suspected, these were nicknames for his father and his friends. Prongs was James Potter. Padfoot was Sirius Black. And Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew, the prisoner supplied. The rat. Harry traced his finger across the map's surface, thinking. If Pettigrew was alive, hiding in animal form, he could be anywhere. But if Harry's theory was correct, if Pettigrew was as weak and cowardly as Sirius described, he'd seek protection. Safety. A wizarding family who'd never suspect what he was. A family with connections to the old crowd. A family with a son Harry's age. A family with a pet rat. The Weasleys, Harry realized. Circumstantial, the prisoner warned. You're making assumptions. I'm making deductions. Ron's rat, Scabbers, has been in the family for years. Longer than a normal rat should live. And Ron mentioned once that Scabbers used to belong to his brother Percy, who would have been at Hogwarts when Pettigrew supposedly died. Still circumstantial. Then I'll need proof. Harry pulled out parchment and quill, composing a careful letter to Ron. Nothing suspicious, just friendly correspondence about summer plans, with a casual question about how Scabbers was doing. The kind of thing a normal friend would write. He sent it with Hedwig as the sun set, watching her disappear into the orange sky. You're playing a dangerous game, the prisoner observed. If Pettigrew is what you suspect, and if he realizes you're hunting him, then he'll run. And running rats leave trails. The reply came 3 days later. Ron's letter was cheerful and rambling, complaints about his brothers, excitement about possibly visiting Egypt if his father won a ministry prize, casual mention that Scabbers had been acting weird lately, hiding more than usual. Harry read between the lines and felt his suspicions harden into certainty. He knows something's wrong, Harry thought. Or he suspects. Either way, he's getting nervous. Which means you need to act before he bolts. The question was how. Harry couldn't exactly show up at the burrow and accuse the family pet of being a mass murderer. He needed proof, definitive, undeniable proof, and he needed it before Pettigrew realized the net was closing. He reached out to his network. Daphne's response came within a day. There are spells that can force an animagus to reveal their true form. Complex, requiring ministry approval for legal use. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has access to them, as do certain private investigators. Susan Bones provided another angle. My aunt handles criminal cases sometimes. She's mentioned that unregistered animagi can be detected by certain wards, the kind that some of the old families have on their properties. And from an unexpected source, Neville Longbottom, came the most useful information of all. Gran has a contact in the Wizengamot. Someone who owes our family favors. If you need something investigated quietly, she might be able to help. Harry sat back, processing the options. He couldn't go through official channels, not without revealing how he knew what he knew. But an unofficial investigation, carried out by people with the right resources and the right motivations. You're going to need to tell someone the truth, the prisoner said. At least part of it. I know. Harry composed another letter, this one to Augusta Longbottom, Neville's formidable grandmother. He'd never met her, but Neville's descriptions painted a picture of a woman who valued strength, directness, and above all, justice. Dear Madame Longbottom, forgive the presumption of writing to you directly, but I've become aware of information that may be relevant to a grave miscarriage of justice. I believe I know the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew, alive, not dead, and I believe his testimony could exonerate an innocent man currently imprisoned in Azkaban. I cannot explain how I came by this information without risking its credibility. But I can promise you that it is accurate, and that the implications are significant not just for the individual in question, but for our understanding of the events surrounding the end of the last war. If you are willing to hear more, I am prepared to meet with you at your convenience. I ask only for discretion. There are those who would prefer this matter remain buried. Respectfully, Harry Potter. He read the letter twice, changed a few words, then sealed it before he could second-guess himself further. Bold, the prisoner commented. Contacting one of the most powerful witches in Britain with accusations against a dead man. Not accusations. Information. And Augusta Longbottom has every reason to want the truth about the war. Her son and daughter-in-law are still in St. Mungo's because of what happened. You think she'll help you? I think she'll at least listen. And listening is all I need. The response came faster than expected. Augusta Longbottom's reply was brief and characteristically direct. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., Longbottom Manor. Come alone. Tell no one. Harry made his excuses to the Dursleys, not that they cared where he went, as long as he was gone, and caught the night bus to the address she'd provided. The manor was old and imposing, all grey stone and mullioned windows, surrounded by gardens that had clearly been magnificent once and were still impressive now. A house elf admitted him, leading him through corridors lined with portraits of stern-faced Longbottoms. At the end of a long gallery, a door opened into a study where Augusta Longbottom waited. She was exactly as Neville had described, tall, thin, sharp-featured, with a vulture-topped hat that somehow managed to look dignified rather than absurd. Her eyes were the same watery blue as her grandson's, but there was nothing uncertain in her gaze. Mr. Potter. Sit. Harry sat. You've made extraordinary claims in your letter. I hope for your sake you can support them. I can, Madame Longbottom. But first, I need to ask, how much do you know about what really happened the night my parents died? Augusta's eyes narrowed. I know what everyone knows. The Potters were betrayed by Sirius Black. The Dark Lord was destroyed, somehow, when he tried to kill you. Black was captured, tried, and sent to Azkaban. And if I told you that Black was never actually tried? That he was sent to Azkaban without a formal hearing, on the assumption of guilt? The old witch went very still. That would be irregular. It would be illegal. And it would explain why certain facts never came to light. Harry leaned forward. Sirius Black wasn't my parents' secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was. And Pettigrew is still alive. The silence stretched. Augusta's expression didn't change, but Harry could see the calculations happening behind her eyes. That's a serious accusation, Mr. Potter. Pettigrew was awarded an Order of Merlin. His mother received compensation from the ministry. If you're wrong, I'm not wrong. Harry's voice was flat, certain. I have evidence. Not enough to prove it in court, not yet, but enough to warrant investigation. And I believe you have the resources to conduct that investigation quietly. Why come to me? Why not the Aurors, or Dumbledore? Because the Aurors have already decided Black is guilty, and reopening the case would embarrass the ministry. Because Dumbledore has his own agenda, and I'm not sure my priorities align with his. Harry met her eyes steadily. And because you, Madame Longbottom, have something the others don't. You have a personal stake in the truth. Augusta's face tightened. You're referring to my son and daughter-in-law. I'm referring to the fact that the war never really ended for your family. The Lestranges are still in Azkaban. The other Death Eaters who tortured Frank and Alice are dead or imprisoned. But the network that supported them, the system that allowed it to happen, that's still intact. And if there's been one miscarriage of justice, there may be others. The old witch was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. You're more than you appear, Mr. Potter. I suspected as much when Neville first mentioned you. He speaks of you as if you were already a leader, not a child. Now I see why. I'm what I need to be. Nothing more. Perhaps. Augusta rose, moving to a cabinet against the wall. I have contacts in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Trustworthy people who remember the old days and aren't afraid to ask uncomfortable questions. I can have them begin a discreet investigation. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. If this goes wrong, it could destroy us both. An investigation that turns up nothing would make us look like fools, or worse, like we're trying to rehabilitate a mass murderer for political reasons. Then we'll make sure it doesn't turn up nothing. Harry stood. The rat is at the burrow. With the Weasley family. It's been there for years, disguised as a pet. Augusta's eyebrows rose. Arthur Weasley's family? That's inconvenient. I know. But it's also an opportunity. The Weasleys are Order members, close to Dumbledore. If we can prove Pettigrew has been hiding among them all this time, it demonstrates that no one is beyond suspicion. And it gives us leverage. Leverage against whom? Against everyone who'd prefer this remain buried. Harry moved toward the door. I'll be at Hogwarts in September. Contact me there when you have something concrete. Mr. Potter. Augusta's voice stopped him at the threshold. You've played this conversation very carefully. Given me enough information to act, but not enough to act without you. That's skilled manipulation for a boy your age. I've had good teachers. I'm sure you have. Her eyes glittered. I look forward to seeing what else you've learned. The investigation began quietly, beneath the notice of the wider wizarding world. Augusta's contacts moved carefully, gathering documentation about Black's arrest and imprisonment, cross-referencing records with testimony, looking for the gaps and contradictions that Harry had identified. It would take time, weeks, possibly months, but the wheels were turning. In the meantime, Harry continued his own preparations. His magic had recovered fully from the confrontation with Quirrell, more than recovered, actually. The forced engagement with the Wraith seemed to have strengthened something in him, like a muscle pushed past its limits and growing back stronger. His spells came faster now, more precisely, with less conscious effort. Your development is accelerating, the prisoner observed during one late-night practice session. The soul fragment, your interaction with my other self, it triggered something. Triggered what? I'm not certain. But magical growth often follows magical stress. You pushed yourself harder than ever before, and your power responded. Harry filed this away as potentially useful information. If stress could accelerate his development, then controlled stress might be a training tool. Careful, the prisoner warned. Too much stress, too fast, can break you. I've seen it happen to wizards far older and more experienced than you. I'm not planning anything reckless. Just, considering options. The summer continued. Harry read voraciously, books from his family vault, copied texts from the Hogwarts library, anything Hermione sent that seemed relevant. He practiced wandless magic, occlumency, the precise control of power that turned raw strength into usable force. And he waited. The letter from Hogwarts arrived on his birthday. It was the standard supply list, unremarkable except for one addition, a permission slip for Hogsmeade visits, to be signed by a parent or guardian. Harry looked at the slip, then at the Dursleys seated around the breakfast table, and felt a plan crystallize. I need you to sign this, he said, placing the slip in front of Vernon. His uncle's face went purple. Sign something for your freakish school. Not bloody likely. It's just permission to visit a village near the school. A formality. I don't care if it's permission to visit Buckingham Palace. I'm not putting my name on anything connected to that place. Harry let the silence stretch. Then, very quietly, do you remember what happened to the last person who stood between me and something I wanted? Vernon's face went from purple to white. I'm not threatening you, Harry continued, his voice calm and reasonable. I'm reminding you of facts. Dumbledore knows how you've treated me. He's watching. And if I tell him you're deliberately obstructing my education, he'll send someone to discuss the matter with you. You wouldn't sign the form, Uncle Vernon. Vernon's hand shook as he reached for the quill. The signature was barely legible, but it was there. Thank you. Harry collected the slip and headed back upstairs, ignoring the hate-filled stares boring into his back. That was well done, the prisoner admitted. Subtle threat, minimal force, maximum result. I'm learning. The second week of August brought unexpected visitors. Harry was in his room, working through a particularly complex ward scheme from one of his family's books, when Hedwig arrived at his window with a note. Harry, we're coming to pick you up tomorrow. Dad got tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. Pack your things, we'll be there at noon. Harry read the note twice, considering the implications. The Weasleys. The Burrow. Scabbers. The pieces were falling into place. He packed carefully, including items he might need for contingencies, the Marauder's map, his father's invisibility cloak, the replica, though he now knew the difference, a selection of books, and a small device he'd purchased through careful channels, a detector that could identify animagus magic within a limited range. You're going to force the issue, the prisoner observed. I'm going to create an opportunity. What happens after depends on circumstances. The Weasleys arrived the next day via Floo, emerging from the Dursleys' fireplace in a shower of soot and chaos. Arthur Weasley was fascinated by everything Muggle, peppering Harry with questions about electricity and rubber ducks. Fred and George immediately began sizing up Dudley with predatory interest. Ron just looked happy to see his friend. Ready to go? Arthur asked, brushing soot from his robes. Ready. Harry stepped into the fireplace, threw down the powder, and said clearly, the Burrow. Green flames, spinning darkness, and then, he stumbled out into a kitchen that was everything the Dursleys' house wasn't, warm, cluttered, alive. Dishes washed themselves in the sink. A clock on the wall showed the locations of family members instead of time. And there, curled in a basket by the stove, was a rat. Scabbers. Harry looked at the rat. The rat looked back, its beady eyes showing something that might have been fear. Hello, Peter, Harry thought. The Burrow was chaos in the best possible way. Harry had never experienced a real family before, the Dursleys certainly didn't count, and the Weasleys were overwhelming in their warmth. Mrs. Weasley hugged him like he was one of her own, pressing food on him at every opportunity. The twins pulled pranks that kept everyone laughing, and occasionally screaming. Ginny blushed every time Harry looked at her, which he tried not to do too often. And Ron was simply happy to have his friend there, dragging Harry into games of Quidditch and chess and late-night conversations about nothing in particular. It would have been perfect, if not for the rat. Harry watched Scabbers carefully, noting behaviors that seemed off for a simple pet. The way the rat's eyes tracked conversations. The way it flinched whenever anyone mentioned anything connected to the old war. The way it had started hiding more, as if sensing a predator nearby. He knows something's wrong, Harry thought. He can feel it. Then act soon, before he runs. But Harry wanted to wait. Augusta Longbottom's investigation was still gathering evidence, moving too early could jeopardize everything. Better to let Pettigrew grow comfortable, let him believe the danger had passed. The Quidditch World Cup provided the perfect cover. The journey to the cup was an adventure in itself, a dawn port key, a trudge through the countryside, the discovery of a tent that was far larger on the inside than the outside. Harry absorbed it all, cataloging information, noting the faces of ministry officials and foreign dignitaries. And then the match itself, Ireland versus Bulgaria, played at a level Harry had never imagined. The speed, the skill, the sheer magical spectacle of it all, for a few hours, he let himself simply enjoy the experience. Viktor Krum's performance was extraordinary. The Bulgarian seeker moved through the air like he'd been born there, feinting and diving with impossible precision. Even when Ireland pulled ahead on points, Krum remained a threat. He's gifted, the prisoner acknowledged grudgingly. Not intelligent, he's all instinct, but genuinely talented. You respect him. I respect excellence, wherever I find it. The match ended with Krum catching the snitch but Ireland winning overall, a tactical choice that had the commentators arguing for hours afterward. Harry filed Krum away as someone worth watching, then turned his attention back to immediate concerns. The campsite that night was raucous with celebration. Harry had just settled into his bunk when the screaming started. At first, he thought it was more celebration, fireworks, perhaps, or a particularly enthusiastic fan. But the screams had a different quality. Terror. Pain. He was out of the tent before anyone else was fully awake, his wand in hand, his senses straining against the night. The sky was on fire. Not literally, but close enough. Dark figures in masks were moving through the campsite, torches in hand, setting tents ablaze. Above them, floating like a gruesome balloon, was a family of muggles, the campsite managers, Harry realized, being puppeted through the air by invisible strings. Death Eaters, the prisoner said, his voice tight with something that might have been excitement. Or those who play at being them. What's the difference? The real ones don't wear masks. Harry moved through the chaos, staying low, avoiding the panicked crowds. He needed to find the others, needed to make sure they were safe, but more importantly, he needed to understand what was happening. This wasn't a random attack. It was too coordinated, too theatrical. Someone was sending a message. He found Ron and Hermione near the edge of the woods, separated from the adults in the confusion. Harry. Hermione's relief was palpable. We couldn't find you, I'm fine. We need to move, away from the fires, into the forest. But the others, the adults can take care of themselves. We're targets, the famous boy who lived, in the middle of this. If those are really Death Eaters, they'll be looking for me. Ron's face went pale. Blimey. I hadn't thought of that. Then start thinking. Harry led them deeper into the trees, away from the screaming and the flames. We need to find a defensible position and wait for the Aurors to restore order. They hadn't gone far when the sky lit up again, not with fire this time, but with green light. A shape formed above the trees, vast and terrible, a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth. The dark mark. Someone's making a statement, Harry observed. Or someone's baiting a trap. The forest around them went silent. Harry raised his wand, every sense alert, feeling Hermione and Ron pressed close on either side. Well, well. A voice from the darkness, smooth and amused. The boy who lived, alone in the woods. How convenient. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. They wore the robes of Death Eaters, but their masks were wrong, cheaper, newer, made for this occasion rather than inherited from the war. Imposters, the prisoner confirmed. Playing at darkness they don't understand. That doesn't make them less dangerous. Who are you? Harry asked, his voice steady. Friends of your family, Harry Potter. Friends who remember the old ways. The lead figure stepped closer. The Dark Lord may be gone, but his vision lives on. And those who stood against him, will continue to stand against his followers. Harry's wand came up. Last warning. Walk away. The Death Eater laughed. Brave boy. But you're just a child. What can you possibly? Harry didn't wait for him to finish. The spell was non-verbal, pulled from years of extracted knowledge, a concussive blast that caught all 3 figures at once, hurling them backward into trees. Before they could recover, Harry followed up with binding charms, precise and efficient. 3 seconds. The fight was over before it began. Ron was staring. Harry, how, later. Harry moved to the fallen figures, checking their bonds, then removing their masks one by one. None of the faces were familiar, young men, probably, drunk on ideology and old grievances. Pathetic. We should get help, Hermione said, her voice shaky but controlled. The Aurors need to know. What in Merlin's name? Ministry officials burst through the trees, wands raised, stopping short at the sight before them. 3 bound figures. 3 children standing over them. And above it all, the dark mark fading in the sky. Mr. Potter. Barty Crouch Sr.'s voice was sharp as cut glass. Explain yourself. These individuals attacked us in the forest. We defended ourselves. They're wearing Death Eater regalia and were clearly part of the group that attacked the campsite. Crouch's eyes moved over the scene, taking in the bound prisoners, the unharmed children, the clear evidence of a very one-sided fight. You did this? Alone? With help? Harry gestured to Ron and Hermione, who had done nothing but watch in shock. Teamwork. Crouch's expression suggested he didn't believe that for a moment, but he had more pressing concerns. Take them, he ordered his subordinates. We'll sort this out later. The prisoners were levitated away. The chaos in the campsite was finally dying down, Aurors gaining control of the situation. And through it all, Harry stood in the forest darkness, feeling the adrenaline slowly fade. That was reckless, the prisoner observed. That was necessary. Those 3 would have hurt someone if I hadn't stopped them. You revealed capabilities you've kept hidden. People will ask questions. Let them ask. Sometimes you have to show your hand. The aftermath of the World Cup attack dominated the news for weeks. The Daily Prophet ran hysterical headlines about the Dark Mark's return, the threat of Death Eater resurgence, the failure of the Ministry to protect its citizens. Politicians scrambled to assign blame and claim credit. And somewhere in the noise, Harry Potter's name appeared, the boy who had single-handedly captured 3 attackers in the forest. They're calling you a hero, Hermione said, showing Harry the article over breakfast at the Burrow. Again. I was just in the right place at the right time. Harry, you took out 3 grown wizards in less than 5 seconds. That's not right place, right time. She hesitated. That's not normal. No, Harry agreed. It's not. He waited for the follow-up question, the demand for explanation that would force him to lie or reveal. But Hermione just looked at him for a long moment, then nodded and returned to her eggs. She's choosing not to push, the prisoner observed. Interesting. She trusts me to explain when I'm ready. That's more valuable than any answer I could give. The remaining days at the Burrow passed quickly. Harry continued to watch Scabbers, continued to wait for word from Augusta Longbottom, continued to prepare for the coming school year. And then, the night before they were due to leave for Hogwarts, everything changed. Harry was checking his trunk one final time when Ron burst into the room, his face white. Harry. Scabbers is gone. What? I went to feed him and the cage was empty. The lock wasn't opened, it was just, gone. Like magic. Harry felt his heart sink. How long ago? I don't know. Maybe an hour. I was packing and didn't notice, an hour. Enough time for an animagus to reach the apparition boundary and disappear. He knew, the prisoner said grimly. Somehow, he knew. Or he got spooked by the World Cup attack. Either way. Harry's careful planning had just collapsed. Pettigrew was gone, fled into the night, hiding hole abandoned, trail gone cold. The evidence Augusta had been gathering was useless without the rat himself. Not useless, Harry corrected himself, forcing calm. Incomplete. There's still documentation, still testimony. It's just harder now. But harder might as well be impossible, with a shapeshifter who could become anyone, hide anywhere. Ron. Harry kept his voice steady. Did you see anyone near his cage? Anything unusual? No, nothing. I mean, Percy was in here earlier looking for something, but, Percy, who had owned Scabbers originally. Percy, who worked at the Ministry now, in Crouch's department. Coincidence? The prisoner asked. I don't believe in coincidences. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. Percy was ambitious, career-focused, exactly the sort the Ministry could use as a pawn. Had someone gotten to him? Warned him about the investigation? Helped Pettigrew escape? It didn't matter now. The rat was gone, and Harry had to adapt. It's okay, Ron. He probably just got scared by all the World Cup excitement. Rats do that sometimes. Yeah, maybe. Ron didn't look convinced, but he accepted the explanation. Still, I'm going to miss the little guy. If only you knew, Harry thought. He finished packing in silence, his mind already working on the next move. Pettigrew had escaped, but he'd revealed something important in the process: he was being protected. Someone in the Ministry, or connected to it, was watching out for him. That meant enemies Harry hadn't identified. Forces working against him that he couldn't see. The game is more complicated than you realized, the prisoner observed. Games usually are. That's what makes them interesting. The Hogwarts Express felt different this year. Harry sat in his usual compartment with Ron and Hermione, but his attention was elsewhere, watching the corridor through half-closed eyes, cataloging the students who passed, looking for patterns. The World Cup attack had shifted something in the wizarding world. Fear was back, not the overwhelming terror of the war years, but something subtler. Uncertainty. The sense that the safety everyone had assumed was perhaps not as solid as they'd believed. They're right to be afraid, the prisoner said. The dark mark doesn't appear by accident. Someone wanted to remind the world that the old power still exists. But who? Your followers are scattered, imprisoned, or dead. Who has the resources and the will to organize something like this? That's the question, isn't it? The train rolled through increasingly wild countryside, carrying them north toward Scotland. Harry watched the landscape change and thought about the year ahead. Second year. New challenges, new opportunities. The investigation into Pettigrew would continue, though the target had escaped. The alliance he'd built would need strengthening. And somewhere, somehow, the thing in Albania continued its patient watching. Harry. Hermione's voice pulled him back. You're doing it again. Doing what? That thing where you stare into space and think about things you won't tell us about. Ron snorted. He does that a lot. I know. It's concerning. Hermione fixed Harry with a steady look. Whatever happened at the World Cup, whatever you're planning now, you know we want to help, right? I know. So let us. Whatever it is. Harry looked at his friends, at Ron's loyal confusion and Hermione's fierce determination, and felt something ease in his chest. I will, he said. When I can. When I know enough to explain. It wasn't a lie, exactly. Just a delay. But delays had a way of becoming permanent, and secrets had a way of growing heavier. You should tell them, the prisoner observed, unexpectedly. All of it. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. Since when do you advocate for honesty? Since I realized that isolation is a weapon that cuts both ways. You're stronger than I was at your age. But even strength has limits. Harry didn't respond. But he filed the advice away, in the growing collection of things he'd have to deal with eventually. The train continued north, carrying its cargo of children and secrets and carefully maintained illusions. Hogwarts was waiting. The sorting that night included an unusual number of anxious faces. The World Cup attack had shaken parents, several students had withdrawn, choosing foreign schools or private tutors over the perceived risk of Hogwarts. The first years who remained looked smaller than Harry remembered being, huddled together at the front of the great hall like sheep sensing wolves. Fear makes people do strange things, the prisoner observed. Some run. Some fight. Some pretend nothing's wrong. And some use the fear to their advantage. The sorting proceeded normally. New Gryffindors, new Slytherins, the annual reshuffling of house dynamics. Harry watched and catalogued, noting which students looked promising, which looked like potential problems. Then Dumbledore rose to speak, and everything changed. "I have an announcement of particular importance this year," the headmaster said, his voice carrying easily through the hall. "Hogwarts has been selected to host a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament." Murmurs spread through the crowd. Harry saw excitement on some faces, confusion on others. For those unfamiliar with the tradition, Dumbledore continued, the tournament pits 3 magical schools against each other in a series of dangerous tasks. Champions are selected by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire, to compete for eternal glory and a substantial prize. The Triwizard Tournament, the prisoner breathed. "I remember it. The glory, the danger, the opportunity." "What opportunity?" "The tournament was discontinued because students kept dying. If someone wanted to eliminate a rival without drawing suspicion." Harry's blood went cold. Due to the dangerous nature of the tasks, Dumbledore was saying, we have instituted an age restriction. Only students who are of age, 17 or older, may submit their names. This measure is for the safety of younger students who might otherwise be tempted to compete. The announcement sparked immediate controversy, groans of disappointment from ambitious younger students, cheers from 7th years who saw their chance at glory. But Harry wasn't listening anymore. His mind was racing through implications. A tournament designed to kill. An impartial judge that could be manipulated. Champions who would face dangerous tasks, with all of Hogwarts watching. Someone's going to try something, he thought. This is too perfect an opportunity. You're paranoid, the prisoner observed. I'm prepared. There's a difference. The study group met the first week of term, larger now than ever before. Nearly 30 students gathered in the room of requirement, a location Harry had discovered through the Marauder's map and careful experimentation. The room could become whatever its users needed, and right now, they needed a training space. "Thank you all for coming," Harry said, standing before the assembled group. "As you've probably noticed, the world is getting more dangerous. The World Cup attack was just the latest sign. And this year, with the tournament bringing foreign students and additional attention to Hogwarts, the risks are only going to increase. What do you propose?" Marcus Flint asked. The Slytherin had become one of Harry's most reliable supporters, not out of friendship, but out of pragmatic alliance. Intensified training. Defense, offense, reconnaissance, first aid. I want everyone in this room capable of protecting themselves and others by the end of the year. That's ambitious, Daphne observed. Some of these students are second years. Then the older students will help teach them. That's how organizations grow, by building capacity at every level. He outlined the new training regimen, weekly dueling practice, monthly scenarios, specialized sessions for advanced students. It was demanding, but the faces around the room showed determination rather than doubt. "You're turning them into soldiers," the prisoner observed. "I'm giving them the tools to survive. What they do with those tools is their choice." After the general session, the inner circle stayed behind, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Daphne, Susan Bones, and a few others who had proven themselves particularly capable. "The tournament is a problem," Harry said without preamble. "Someone's going to try to use it for their own purposes. I don't know who or how, but I'm certain of it." "What do you suggest?" Susan asked. "Watch the champions closely, whoever they turn out to be. Watch the foreign delegations. Look for anything that doesn't fit, anyone who's where they shouldn't be. And if you see something, report it to me immediately. You think there's going to be another attack?" Ron's voice was worried. Like the World Cup. I think there's going to be something. The tournament is too tempting a target, all those important people gathered in one place, all that attention focused on Hogwarts. If I wanted to make a statement, this is when I'd do it. Strategic thinking, the prisoner approved. You're learning to anticipate rather than react. I've had good motivation. The foreign delegations arrived in October, with all the pageantry their schools could muster. Beaux batons came in a carriage the size of a house, drawn by enormous winged horses. Durmstrang arrived in a ship that rose from the depths of the Black Lake, its dark hull dripping with weeds and mystery. Both delegations were greeted with ceremony, housed with honor, and immediately became the subject of intense speculation. Harry watched from the crowd as Victor Krum, the Quidditch star, now revealed as a Durmstrang student, disembarked with his classmates. The Bulgarian moved with the same athletic grace Harry had seen at the World Cup, but his eyes were cautious, watching everything with the wariness of someone who expected trouble. He's not just a Quidditch player, Harry thought. No. Durmstrang trains for more than just sport. Their curriculum includes things that would make the Ministry very uncomfortable. The Goblet of Fire was installed in the entrance hall, surrounded by Dumbledore's age line, a glowing circle that supposedly prevented underage students from entering. Over the following days, Harry watched as students approached the goblet with varying degrees of success. The Weasley twins tried to age themselves past the line and were rewarded with magnificent white beards. Several Slytherins attempted various clever workarounds, all of which failed. A few seventh years dropped their names in with appropriate solemnity. And through it all, Harry watched. He watched the Beaux batons delegation, led by the formidable Olympe Maxime. He watched the Durmstrang students, with their blood-red robes and guarded expressions. He watched the Hogwarts students who submitted their names, trying to read their motivations. And he watched Alastor Moody. The new defense against the dark arts professor had arrived the night of the foreign delegations, stumping into the great hall on his wooden leg with a scarred face and a magical eye that swiveled constantly. His reputation preceded him, legendary aura, paranoid to the point of madness, responsible for filling half of Azkaban. But something about Moody didn't sit right with Harry. What is it? The prisoner asked, noticing Harry's attention. I'm not sure. He's exactly what you'd expect, gruff, suspicious, constantly alert. Maybe too exactly. You think he's an imposter? I think I've learned not to trust appearances. Harry began watching Moody the way he watched everyone else, carefully, patiently, looking for the cracks in the facade. The champions were selected on Halloween night. The great hall was packed, tension thick enough to taste. The goblet's flames had turned red, signaling the imminent selection, and every eye was fixed on its mouth. A tongue of fire, and the first name emerged, Victor Krum. Cheers from the Durmstrang delegation as Krum rose, his face stoic, and disappeared through the door to the side chamber. Another flame, Fleur Delacour. The Beaux batons champion was stunning, silver blonde hair, perfect features, moving with inhuman grace. Vila Heritage, Harry guessed, watching the way male students tracked her movement. And then the Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff 7th year was greeted with thunderous applause, a genuinely popular choice, handsome and capable, the embodiment of what a champion should be. Dumbledore moved toward the goblet, ready to conclude the ceremony. The hall began to relax, conversations resuming, and then the goblet's flames turned red again. The hall went silent. A fourth piece of parchment shot from the flames, drifting down into Dumbledore's waiting hand. The headmaster's face went pale as he read the name. Harry Potter. No. The word echoed through Harry's mind, his own thought and the prisoner's reaction, perfectly synchronized. Harry Potter. Every eye in the hall turned to him. Harry felt the weight of their stares, shock, confusion, suspicion, but his mind was elsewhere, racing through implications. I didn't enter my name. The age line would have stopped me anyway. But someone entered it for me. Someone wants you in this tournament. Someone wants me dead. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was calm but urgent. Please come forward. Harry rose, feeling as if he were moving through water. The walk to the side chamber took an eternity, every step accompanied by whispers and stares. In the chamber, the other champions and their headmasters turned as he entered. Confusion on most faces, suspicion on others. What is the meaning of this? Maxime demanded. This boy is too young, the goblet has spoken. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Harry Potter is a Triwizard champion. The argument that followed was loud and contentious, but Harry barely heard it. His mind was working on the real problem. Someone had put his name in that goblet. Someone with access, capability, and motivation. Someone who wanted him facing deadly tasks in front of the entire wizarding world. Think, the prisoner urged. Who benefits from this? Voldemort's followers, obviously. But they'd need someone inside Hogwarts to manage it. Someone with access to the goblet, someone who could fool the age line. His eyes found Moody, who was watching the argument with his magical eye while his real eye stayed fixed on Harry. Someone with a reputation for paranoia, Harry thought. Someone no one would suspect of being compromised. It was a theory. Just a theory. But Harry trusted his instincts. Harry. Dumbledore's voice cut through his thoughts. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? No, sir. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No, sir. The boy is obviously lying, Karkaroff snarled. He wants the glory, the attention, the glory of facing deadly tasks designed for students 6 years older than me. Harry's voice was flat, cold. If I wanted attention, I could find easier ways to get it. Silence. Even Karkaroff seemed taken aback by Harry's tone. Nevertheless, Crouch said, his voice betraying no emotion, the goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. Mr. Potter must compete. He's a child, McGonagall protested. The rules are clear. Once selected, a champion must see the tournament through, or forfeit their magic. The words hung in the air like a sentence. Harry felt them settle over him, binding chains he hadn't asked for. So be it, he thought. If someone wants me in this tournament, they'll get me. And then we'll see who's really being played. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower that night was the longest of Harry's life. The common room fell silent as he entered, every face turned toward him with questions he couldn't answer. Ron was nowhere to be seen. Hermione rose from her chair, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Come on, she said. We need to talk. They found an empty classroom, warded it for privacy, and sat facing each other in the dusty darkness. I didn't enter my name, Harry said before she could ask. Someone did it for me. I know. Her voice was calm, certain. I know you, Harry. You wouldn't risk your life for glory you don't want. Relief washed through him, unexpected and overwhelming. Thank you. For believing me. Always. She reached out and took his hand. But that doesn't solve the problem. You're in the tournament now, bound by magical contract. And someone wanted you there. I know. Do you know who? Harry hesitated. His theory about Moody was still just that, a theory, unsupported by evidence. Accusing a legendary Auror without proof would be worse than useless. Not yet, he said finally. But I'm working on it. Then work faster. Hermione's grip tightened. The first task is in November. You have 3 weeks to prepare for something that's supposed to be nearly impossible for adult wizards. And whoever put your name in that goblet is still out there, still planning whatever they're planning. I know. Harry met her eyes. But I'm not alone. I have you. I have the others. And I have, he stopped, unsure how to finish. Say it, the prisoner urged. Tell her what you are. Not yet. Not until I have to. You have what? Hermione asked. Resources. Knowledge. Things I've been saving for emergencies. Harry smiled grimly. This qualifies. The days that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry threw himself into training with an intensity that worried his friends and impressed his allies. He practiced dueling with anyone who would face him, studied past tournament tasks obsessively, and pushed his magic to its limits. You're growing stronger, the prisoner observed during one late-night session. Faster than before. The stress is triggering accelerated development. Good. I'll need every advantage. The other champions reacted to Harry's presence in various ways. Cedric was cautiously friendly, offering tips and encouragement despite the competition. Fleur was dismissive, clearly believing Harry had no chance. Krum watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. And through it all, Harry watched Moody. The professor's classes were excellent, practical, demanding, focused on genuine defense rather than theory. But there were moments when his behavior seemed off, when his magical eye seemed to track things that weren't there, when his answers to questions felt slightly rehearsed. You're not imagining it, the prisoner confirmed. Something's wrong with him. But what? And how do I prove it? The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry. Daphne caught him after dinner one evening, her voice low and urgent. I've been digging into Moody's background, like you asked. And I found something strange. Tell me. Alastair Moody was captured by Death Eaters last summer. Just for a few hours, supposedly, he fought his way free and returned to active duty. But the official story has gaps. Inconsistencies. What kind of inconsistencies? Witnesses who claim they saw Moody in two places at once. Magical signatures that don't quite match his known profile. Small things, easily explained away, but they add up. Daphne nodded. I think someone's impersonating him. Someone good enough to fool Dumbledore. Harry's blood went cold. An imposter, here at Hogwarts, teaching students, with access to the Goblet of Fire, and Merlin knew what else. Polyjuice, the prisoner said instantly. It's the only way. The potion can perfectly replicate another person's appearance, but it requires constant maintenance. If the imposter slips up, then I need to catch him slipping up. Good work, Harry told Daphne. Keep digging, but carefully. If you're right, whoever this is won't hesitate to eliminate threats. I know. Her smile was thin and dangerous. That's why I'm good at this. The first task arrived before Harry was ready. Not that he could ever have been truly ready. Dragons, 4 of them, 1 for each champion, nesting mothers guarding golden eggs. The task was to steal the egg without being incinerated. Harry had known about the dragons for a week, Hagrid had shown him, in a misguided attempt to help, but knowledge wasn't the same as preparation. He'd spent every spare moment working on strategies, but none of them felt adequate. You could fly, the prisoner suggested. You're a natural on a broomstick, and dragons are less maneuverable in the air than they look. I'd need my firebolt. And I'd need to summon it from the castle. Then learn the summoning charm. Harry practiced the charm until he could do it in his sleep, until his wand felt like an extension of his will. And when the day came, when he stood in the champion's tent waiting for his turn, he was as ready as he could be. Cedric went first. Harry listened to the crowd's reactions, gasps, cheers, screams, and tried not to imagine what was happening. Then Fleur. Then Krum. And then it was his turn. The arena was vast, rocky, designed to look like a dragon's natural habitat. And in the center, coiled around a nest of eggs, was the Hungarian horntail. It was the most dangerous dragon on record. Spikes covered its tail, capable of impaling a man at 30 feet. Fire poured from its jaws in continuous streams, hot enough to melt stone. And Harry had to get past it. Accio Firebolt. The spell shot out from his wand, reaching through the castle, finding his broomstick, dragging it toward him. Long seconds passed, too long, and then a streak of movement from the castle, growing closer, closer, his hand closed around the familiar handle, and he was in the air. The horntail screamed and lunged, jets of fire painting the sky orange. Harry dove and rolled, using every ounce of his flying skill, pushing the broomstick faster than he'd ever gone before. The dragon was fast, faster than he'd expected, but he was faster still. He feinted left, drew its attention, then spiraled right toward the nest. The golden egg gleamed in the morning light. Fire roared toward him. He pulled up at the last second, feeling the heat singe his robes, and dove again from a different angle. The horntail's tail swung toward him, he rolled, felt the spikes pass inches from his face, and then his fingers closed around the egg. He was away before the dragon could react, spiraling up and out of range, clutching his prize as the crowd erupted. The fastest time of any champion. The most dramatic retrieval. Another legend added to Harry Potter's growing collection. But as he landed, as the cheering washed over him, Harry's mind was elsewhere. The egg was just the beginning. There were 2 more tasks ahead. And somewhere in the castle, an impostor was watching, waiting, planning. The game was far from over. That night, in the quiet of the Gryffindor common room, Harry turned the golden egg over in his hands. The celebration had died down. Ron had finally apologized, jealousy overcome by seeing his friend nearly die, and the other students had drifted off to bed. Only Hermione remained, watching Harry with worried eyes. "You're not celebrating," she observed. "I survived a dragon. That's not winning. That's just not losing. Harry. Someone put my name in that goblet because they want me dead. The dragon didn't kill me, so they'll have to try something else." He looked up at her. "This isn't a tournament for me, Hermione. It's an assassination attempt with an audience. Then we need to find out who's behind it." "I already know." Harry's voice was quiet, certain. "Moody. Or whoever's pretending to be Moody." Hermione's eyes went wide. "The defense professor? Are you sure?" "Sure enough." He explained what Daphne had discovered, the inconsistencies in Moody's story, the evidence pointing toward Polyjuice impersonation. "If you're right," Hermione said slowly, "then Dumbledore's been fooled. The entire school's been fooled. Not for much longer." Harry stood, his decision made. "I need proof. Concrete, undeniable proof. And I need to get it without alerting whoever this is that I'm onto them." "How?" Harry smiled, a thin, dangerous expression that Hermione had come to recognize. "By being exactly what they expect. The naive hero, blundering into danger, too brave to be cautious." His eyes glittered in the firelight. "Let them underestimate me. Let them think their plan is working. And when they finally make their move, you'll be ready. We'll be ready." He took her hand. "I can't do this alone, Hermione. I need you, Ron, all of the others. Whatever's coming, it's bigger than one person. Then you'll have us." She squeezed his hand. "Whatever it takes." They sat in silence, watching the fire burn down to embers. Outside, the castle slept, unaware of the dangers lurking within its walls. But Harry was aware. And he was preparing. The first strike had been made. The second would be his. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Mirror's Truth. December arrived with a vengeance, burying Hogwarts under drifts of snow that piled against windows and transformed the grounds into a frozen wasteland. The castle's corridors were drafty despite the roaring fires, and students huddled in common rooms rather than brave the chill. Harry barely noticed the cold. His mind was consumed with preparations, for the second task, for the inevitable confrontation with whoever was wearing Moody's face, for the war that crept closer with every passing day. The golden egg sat on his desk, mocking him with its silence. He'd opened at once, in the common room, surrounded by curious Gryffindors. The screaming that emerged had sent everyone scrambling for cover, ears ringing, without providing any useful information about the next task. It's a clue, the prisoner had observed. Encoded somehow. The scream isn't random noise, it's a message you're not hearing correctly. Then how do I hear it correctly? That's for you to figure out. I didn't compete in the tournament. Harry had tried everything he could think of, translation spells, recording charms, acoustic analysis using techniques he'd extracted from the prisoner's more obscure memories. Nothing worked. The egg remained stubbornly incomprehensible. Until Cedric Diggory approached him after Transfiguration on the first Monday of December. Potter. Got a minute? Harry followed the Hufflepuff champion to an alcove away from the crowded corridor. Cedric looked uncomfortable, as if what he was about to say cost him something. I owe you, Cedric said. For telling me about the dragons. That was fair play, and I respect it. You don't owe me anything. Information should flow freely between champions, we're competing against the tasks, not each other. Maybe. But not everyone sees it that way. Cedric glanced around, confirming they were alone. The egg. Have you figured it out? Not yet. Take a bath. Harry blinked. I'm sorry. Take a bath. With the egg. Trust me. Cedric was already moving away. Use the prefect's bathroom. Passwords, Pine Fresh. And, this makes us even, yeah. He disappeared into the crowd before Harry could respond. Cryptic, the prisoner observed. But potentially useful. A bath. With the egg. Why would water make a difference? Sound travels differently through water. If the message is encoded for aquatic hearing. Mere people. Harry felt the pieces click into place. The second task involves mere people. The egg's message is in Mermish. Logical. Though you'll need to confirm it. That night, Harry made his way to the prefect's bathroom. The bathroom was opulent in a way that made Harry vaguely uncomfortable, marble everything, gold fixtures, a pool-sized tub with dozens of jeweled taps that produced different colored waters and bubbles. The mermaid in the painting on the wall watched him with knowing eyes as he filled the tub and lowered himself in, egg clutched to his chest. He took a breath and submerged. The screaming transformed. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry surfaced, gasping, his mind racing. The mere people. The Black Lake. Something taken, something he'd sorely miss, hidden underwater for an hour. A hostage, the prisoner concluded. They'll take someone important to you and make you rescue them. Hermione. Or Ron. Maybe both. You'll need to breathe underwater for an hour. There are options, the bubblehead charm, gillyweed, various transfigurations, but most require skill levels you haven't demonstrated publicly. Then I'll need to find another way. Or demonstrate the skill and deal with the questions later. Harry climbed out of the bath, his mind already sorting through possibilities. The second task was in February, 2 months to prepare. He could learn the necessary magic legitimately, or appear to learn it, without revealing the full extent of his capabilities. But first, he had other matters to attend to. The Yule Ball had been announced the previous week, sending the castle into a frenzy of romantic maneuvering that Harry found simultaneously amusing and tiresome. As a champion, he was required to attend, and required to open the dancing with a partner. Social obligations, the prisoner sneered. As if you didn't have enough real problems. Social obligations are real problems. The connections I make at this ball could matter more than any spell I learn. Harry had given considerable thought to who he should ask. The obvious choice was Hermione, his closest friend, someone he trusted absolutely, someone whose company he genuinely enjoyed. But Hermione had been acting strangely lately, deflecting questions about the ball with unusual evasiveness. He found her in the library, surrounded by books on underwater magic. Researching the second task, he asked, sliding into the seat across from her. Someone has to. She didn't look up from her reading. You've been too distracted to focus properly. I've had a lot on my mind. I know. She turned a page, her voice carefully neutral. Have you asked anyone to the ball yet? No. I was going to ask you, actually. Hermione's hand froze over the page. She looked up, her expression complicated. Harry. As friends, he added quickly. Unless you'd rather go with someone else. I know you've had offers. How do you know that? I pay attention. He smiled slightly. You're brilliant and kind and beautiful, Hermione. Of course people want to go with you. The color rose in her cheeks. Victor Krum asked me. Harry felt something twist in his chest, not quite jealousy, but something adjacent to it. Krum. The Durmstrang champion. He's been coming to the library. We've been talking. Hermione's voice was defensive. He's actually quite intelligent, when you get past the Quidditch. I'm sure he is. You're upset. I'm not upset. Harry stopped, examining his own feelings. I'm surprised. And maybe a little. I don't know. Protective? I don't need protection, Harry. I know. But you're my best friend, and Krum is from Durmstrang, and there are things happening right now that, he cut himself off, aware he was saying too much. Hermione's eyes sharpened. What things? Nothing. Never mind. Harry stood. You should go with Krum. If that's what you want. Harry, I mean it. You deserve to have a good time at the ball. He forced a smile. I'll find someone else. He left before she could respond, his thoughts churning. That was poorly handled, the prisoner observed. I know. You have feelings for her. Real feelings, not just strategic alliance. I know that too. And you're letting her go to the ball with a potential enemy? She's not going with an enemy, she's attending a social event with someone who's shown interest in her. Harry's mental voice was sharp. And Hermione isn't mine to let go. She makes her own choices. Sentimental. But I suppose that's your prerogative. Harry pushed the prisoner's voice to the background and focused on the immediate problem, finding a date. In the end, he asked Daphne Greengrass. It was a strategic choice as much as a personal one. Attending the ball with a Slytherin, a member of the neutral faction, would send a message to both sides of the political divide. And Daphne, he knew, would appreciate the opportunity to be seen with the boy who lived in a non-confrontational context. Her response, delivered via note in the library, was characteristically direct, acceptable. I'll arrange appropriate dress robes. The ball arrived with predictable chaos. The great hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland, ice sculptures, enchanted snow that fell from the ceiling without landing, music that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Students in their finest robes milled about, nervous and excited, while the foreign delegations added exotic color to the crowd. Harry waited near the entrance to the hall, watching for Daphne. She arrived precisely on time, wearing silver robes that made her ice blue eyes seem to glow. You clean up well, Potter. So do you. He offered his arm. Ready to cause a scandal? Always. They entered the hall together, and conversations died in their wake. Harry Potter, Gryffindor champion, with Daphne Greengrass on his arm, the political implications were obvious to anyone paying attention. Which was, of course, the point. The opening dance was a formal waltz, something Harry had practiced in secret for weeks. He and Daphne moved across the floor with practiced grace, close enough to whisper without being overheard. You've been watching Moody, Daphne murmured. Have I? Don't play games. I know that look, you're hunting. And if I am? Then I want to help. Her grip on his hand tightened. The neutral faction has been watching too. We've noticed inconsistencies. Such as? He knows things he shouldn't. Details about events he couldn't have witnessed, people he shouldn't have met. And sometimes, when he thinks no one's watching, his mannerisms slip. Slip how? He's too young. Daphne's voice was barely audible. The way he moves, the way he speaks when he's not performing, it's someone younger wearing an old man's skin. Harry filed this away. It matched his own observations, but hearing it confirmed by an independent source strengthened his certainty. After tonight, he said, we'll need to have a longer conversation. My thoughts exactly. The dance ended, and they separated, Daphne to her Slytherin connections, Harry to his Gryffindor friends. But the message had been sent, the alliance visible for all to see. Harry found Ron near the refreshment table, looking miserable in his ancient dress robes. Mate. You actually came with a Slytherin. I actually did. That's either brilliant or mental. Possibly both. Harry grabbed a drink. Where's Hermione? Ron's expression soured. With Crumb. Dancing. They've been at it for an hour. Harry looked across the hall and found them, Hermione in periwinkle blue, Crumb in deep red, moving together with surprising grace. She was laughing at something he'd said, her face bright with genuine happiness. Something twisted in his chest again, but he pushed it down. She looks happy, he said. She looks ridiculous. What does she see in that hulking, Ron? Harry's voice was quiet but firm. Don't. Ron subsided, grumbling. Harry watched Hermione dance and tried to convince himself that her happiness was what mattered. You're lying to yourself, the prisoner observed. But I suppose that's a useful skill. Shut up. The ball wound down around midnight, students drifting off in pairs and groups, drunk on music and atmosphere. Harry had done his duty, danced with Daphne, with Susan Bones, with a Beauxbatons girl whose name he didn't catch, with several others. He'd smiled and chatted and played the role of the reluctant champion, all while his eyes tracked Moody's movements around the hall. The fake Moody had been watching too. Harry had felt the magical eye on him all night, tracking him through the crowd. He's suspicious, the prisoner observed. He's noticed that you're noticing. Good. Let him wonder what I know. But the confrontation Harry expected didn't come. Moody slipped out of the hall around 11, heading toward his office, and didn't return. The night ended with Harry walking Daphne back to the Slytherin dungeons, their conversation turning to practical matters. The investigation into Moody, Daphne said. How far along is it? Far enough to be certain. Not far enough to act. What would convince you? Catching him in the act of maintaining the polyjuice. Or catching him without it, in his true form. Harry considered. The potion requires constant consumption, every hour, if I remember correctly. He has to have a supply somewhere, and he has to access it regularly. His office, most likely. Or his living quarters. Both of which are heavily warded. But not impenetrably. Daphne's eyes glittered. I know some people who are very good at getting into places they shouldn't be. I can't ask you to take that risk. You're not asking. I'm offering. She stopped at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. We're allies, Potter. That means your problems are my problems. And right now, there's an imposter in this castle who put your name in the goblet of fire. If we don't deal with him, none of us are safe. Harry looked at her, at this cool, calculating girl who'd thrown her lot in with his despite every reason not to, and felt something like gratitude. Thank you, Daphne. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when it's done. She disappeared through the hidden entrance, leaving Harry alone in the corridor. She's valuable, the prisoner observed. Cold, pragmatic, reliable. The kind of ally you need. She's more than valuable. She's a friend. Is she? Or is she an investment, a calculated risk that happens to pay dividends in loyalty? Harry didn't answer. He wasn't sure he knew the difference anymore. The days after the ball were tense and quiet. Harry threw himself into preparation for the second task, researching underwater magic with an intensity that worried his friends. Hermione helped when she could, though there was a new awkwardness between them, unacknowledged tension that neither seemed willing to address. Ron was easier to be around, his jealousy faded into something like acceptance. They played chess in the evenings, talked about Quidditch in classes and nothing important, and Harry was grateful for the normalcy. But underneath it all, his mind was working. Daphne's contacts had begun their reconnaissance of Moody's quarters. The results were concerning. The office was warded with protections far beyond what a Hogwarts professor would normally employ, and there were signs of recent magical activity that suggested regular ritual use. He's not just maintaining the polyjuice, Harry realized. He's doing something else in there. Something that requires serious protective magic. Communication, perhaps. Reporting to someone. To who? Voldemort is a wraith, barely capable of possessing a host. Who else would an impostor report to? The question nagged at him, but answers remained elusive. The Mirror of Erised returned to Harry's thoughts in the second week of January. He hadn't thought about it since first year, the magic mirror that showed the viewer their deepest desire. Dumbledore had moved it somewhere secure after their conversation, or so Harry assumed. But during a late-night patrol of the castle, he'd taken to wandering the corridors when sleep wouldn't come. Harry found himself in a familiar abandoned classroom. The mirror was there. Not where it had been before, but in the center of the room, uncovered, gleaming in the moonlight that filtered through dusty windows. As if it had been placed there deliberately. As if it was waiting. A trap. The prisoner suggested. Or a message. Harry approached cautiously, keeping his wand ready. Dumbledore knew I'd find it. He's testing me again. Or someone else knew you'd find it. Someone who wants to know what you desire. Harry stopped a few feet from the mirror's surface. He could see his reflection, taller than last year, older, harder, but the image beyond was shifting, forming. He saw himself surrounded by people. Hermione on one side, Ron on the other, and behind them a crowd of faces, Daphne, Neville, Susan, the study group, students he'd trained and allies he'd cultivated. They were smiling, confident, looking at him with trust and respect. And standing opposite him, on the other side of some imaginary line, were his enemies, Voldemort restored to his body, Death Eaters in their masks, the shadow of the Albania entity looming over everything. Defeated. Destroyed. Gone. Victory, Harry thought. I want victory. Not for myself, for everyone. A noble desire, the prisoner observed. And a dangerous one. The mirror shows what you want most, but wanting something doesn't make it achievable. I know. Harry stepped back from the mirror. But it's good to remember what I'm fighting for. A touching scene. The voice came from behind him, familiar, gravelly, wrong. Harry spun, wand raised, to find Moody standing in the doorway. The magical eye was fixed on Harry. The real eye, if it was real, gleamed with something that wasn't quite madness. Professor Potter. Moody stumped into the room, his wooden leg echoing on the stone floor. Out after curfew again. That's becoming a habit. I couldn't sleep. Understandable. The tournament weighs on a person. Moody circled the mirror, his movements predatory. Interesting artifact, this. Shows you what you want most in the world. Dumbledore used it to hide the Philosopher's Stone, back in your first year. I remember. Do you? The magical eye swiveled to focus on Harry while the real eye stayed on the mirror. And what did you see, back then? When you were just a wee first year, before all this champion nonsense. Harry said nothing. Cat got your tongue. Moody's smile was wrong, too wide, too hungry. That's all right. The mirror shows plenty, if you know how to look. What do you see, Professor? The question was deliberate, calculated. Harry watched Moody's reaction carefully. The smile faltered. Just for a moment, a crack in the performance. I see enemies destroyed, Moody said finally. Death Eaters broken. The Dark Lord dead and gone forever. He's lying, the prisoner said instantly. That's not what he sees at all. I know. That's very noble, Professor. Isn't it? Moody's eye fixed on Harry again. You should get back to your dormitory, Potter. It's late, and you've got a task to prepare for. I was just leaving. Harry moved toward the door, keeping Moody in his peripheral vision. The fake Auror watched him go, that wrong smile still playing on his lips. Potter. Harry stopped at the threshold. Constant vigilance. Remember that. Always, Professor. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing. He knows, the prisoner said. Or he suspects. Either way, you're running out of time. Then I'll have to move faster. The confrontation with the fake Moody couldn't wait any longer. Harry called an emergency meeting of his inner circle, Hermione, Ron, Daphne, Neville, Susan Bones, in the room of requirement. They gathered around a conjured table, their faces serious in the flickering candlelight. Moody is an imposter, Harry said without preamble. I'm certain of it now. He's using polyjuice to maintain the disguise, and he's the one who put my name in the goblet of fire. How do you know? Hermione asked. Accumulated evidence. His mannerisms are wrong, too young, too eager. His knowledge of certain events doesn't match what the real Moody should know. And he's been watching me all year, waiting for something. Harry spread his hands. The tournament was supposed to kill me. When it didn't, he started getting desperate. The mirror tonight was him testing me, seeing how much I know. So what do we do? Ron's voice was steady, his earlier jealousy forgotten in the face of real danger. We expose him. But we need proof, something undeniable that we can take to Dumbledore. Harry looked at Daphne. Your contacts. Have they found a way into his quarters? Possibly. There's a window, a brief one, when his wards reset each night. If we time it right, we could get someone in and out without triggering the alarms. Someone like who? Neville asked. Me. Harry's voice was flat. It has to be me. I know what I'm looking for, and if something goes wrong, I'm the one who can handle the consequences. That's insane, Hermione said. If he catches you, then we'll have our proof. One way or another, this ends tonight. The debate that followed was fierce but brief. Harry's allies were worried, but they understood the necessity. In the end, they agreed to provide support and cover while Harry made his move. After midnight, Harry said. When the castle's quiet. Daphne, I'll need the exact timing of the ward reset. Hermione, I'll need a distraction in case he's awake. Ron, Neville, you're my backup. If I'm not out in 15 minutes, get Dumbledore. And if it works? Susan asked. If you find the proof. Then we end this. Tonight. The corridors of Hogwarts had never felt so long. Harry moved through the darkness like a ghost, the invisibility cloak wrapped tight around him, the Marauder's map clutched in one hand. Moody's dot was stationary in his office, asleep, hopefully, or at least occupied. The defense against the dark arts office was on the third floor, behind a door that looked ordinary but radiated protective magic. Harry stopped outside, counting the seconds. Daphne's contacts had been precise. At 2:47 a.m., the wards would cycle, creating a 12-second window of vulnerability. Miss that window, and the alarms would wake half the castle. 2:46, Harry readied himself. 247, the magic flickered. Harry moved. The door opened silently under his hand. He slipped inside, closing it behind him, already scanning the room. The office was cluttered with dark detectors, sneakoscopes, and other horror paraphernalia. A trunk sat in one corner, massive, multi-compartmented, covered in locks. And there, on the desk, a hip flask that Harry recognized from Moody's constant sipping. Polyjuice. The supply. Harry photographed everything with a charm Hermione had taught him, creating magical copies of the scene. Then he moved to the trunk. The first lock responded to a simple Alohomora. Inside was a compartment full of robes, mundane, ordinary. The second lock required more effort, but yielded to a picking charm Harry had extracted from the prisoner's memories. The compartment was deeper than it should have been, magically extended, and it was full of documents. Ministry papers, personal correspondence, maps of Hogwarts with annotations in a handwriting that wasn't Moody's. Harry photographed everything, his heart pounding. This was it. Proof. He was reaching for the third lock when he heard the footsteps. "Run," the prisoner urged. But it was too late. The door swung open, and Moody stood in the threshold, his magical eye spinning wildly. "Potter." The fake Auror's voice was soft, dangerous. "I wondered when you'd make your move." Harry's wand was in his hand before he finished the thought. "Stay back." "Or what? You'll curse me." Moody laughed, a wrong sound, too high, too young. "Boy, I've been cursing people since before you were born. You're good, I'll give you that. Better than anyone expected. But you're not good enough. I don't need to be." Harry edged toward the window, keeping Moody in sight. "I just need to survive long enough for my friends to get Dumbledore." "Ah. The backup plan. Smart." Moody's smile twisted. "But you're assuming Dumbledore will believe you. A student, breaking into a professor's office? Casting aspersions on a legendary Auror? Who do you think he'll trust? The evidence speaks for itself." "What evidence?" "These." Moody gestured at the documents Harry had photographed. "Easily explained. The flask? A medical necessity for an old man's condition. The trunk? Privacy. Not everyone wants students poking through their personal effects. And the real Moody? The one you're impersonating?" For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in Moody's expression. Surprise. Anger. Fear. "The real Moody is unavailable. Because you're keeping him prisoner. Probably in that trunk, actually, one of the deeper compartments, where no one would think to look." The silence stretched. Then Moody laughed, a real laugh this time, bitter and impressed. "You're remarkable, Potter. Truly. All year I've been watching you, trying to figure out what makes you tick. And now I see it. You're not just talented, you're paranoid. You plan for everything, trust no one, assume the worst at every turn." His expression shifted, becoming almost admiring. "You remind me of him, actually. The Dark Lord. Before his fall. I'm nothing like Voldemort. Aren't you? The way you manipulate people, gather allies, position yourself for conflict. The way you watch and wait and strike at exactly the right moment." Moody shook his head. "You're more like him than you know. And that's why he wants you." "Wants me for what?" "For his return, of course. The blood of an enemy, taken by force, that's what the ritual requires. And who better than Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the symbol of his defeat?" Moody's smile was triumphant. "That's why I put your name in the goblet. That's why you had to compete. The tournament is just a means to an end, a way to get you alone, vulnerable, ready for the taking. And the third task? We'll deliver you straight to the Dark Lord's waiting arms." Moody raised his wand. "But I think we've talked enough. Stupefy." Harry was already moving. The spell passed through the space where he'd been standing, shattering the window behind him. Harry rolled, came up firing, and the duel began. It was brutal, brief, and nothing like the practice sessions Harry had conducted with his study group. Moody, whoever he really was, fought with skill and power that exceeded anything Harry had faced, pressing the attack with a ferocity that left no room for hesitation. But Harry had advantages of his own. He knew things he shouldn't know, techniques from the prisoner's memories, counters to dark magic that no 12-year-old should possess. And he was fast, faster than any student had a right to be, his reflexes honed by years of mental warfare. The exchange lasted perhaps 30 seconds. It ended when Harry's disarming charm caught Moody off guard, sending his wand flying, and Harry's follow-up stunner dropped him like a stone. Silence. Harry stood over the fallen imposter, breathing hard, his mind racing. "It's not over," the prisoner warned. "Someone will have heard the commotion." Harry moved quickly. He bound the unconscious figure with conjured ropes, then turned to the trunk. The third compartment opened to reveal exactly what he'd expected, a magically expanded space containing a sleeping platform. And on that platform, looking haggard and half-starved, was the real Alastor Moody. The cavalry arrived moments later. Dumbledore came first, his wand blazing, McGonagall and Snape on his heels. They stopped short at the sight before them, Harry standing guard, 2 Moodies visible, one bound and unconscious, one imprisoned in a trunk. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was calm despite the circumstances. "Would you care to explain? Someone has been impersonating Professor Moody all year. He's the one who put my name in the Goblet of Fire. He's working for Voldemort." Harry gestured at the trunk. "The real Moody is in there. He's alive but weak. He needs medical attention." Dumbledore moved past Harry to examine the trunk's contents. His expression, when he turned back, was grave. "You are correct. This is indeed Alastor." His gaze moved to the bound impostor. "And this? I don't know. The polyjuice is wearing off. We'll see soon enough." They watched as the transformation began, the unconscious figure's features shifting, flowing, rearranging themselves. Within minutes, a different man lay on the floor, younger, handsome in a cruel way, with eyes that flickered open to reveal madness. "Bartemius Crouch Jr., Snape said softly. "I thought he died in Azkaban." "Apparently not." Harry's voice was flat. "Someone broke him out. Someone's been hiding him. And someone sent him here, to Hogwarts, to set up the tournament and deliver me to Voldemort." The implications hung in the air. Crouch Sr.'s son, a convicted Death Eater, supposedly dead for over a decade, had been living in the castle all year, preparing something terrible. "The third task," Harry continued. "He mentioned something about a ritual. Voldemort needs my blood to return. The tournament was designed to get me somewhere alone, somewhere I could be taken." Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "You have done well, Harry. Better than anyone could have expected. I had help." Harry thought of Daphne, of his allies, of the network that had made this possible. "But we're not done yet. Crouch couldn't have done this alone. Someone helped him escape Azkaban, someone's been supporting him, we need to find out who." "Indeed we do." Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. "Minerva, please summon the Aurors. We have a criminal to deliver to the Ministry." To Snape, "Severus, see to Alastor's care. He's been through an ordeal." And finally, to Harry, "You and I, Mr. Potter, will have a conversation. In my office. Tonight." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of the night's events settling over him. It was over. The impostor was caught, the plot exposed, the immediate danger past. But Voldemort was still out there, still planning, still waiting. And the ritual Crouch had mentioned, the blood magic, the return, that threat remained. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. The conversation in Dumbledore's office lasted until dawn. Harry told the headmaster almost everything: the investigation he'd conducted, the allies who'd helped, the evidence he'd gathered. He left out certain details: the prisoner's role, the full extent of his capabilities, the memories he'd extracted over years of mental warfare. But he told enough. Dumbledore listened without interruption, his expression growing more serious with each revelation. When Harry finished, the old wizard sat in silence for a long moment. "You have built something remarkable, Harry. A network of allies, an intelligence operation, a training program, all while competing in a tournament designed to kill you." He shook his head. "I have underestimated you. We all have. You've been testing me all year. The mirror, the conversations, the challenges. You wanted to see what I would do. I wanted to understand who you were becoming." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. The boy who arrived at Hogwarts 3 years ago was already extraordinary. But the young man before me now is something else entirely. You've been shaped by forces I didn't anticipate, given capabilities I don't fully understand. And that worries you. It should worry both of us. Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, the power you're developing, the alliances you're building, they're not just tools against Voldemort. They're the foundations of something larger. Something that could be used for good or ill, depending on who wields it. You think I'm becoming a threat. I think you're becoming a force. Whether that force serves justice or merely power, that's a question only you can answer." Harry considered this. The old wizard wasn't wrong. Harry had built something significant, something that could rival Dumbledore's own influence if allowed to grow. And the prisoner in his head had been pointing out the same thing for years. "I'm not your enemy, Professor. I'm not anyone's enemy, except Voldemort's. I believe you. But beliefs can change. Power corrupts, Harry. Even the most noble intentions can twist under its weight. Then help me." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. "Not control me, not use me, not manipulate me, help me. Share information. Let me be part of your plans, not just a piece on your chessboard." Silence. Then, slowly, Dumbledore nodded. "Very well. We will work together, as partners, not master and student. You will have access to information you need, within reasonable limits. And in return, you will keep me informed of your activities and consult me before taking major action." Agreed. They shook hands, a formal gesture, almost contractual. And Harry felt something shift between them, the relationship transforming into something new. "You're making deals with the old man," the prisoner observed. "How quickly you adapt." "I'm making alliances. That's what you do in a war. Just remember, alliances can be broken. And Dumbledore has been known to sacrifice pawns when the board demands it. I'm not a pawn. Not anymore." The aftermath of Crouch's capture dominated the following weeks. The Ministry sent investigators, conducted interrogations, scrambled to explain how a supposedly dead Death Eater had been living at Hogwarts for months. Crouch Sr. disappeared, found later, wandering the grounds in a confused state, the victim of some curse that had destroyed his mind. Fudge gave speeches about vigilance and cooperation. The Daily Prophet ran hysterical headlines about dark conspiracies. And through it all, Harry Potter's name was mentioned again and again, the boy who had uncovered the plot, who had single-handedly captured a Death Eater, who had saved the tournament from disaster. Harry didn't care about the fame. He cared about what came next. The tournament continued, despite everything. The Ministry insisted, cancelling would be admitting failure, showing weakness, giving Voldemort a victory. So the third task was rescheduled, the maze constructed, the competition set to proceed. But Harry wasn't competing anymore. With Crouch exposed, his presence in the tournament was acknowledged as illegitimate. The Goblet's contract was voided by special dispensation, freeing Harry from the obligation to compete. The final task would be between Cedric, Krum, and Fleur, the legitimate champions. You could have won, Hermione said, the night before the task. They were sitting by the lake, watching the sun set over the water. Maybe. But that was never the point. What was the point? Harry considered the question. Survival, at first. Then understanding. Then. He trailed off. Then what? Then preparing. For what's coming. He looked at her, at this brilliant, brave girl who'd stood by him through everything, and felt that familiar twist in his chest. He's still out there, Hermione. Voldemort. The ritual might have been stopped this time, but he won't stop trying. And when he returns, when, not if, things are going to get very bad. I know. She took his hand. But we'll face it together. Whatever comes. Will we? Harry's voice was quiet. I've been keeping things from you. Important things. Things that might change how you see me. Harry, the person you think you know, the boy who survived Voldemort, who got lucky and worked hard and had good friends, that's not the whole story. There's more. Darker things. Things I've done, things I've become. I know. Harry looked at her sharply. You think I haven't noticed? Hermione's smile was sad. The knowledge you shouldn't have, the skills you shouldn't possess, the way you think about problems like you've been fighting wars your whole life. I've known something was different about you since first year, Harry. I just figured you'd tell me when you were ready. And if the truth is worse than you imagined, then I'll deal with it. Because you're my friend, and whatever you are, whatever you've become, that doesn't change who you are to me. Harry felt something break inside him, a wall he'd built so long ago he'd forgotten it was there. Tears pricked at his eyes, unexpected and unwelcome. There's something in my head, he said, the words tumbling out. A piece of Voldemort's soul. It's been there since I was a baby, since the night he killed my parents. I've been fighting it my whole life, keeping it trapped, extracting information from it. That's how I know things. That's why I'm different. Hermione's grip on his hand tightened, but she didn't pull away. A piece of his soul, she repeated. A Horcrux. A fragment, broken off when the killing curse rebounded. It's been in my head for 12 years, and every day I have to fight to keep it contained, to stop it from taking over, to, Harry. Her voice cut through his spiral. Stop. He stopped. You're telling me, she said slowly, that you've been carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul since you were a baby. That you've been fighting it alone, all this time. That everything you've accomplished, the tournament, the network, everything, you did with a literal monster in your head. Yes. And you think that makes me think less of you? Harry said nothing. Harry Potter. Hermione's voice was fierce. You absolute idiot. Don't you understand? That makes you the bravest person I've ever known. Not the magic, not the dueling, not any of that, just the fact that you've survived this long, sane and good and still fighting. That's what matters. She pulled him into a hug, fierce and tight, and Harry let himself lean into it. Well, the prisoner observed, his voice unusually subdued. That was unexpected. Yes, Harry agreed. It was. They sat by the lake as darkness fell, and for the first time in years, Harry felt like he wasn't alone. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Political Games. The summer after fourth year felt different. Harry stood at the window of his room at Privet Drive, his room now, not Dudley's second bedroom, not the cupboard under the stairs, and watched the sun set over Little Whinging. The sky burned orange and red, colors that reminded him of dragon fire, of the tournament, of everything that had changed. He was 14. He felt ancient. You're brooding again, the prisoner observed. It's becoming a pattern. I'm thinking. There's a difference. Is there? You've been standing at that window for an hour, running through the same calculations over and over. That's not thinking, that's obsessing. Harry didn't argue. The prisoner wasn't wrong. The weeks since term ended had been busy ones. Letters flew between Harry and his network, coordinating activities, sharing intelligence, preparing for whatever came next. Augusta Longbottom's investigation into Sirius Black had finally borne fruit, new evidence, new witnesses, enough to force the Wisingamot to consider reopening the case. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was still planning his return. The ritual had been stopped, but the Dark Lord wasn't destroyed. He was still a wraith, still seeking a way back to corporeal form, still hunting for the blood and the magic and the sacrifice he needed. Crouch's capture had set him back, but it hadn't ended the threat. He'll try again, Harry thought. Different method, different plan. But he won't stop. No. He never stops. That's what makes him dangerous. A knock at the door interrupted Harry's thoughts. Boy! Someone's here to see you. Vernon's voice was carefully neutral, the fear that had defined their relationship since Harry's return from Hogwarts keeping the usual venom in check. Harry had made it clear, in small ways, that he was no longer the helpless child they'd tormented for years. The Dursleys had gotten the message. Harry descended the stairs to find an unexpected visitor waiting in the entrance hall. Albus Dumbledore stood in a narrow space, looking profoundly out of place in his purple robes, his half-moon spectacles catching the light from the setting sun. The Dursleys huddled in the kitchen doorway, watching with barely concealed horror. Professor. This is unexpected. Harry. I apologize for the intrusion, but circumstances require urgency. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was something serious beneath the grandfatherly facade. Might we speak privately? Perhaps in your room? Harry led the way upstairs, feeling the weight of the headmaster's attention on his back. When they reached his room, Dumbledore cast a series of privacy wards with casual precision. The Wisingamot has agreed to hear new evidence in the case of Sirius Black, Dumbledore said without preamble. The hearing is scheduled for next week. Your testimony may be required. My testimony about what? I never saw Pettigrew. By the time I confirmed my suspicions, he'd already fled. But you can testify to the investigation itself. The evidence gathered, the logical chain that led to the conclusion. Augusta Longbottom will present the documentation, but your perspective as the one who initiated the inquiry adds weight. Harry considered this. Public testimony meant public exposure, revealing the extent of his investigative capabilities, the network he'd built, the resources he commanded. It was a risk. But Sirius's freedom was worth the risk. I'll do it. I thought you might. Dumbledore's expression shifted, becoming more serious. There is another matter. Voldemort's activities have increased since the tournament. He is gathering followers, reaching out to old allies, preparing for something significant. My sources suggest he has found an alternative method for his resurrection ritual, one that doesn't require your blood specifically. What kind of alternative? We don't know yet. But we believe he will make his move soon, within the year, perhaps within months. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. The war is coming, Harry. Sooner than any of us hoped. I know. Harry kept his voice steady. I've been preparing. I am aware. Your study group, your political alliances, the training you've been conducting, all of it has come to my attention. Dumbledore raised a hand to forestall Harry's protest. I am not criticizing. You have done what you felt necessary, and much of it has been admirable. But the time for operating in the shadows may be ending. When Voldemort returns openly, we will need to stand together, not as separate factions, but as a unified force. The Order of the Phoenix. You know of it? I've heard rumors. A resistance organization from the First War, led by you. I assumed it would reform when the time came. It is reforming now. Dumbledore produced a folded parchment from his robes. This is a list of members, current and prospective. I am sharing it with you as a gesture of trust, and as an invitation. Your network and mine could accomplish far more together than apart. Harry took the parchment, scanning the names. Some he recognized: Moody, the real one, recovering from his ordeal, McGonagall, Snape, various others from Hogwarts and the Ministry. Some were new: Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Emmeline Vance. And one name that made his heart skip: Sirius Black, pending exoneration. You're planning to bring Sirius into the Order? If he is freed, yes. He was a member before, and his knowledge of the old war would be valuable. Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral. He is also your godfather. I imagine you would want him involved. I would. Harry folded the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. I'll consider your invitation, Professor. And I'll coordinate with my people to see how we can best support the Order's objectives. That is all I ask. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing, Harry. The coming conflict will require difficult choices. Sacrifices. Not everyone will survive, and not every decision will be clear. I hope, he hesitated, an unusual show of uncertainty. I hope that when the time comes, you will remember that we are on the same side. I know which side I'm on, Professor. I've known since I was 2 years old. Dumbledore nodded, something like sadness in his eyes, and departed. Harry stood alone in his room, the parchment heavy in his pocket, the future heavy on his shoulders. The old man is reaching out, the prisoner observed. Trying to bring you into his fold before you become too powerful to control. Or trying to build a genuine alliance against a common enemy. Not everything is manipulation. With Dumbledore, everything is manipulation. The question is whether his manipulations align with your interests. Right now, they do. That's enough. The Wisengamot hearing was held on a Thursday morning in late July. The chamber was packed, members of the court in their plum-colored robes, spectators in the gallery, journalists scribbling notes with quick quotes quills. The case of Sirius Black had captured the public imagination, and everyone wanted to see how it would unfold. Harry sat in the witness section, dressed in his best robes, projecting calm he didn't entirely feel. Beside him, Augusta Longbottom radiated the confidence of someone who knew she was about to win. The evidence was overwhelming. Documents proving that Sirius had never received a trial. Testimony from witnesses who'd seen Pettigrew alive after his supposed death. Magical analysis of the explosion site that contradicted the official narrative. And most damning of all, records showing that Bartemius Crouch Sr., the man who'd sent Sirius to Azkaban, had been secretly sheltering his own Death Eater son for over a decade. The Ministry's case is collapsing, the prisoner observed with something like satisfaction. They never expected anyone to actually investigate. They expected the world to accept their version of events. They forgot that truth has a way of surfacing. When Harry took the stand, he kept his testimony simple and direct. He described discovering the inconsistencies in the official record. The investigation he'd initiated. The logical chain that led to the conclusion that Pettigrew, not Sirius, had been the traitor. And how, the prosecutor demanded, did an underage student conduct this investigation? Where did you obtain the resources, the contacts, the expertise? I asked questions, Harry said calmly. I paid attention. I didn't assume that the official story was true just because important people said it was. Laughter rippled through the gallery. The prosecutor's face reddened. You expect us to believe that a 14-year-old boy uncovered a conspiracy that escaped the notice of the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement? I expect you to believe the evidence. How it was gathered is less important than what it shows. Harry met the prosecutor's eyes. Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial for a crime he didn't commit. Peter Pettigrew betrayed my parents and murdered those muggles. These are facts. What the Ministry does with those facts is up to you. The vote was closer than it should have been, politics and pride making some members reluctant to admit the system's failure, but in the end, justice prevailed. Sirius Black was exonerated. The reunion happened 3 days later, at a safe house in London. Harry arrived via flo, stepping out of the fireplace into a dusty parlor that hadn't been used in years. The house belonged to the Black family, Sirius's inheritance, claimed now that his name was cleared. Sirius was waiting. He looked nothing like the photographs Harry had seen, the handsome young man from his parents' wedding, the laughing friend in snapshots from before the war. 12 years in Azkaban had carved deep lines into his face, turned his hair gray at the temples, left shadows in his eyes that might never fully fade. But when he saw Harry, he smiled. And in that smile, Harry caught a glimpse of who he'd been. Harry. Sirius's voice was hoarse, and used to conversation. You look just like James. Except the eyes, Lily's eyes. So everyone tells me. They stood awkwardly for a moment, neither sure how to bridge the years of separation. Then Sirius moved forward and pulled Harry into a hug, fierce, desperate, the embrace of a man who'd thought he'd lost everything and found it again. Thank you, Sirius whispered. For believing me. For fighting for me. You didn't have to, you're my godfather. Of course I had to. They separated, both blinking back emotions they weren't ready to name. Sirius led Harry to a sitting room, where tea appeared courtesy of a house elf who was extremely pleased to have a master again. I've been following your career, Sirius said, settling into a chair. The tournament, the investigation, the political maneuvering. You've been busy. Someone had to be. That's not, Sirius shook his head. You're 14, Harry. You should be worrying about Quidditch and girls and passing your OWLs. Not fighting Dark Lords and reforming the justice system. I haven't had that luxury. Not since I was a baby. Something flickered in Sirius's expression, guilt, maybe, or regret. Your parents wanted so much more for you. Lily used to talk about it, the life you'd have, the person you'd become. She never imagined. She never imagined Voldemort would come for us. None of you did. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. That's not your fault. And it's not something you can fix by wishing I'd had a normal childhood. I know. It's just, Sirius ran a hand through his hair. I spent 12 years in Azkaban thinking about what I'd do if I ever got out. How I'd find you, protect you, give you the family you deserved. And now I'm here, and you're, already grown up. Already a general. Sirius laughed, a rough sound. Dumbledore told me about your network. The students you've trained, the alliances you've built. He's impressed, Harry. And Dumbledore doesn't impress easily. I do what I have to do. That's what worries me. Sirius leaned forward, his expression serious. I know what war does to people, Harry. I fought in the first one, watched friends die, made choices I'm not proud of. It changes you. Hardens you. And once you start down that path, it's hard to come back. I'm not going down any path. I'm preparing for what's coming. That's what we all said. Before. Sirius's eyes were distant, lost in memory. James was the same way, always planning, always thinking 3 moves ahead. It made him brilliant in a fight. But it also made him forget how to just live. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. The silence stretched. I'm not trying to lecture you, Sirius said finally. I have no right, I wasn't there, I didn't protect you, I failed in every way that mattered. But I'm here now. And I want to help, if you'll let me. Help how? However you need. Information about the old Death Eaters, the pure-blood families, the political landscape. Training in combat magic, I was an Auror trainee before everything went wrong. Resources, contacts, safe houses. Sirius spread his hands. I spent 12 years thinking about nothing but revenge. Now I have a chance to do something better. Let me. Harry studied his godfather, this broken man who'd survived the impossible, who was offering everything he had to a nephew he barely knew. Okay, Harry said. Let's talk about what you know. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of preparation. Harry divided his time between Privet Drive, Sirius's house, and various meetings with his network. The study group had expanded over the summer, new recruits identified by existing members, vetted through careful processes, trained in the basics before term began. Daphne's political intelligence operation had matured into something impressive. She had contacts in most of the major pureblood families now, feeding her information about alliances, grudges, and shifting loyalties. The neutral faction was stronger than ever, positioned to weather whatever storm was coming. And Hermione had thrown herself into research with characteristic intensity. She was hunting for information about Horcruxes, about soul magic, about the nature of the connection between Harry and Voldemort. She hadn't found much, the subject was taboo, the books restricted, but what she'd found had been disturbing. Multiple Horcruxes, she said during one of their late-night conversations, her voice hushed with horror. The theory says it's possible to split the soul more than once. If Voldemort did that, then killing his body wouldn't be enough. We'd have to destroy all the fragments. Exactly. And we have no idea how many there are, or where they're hidden. Harry had his suspicions, of course. The prisoner's memories contained hints, objects of significance, locations Voldemort had valued, the number 7 appearing again and again. But he couldn't share that knowledge without revealing its source. Not yet. Maybe not ever. You should tell her, the prisoner said, unexpectedly. About the Horcruxes. About what you know. And explain how I know it. She already knows about me. The rest is just details. Details that could get us both killed if the wrong person finds out. The prisoner subsided, but Harry could feel his skepticism. It was strange, having the soul fragment advocate for openness. Strange and unsettling. What are you playing at? Harry demanded. Nothing. I simply observe that your insistence on secrecy is becoming counterproductive. The more you hide, the more isolated you become. And isolation is weakness. Isolation kept me alive for 14 years. Isolation kept you surviving. There's a difference between surviving and living. Harry didn't respond. The prisoner's words echoed uncomfortably with what Sirius had said, with what Dumbledore had implied, with doubts Harry had been trying to ignore. Was he becoming too closed off? Too focused on the war to remember what he was fighting for? He pushed the thoughts aside. There would be time for introspection later. Right now, he had work to do. September brought the return to Hogwarts and new complications. The castle felt different this year, tension in the air, fear in the corners, the shadow of Voldemort's impending return hanging over everything. Students whispered about what had happened at the tournament, about Crouch's exposure, about the boy who lived and his mysterious capabilities. Harry ignored the whispers. He had bigger concerns. The study group's first meeting of the year drew nearly 50 students, more than double the previous year's peak attendance. Word had spread over the summer, and suddenly everyone wanted to be part of Harry Potter's organization. This is getting out of hand, Daphne murmured, surveying the crowded room of requirement. We can't vet this many people properly. We'll have to structure it differently. Tiers of membership, need-to-know information, compartmentalized training. Harry's mind was already sorting through possibilities. The core group stays tight, people we trust absolutely. The outer circle gets basic defense training and nothing sensitive. And if there's a spy in the outer circle, then they'll learn that we're teaching students to defend themselves. That's not exactly secret information. The meeting proceeded. Harry introduced the new structure, assigned lieutenants to manage different groups, established protocols for communication and security. By the end, what had been an informal study group was starting to look like a proper organization. An army, the prisoner observed. You're building an army. I'm building a support network. The army comes later, if we need it. We'll need it. When the Dark Lord returns, nice words and political alliances won't be enough. You'll need people willing to fight and die. I know. But I'd rather they be trained and prepared than just willing. The semester's classes brought their own challenges. Defense against the dark arts had a new professor, the real Alastair Moody, recovered from his ordeal and determined to make up for the year his impostor had stolen. His classes were brutal, practical, and exactly what the students needed. Constant vigilance became a catchphrase, delivered with enthusiasm that bordered on mania. Moody drilled them in detection, evasion, combat, the real skills that might keep them alive when darkness came. Harry appreciated the training, even if he didn't need most of it. What he valued more was Moody's experience, his knowledge of how the last war had really been fought. "You've got good instincts, Potter," Moody said after one particularly intense dueling session. "Better than good. Where'd you learn to fight like that?" "Practice. Research. Necessity." The magical eye fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. "You know things you shouldn't know. Move in ways that shouldn't be possible for someone your age. I've been watching you, the real me, this time, and something doesn't add up. Is that a problem?" "Depends on where those skills came from." Moody's voice dropped. "There are dark ways to gain power quickly. Dangerous ways. I've seen what happens to people who take shortcuts. I haven't taken any shortcuts, Professor. Everything I know, I learned the hard way." "Did you?" The magical I word. "Maybe. But there's something else going on with you, Potter. Something you're not telling anyone. And in my experience, secrets like that have a way of blowing up at the worst possible time." Harry met the Auror's gaze without flinching. "When I'm ready to share, you'll be one of the first to know. Until then, I'd appreciate it if you trust that I'm on your side." Moody studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he nodded. "Fair enough. But don't wait too long. The war's coming faster than anyone thinks." The political landscape shifted in October. Cornelius Fudge, under pressure from multiple directions, had been making increasingly erratic decisions. He denied Voldemort's return despite mounting evidence, alienated allies with paranoid accusations, and allowed his undersecretary, a toad-like woman named Dolores Umbridge, to push through repressive legislation targeting dangerous elements in wizarding society. "He's losing control," Daphne reported during one of their strategy sessions. "The pureblood families are distancing themselves, the moderates are looking for alternatives, and even his supporters are starting to wonder if he's gone mad." "Which creates an opportunity," Harry said. "Or a danger, depending on how it plays out." "Both, probably." Daphne pulled out a map of Wizarding Britain, marked with the territories and allegiances of major families. "The Malfoys have been quiet, too quiet. Lucius is planning something, but my sources can't determine what. He's waiting to see which way the wind blows. When Voldemort returns openly, Lucius will need to choose sides. Right now, he's keeping his options open. And when he does choose, then we'll have to deal with it." Harry studied the map. "What about the neutral faction? How are they holding?" "Nervous but stable. The Greengrass family has been coordinating with the Devisas and the Zabinas, building a coalition that can survive regardless of which side wins." Daphne's smile was thin. "It's strange, being part of something larger than just family survival." "Strange how?" "Strange because it feels like it might actually work. The old way, every family for itself, alliances shifting with every breeze, that's what let Voldemort rise in the first place. This is different. This is people actually committing to each other. Is that a problem?" "It's a vulnerability. When you commit to people, you give them power over you. If they betray you, then you deal with it. But that's true of any alliance." Harry met her eyes. "We can't win alone, Daphne. None of us can. That's the whole point." She was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. "I know. It's just hard to believe, sometimes. That this will actually work. That we're not all going to end up dead or worse. We might end up dead. That's always a possibility. But I'd rather die fighting for something than survive by hiding. Would you? Her voice was curious, not challenging. Even knowing what's waiting. Especially knowing what's waiting. November brought the first major crisis of the year. Students started disappearing. Not permanently, they'd turn up after a few hours, confused and disoriented, with no memory of where they'd been or what had happened. The incidents were scattered at first, easy to dismiss as pranks or misunderstandings. But as the pattern emerged, the fear began to spread. "Someone's practicing," Hermione said, her voice tight with worry. "Memory charms, compulsion spells, maybe something worse. They're testing their methods on students." "Who?" Ron demanded. "And why?" "The who is what we need to figure out. The why." Harry's mind raced through possibilities. Recruitment, maybe. Or intelligence gathering. Or just destabilization, make people afraid, disrupt the school, distract from whatever else is happening. "You think it's connected to Voldemort?" "Everything's connected to Voldemort right now. The question is how direct the connection is." Harry activated his network, setting watchers and researchers to the task. Within days, they'd mapped the pattern. The disappearances clustered around certain times and locations, targeted specific types of students, showed signs of sophisticated magical practice. "It's someone inside the school," Daphne concluded. "They know the routines too well, the blind spots in security. This isn't an outside attack. A student? A professor? Could be either. Or neither, maybe someone using polyjuice or other disguises." The investigation consumed the next 2 weeks. Harry coordinated with Dumbledore, sharing information carefully, maintaining the partnership they'd established. The headmaster was concerned but oddly passive, as if waiting for Harry to solve the problem rather than taking direct action himself. "He's testing you again," the prisoner observed. "Seeing how you handle a crisis. Or he's busy with other things. The Order has its hands full with Voldemort's movements. Perhaps. But don't assume his inaction is innocent." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Luna Lovegood, a Ravenclaw fourth year known for her eccentric beliefs and dreamy demeanor, approached Harry after dinner one evening. "The Raxperts are very active around Professor Umbridge," she said in her airy voice. "They're feeding on something dark. Something that doesn't belong." "Umbridge?" Harry frowned. "She's barely been here 3 weeks. The ministry had sent Umbridge as a special advisor in September, ostensibly to help with curriculum standards. In reality, she'd spent her time interfering with classes, criticizing professors, and making students miserable with her sickeningly sweet cruelty. "She has a room in the dungeons," Luna continued. "One that isn't on any map. The Thestrals have seen people going in and not coming out for hours." "How do you know what the Thestrals have seen?" Luna smiled serenely. "I asked them, of course." Harry didn't question this. Luna might be strange, but her information had proven reliable in the past. And the detail about a hidden room was significant. That night, he checked the Marauder's map. There it was, a small chamber in the dungeons, not marked on any official Hogwarts plan. And inside it, a dot labeled Dolores Umbridge and 3 other dots labeled with student names. Students who'd been reported missing that afternoon. "Found you," Harry thought grimly. The confrontation happened at midnight. Harry had gathered a strike team, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and 2 seventh years from the study group who specialized in ward breaking. They moved through the castle in silence, the map guiding them to the hidden room. The wards around the entrance were sophisticated but not impenetrable. Within 10 minutes, they were through. The room beyond was a nightmare. Students sat in chairs arranged in a circle, their eyes glazed, their expressions blank. Umbridge stood in the center, her wand raised, her mouth forming words in a language Harry didn't recognize but the prisoner did. Compulsion ritual, the soul fragment said urgently. She's trying to bind their minds, create permanent loyalty. Stop her now. Harry didn't hesitate. Stupefy. The spell caught Umbridge mid-word, sending her crashing to the floor. The ritual collapsed, the students slumping in their chairs as the magic released them. Get the students, Harry ordered. Check them for lasting effects. And someone bind her before she wakes up. The next hours were chaos. Dumbledore summoned, the Ministry contacted, Umbridge's plot exposed in all its ugly detail. She'd been working to create a network of controlled students, loyal to the Ministry and to her personally, who could report on subversive activities and influence their classmates. The political fallout was severe. Fudge tried to deny involvement, but the evidence was clear. Public opinion turned sharply against him, calls for his resignation grew loud and insistent. Within weeks, he'd been forced from office, replaced by a caretaker administration that promised reform. And through it all, Harry Potter's name was mentioned again and again, the young wizard who'd uncovered the conspiracy, who'd saved students from magical enslavement, who seemed to be everywhere that trouble appeared. You're becoming a symbol, Dumbledore said, during one of their now regular meetings. Whether you intended it or not, people are looking to you for guidance. I didn't ask for that. Few who bear such burdens ever do. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. The question is what you'll do with it. Symbols can inspire, or they can divide. They can build coalitions, or tear them apart. What would you have me do? What you've always done, I suspect. Follow your conscience. Protect those who need protection. And try, a hint of sadness entered his voice. Try to remember that you're still young. That you don't have to carry everything alone. Easy for him to say, the prisoner observed. He's been carrying the wizarding world for decades. He knows what it costs. Maybe that's why he's warning me. Or maybe he's trying to keep you manageable. A symbol is useful, but an independent symbol is dangerous. Harry didn't have an answer to that. December brought unexpected developments on the personal front. Sirius had moved into Grimmauld Place permanently, transforming the old Black family home into the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters. Harry spent the Christmas holidays there, surrounded by people who'd known his parents, who treated him like family rather than a symbol. It was strange and wonderful and more than a little overwhelming. Your father would have loved this, Remus Lupin said one evening, watching Harry debate strategy with Sirius and Moody. The planning, the politics, the sense of being at the center of things. He always wanted to make a difference. And my mother? Lily would have worried about you. Lupin's smile was sad. She always worried, about everyone, but especially about the people she loved. She'd have wanted you to be happy, not just effective. Can't I be both? I hope so. But it's a difficult balance, especially in wartime. Harry thought about that conversation often in the days that followed. Happiness felt like a luxury, something for people who didn't have monsters in their heads and dark lords hunting them. But maybe that was exactly why it mattered. On Christmas Eve, he found himself alone with Hermione in the library at Grimmauld Place. You've been distant lately, she said, not looking up from her book. More than usual. There's been a lot happening. There's always a lot happening. But you've been pulling away, from me, from Ron, from everyone who isn't strictly necessary for whatever you're planning. Harry didn't deny it. She was right, and they both knew it. I'm scared, he admitted. Not of Voldemort, not of dying, of what I'm becoming. Every time I make a decision, every time I move a piece on the board, I feel myself getting colder. More calculating. More like, he stopped, unable to finish the sentence. More like him. Hermione set her book aside. Harry, you're nothing like Voldemort. Aren't I? I manipulate people, Hermione. I build networks and plan strategies and use information as a weapon. Half the time I don't even think of people as people, just assets, resources, variables in my calculations. That's not who you are. That's what you do to survive. What's the difference? Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she stood, crossed the room, and sat down beside him. The difference is that you're asking the question. The difference is that you care whether you're becoming something terrible. She took his hand. Voldemort never doubted himself, Harry. He never worried about what he was becoming, because he never saw anything wrong with what he was. You do. That's what makes you different. Is it enough? I don't know. But I know it's something. She squeezed his hand. And I know you're not alone, even when you try to be. We're here, me, Ron, Sirius, all of us. We're not going to let you lose yourself. Harry looked at her, at this brilliant, fierce, impossibly loyal girl who'd chosen to stand with him despite everything, and felt something warm break through the cold. Thank you, he said. I don't deserve, stop. Her voice was firm. Stop deciding what you deserve. Just let people care about you, Harry. That's not weakness. That's human. They sat together in the library as snow fell outside the windows, and for a moment, the war felt very far away. Sentiment, the prisoner observed, but his voice lacked its usual edge. Humanity, Harry corrected. The thing I'm fighting to protect. Perhaps. But don't let it make you soft. The enemy won't care about your feelings. I know. But I need to remember what I'm fighting for. Otherwise, what's the point? The prisoner had no answer to that. The new year brought new challenges and new horrors. Voldemort returned. It happened in January, in a graveyard in Little Hangleton, under a moonless sky. The ritual was different from what Crouch had planned, no tournament, no elaborate trap, but the result was the same. The Dark Lord rose again, given flesh by dark magic, surrounded by followers who'd never stopped believing. Harry felt it happen. The scar on his forehead burned like fire, and through the connection he shared with Voldemort, the connection of the soul fragment in his head, he saw glimpses of the ritual. The circle of Death Eaters. The cauldron bubbling with unholy power. The pale, serpentine face emerging from the flames, reborn and terrible. He's back, the prisoner said, and his voice held something Harry had never heard before. Fear. I know. The war begins now. For real this time. No more shadows, no more preparation. This is it. I know. Harry rose from his bed, his mind already shifting into combat mode. There would be time for fear later. Right now, there was work to do. The message went out within the hour, to all members of the network. The Dark Lord has returned. Activate all protocols. War has begun. Dumbledore's confirmation came at dawn, along with a summons to an emergency meeting of the Order. Harry dressed quickly, kissed Hermione goodbye. They'd grown closer over the holidays, the romance blooming naturally from years of friendship, and fled to Grimmauld Place. The Order was assembled, faces grim in the morning light. Moody, McGonagall, Snape, Sirius, and a dozen others. They looked to Dumbledore for guidance, but when the headmaster spoke, his eyes found Harry. Our worst fears have been realized. Voldemort is returned, and the Second War has begun. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. We knew this day would come. We have prepared. Now we must act. Harry listened as assignments were given, resources allocated, strategies discussed. But part of his mind was elsewhere, running calculations, preparing for battles that hadn't been fought yet. This is what you've been preparing for, the prisoner said. Everything you've built, everything you've learned, it all comes down to this. I know. Are you ready? Harry thought about his allies, his training, his network, the friends who'd chosen to stand with him. He thought about the prisoner in his head, the enemy who'd become, in some strange way, an ally. He thought about Hermione's words in the library, we're not going to let you lose yourself. Ready or not, Harry thought, here it comes. The war had begun. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Troll and the Truth. The war came to Hogwarts on a Tuesday in February. Not with armies or siege engines, but with whispers and fear and the slow poison of uncertainty. Students huddled in common rooms, speaking in hushed voices about what they'd heard from parents, siblings, the Daily Prophet's increasingly hysterical headlines. Professors tried to maintain normalcy, but the strain showed in their eyes, in the way their hands sometimes trembled during demonstrations. Harry watched it all from the center of the storm, feeling the currents shift around him. "They're looking to you," the prisoner observed during one particularly tense meal in the Great Hall. "Even the ones who don't know you, they're watching, waiting to see how you react." "I know. And how do you plan to react?" "By being what they need. Steady. Confident. Ready. Even if you're not. Especially then." The study group, now called Dumbledore's Army by popular vote, though Harry privately found the name presumptuous, had expanded to nearly 100 members. They met 3 times a week in the room of requirement, training with an intensity that would have seemed paranoid a year ago and now felt barely adequate. Harry pushed them hard. Defense formations. Counter-curse drills. Emergency protocols. The basics of magical first aid. Skills they might need sooner than any of them wanted to think about. "Again," he said, watching a group of 4th years attempt a coordinated shield. "Your timing's off. In a real fight, that gap would get someone killed." The students reset, tried again. Better this time, but still not good enough. "Harry." Hermione's voice was quiet, concerned. "They're exhausted. We've been at this for 3 hours. Voldemort won't care if they're exhausted." "No, but they're not going to learn anything if they're too tired to think." She touched his arm. 5 minutes. Let them breathe." Harry looked at the students, their pale faces, their trembling hands, the fear they were trying so hard to hide, and felt something twist in his chest. 5 minutes, he called out. "Water and rest. Then we go again." Relief rippled through the room. Students collapsed onto conjured cushions, gulping water, some of them closing their eyes for precious moments of peace. "You're pushing too hard," Hermione said, keeping her voice low. "I know why, but, do you?" Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. "Because I don't think anyone really understands what's coming. The last war killed thousands of people, Hermione. Entire families wiped out. And that was when they had trained Aurors, experienced fighters, adults who knew what they were doing. These are children. So are you." "No." Harry met her eyes. "I haven't been a child since I was 2 years old." The silence stretched between them. Then Hermione nodded slowly. "I know. But Harry," she glanced at the resting students. "They're not you. They can't be you. And if you break them trying to make them into soldiers before they're ready, they won't be any use to anyone." "She's right," the prisoner admitted grudgingly. "An army that breaks before battle is worse than no army at all." Harry absorbed this, adjusting his approach. "Okay. We'll ease off on the intensity. Focus more on fundamentals, less on advanced tactics. And maybe let them feel like they're accomplishing something. Small victories matter for morale." "Small victories." Harry considered. "We could do evaluation exercises. Let the advanced students demonstrate, give the others goals to work toward." "That's better." Hermione smiled slightly. "You're getting better at this, you know. The leadership thing." "Am I?" "You're listening when people tell you you're wrong. That's improvement." Harry almost laughed. Almost. The first attack came 3 weeks later. It wasn't Hogwarts, the castle's wards were too strong, the defenses too formidable. Instead, Voldemort struck at Hogsmeade during a weekend visit, his Death Eaters operating into the village in broad daylight, causing chaos and terror among the students and shopkeepers. Harry was in Honeydukes when the screaming started. His wand was in his hand before he consciously thought about it, his mind shifting into combat mode with practiced ease. Around him, students were panicking, shoving toward the door or cowering behind displays. "Everyone stay down." Harry's voice cut through the noise. "DA members, on me. Everyone else, move to the back of the shop and stay there." 6 students emerged from the crowd, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and 2 sixth-years named Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan. Their faces were pale but determined. "What's the plan?" Ron asked. "Reconnaissance first. We need to know what we're dealing with." Harry moved to the window, peering through the frost-covered glass. The street outside was chaos. Black-robed figures moved through the smoke, casting curses at fleeing civilians. Buildings burned. People screamed. 6 Death Eaters visible, Harry catalogued. Maybe more. Standard attack formation, spread out, causing maximum terror with minimum risk. Not here to kill everyone, just to send a message. 6 that I can see, he reported. They're not trying to hold ground, this is a terror raid. Hit hard, get out before reinforcements arrive. So what do we do? Susan's voice was steady despite her fear. We can't take them head on. But we can disrupt their operation, protect civilians, and make them pay for every second they're here. Harry turned to face his team. Hermione, Ron, you're with me. We'll engage the nearest group, draw their attention. Neville, Luna, evacuate the civilians. Get people to the 3 broomsticks, it has defensive wards. Susan, Ernie, your backup. Watch our flanks and be ready to cover a retreat. Harry, we're students, Ernie said. We're not supposed to, we're the only ones here. Harry's voice was flat. The Aurors will take minutes to arrive. In minutes, people die. So we do what we can, and we do it now. He didn't wait for agreement. He moved to the door, Hermione and Ron falling in behind him, and stepped out into the war. The fight was brutal and brief. Harry's first spell caught a Death Eater mid-curse, sending him flying into a wall with enough force to crack stone. Hermione's follow-up bound him in conjured ropes before he could recover. 2 more coming. Ron shouted. Harry spun, deflecting a curse that would have taken his head off, responding with a chain of attacks that forced the Death Eaters to defend rather than advance. He moved with speed and precision that shouldn't have been possible for a 15-year-old, drawing on years of extracted knowledge and mental training. On your left, the prisoner warned. Harry dodged without looking, feeling the curse sizzle past his ear. He turned the motion into an attack, his spell hitting the 3rd Death Eater in the chest and dropping him like a stone. Harry. Hermione's voice. He looked up to see 2 more Death Eaters converging on a group of younger students who hadn't made it to cover. Go. He sprinted toward them, Hermione and Ron struggling to keep up. The Death Eaters saw him coming. One raised a wand, the beginning of a killing curse on his lips. Harry's spell hit him first. Non-lethal, technically, but the man wouldn't be getting up for a while. The 2nd Death Eater hesitated, looking at his fallen comrade, and that hesitation cost him everything. The fight was over in seconds. 2 more down, the younger students ushered to safety by Neville and Luna, the street finally going quiet. Then the Aurors arrived. They appeared with crack after crack of apparition, red robes flowing, wands ready. Harry lowered his own wand slowly, showing he wasn't a threat. Potter? The lead Auror, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Harry recognized, took in the scene with widening eyes. What happened here? Death Eater attack. 6 of them. We held them off until you could get here. Kingsley looked at the bound and unconscious figures, at the students being evacuated, at the damage that could have been so much worse. You did this? A group of students? We did what we had to do. The Auror was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Well done, Mr. Potter. Well done indeed. The aftermath of Hogsmeade changed everything. The attack was front-page news, of course, Voldemort's first public strike since his return, proof that nowhere was truly safe. But the story quickly shifted from the attack itself to the group of students who'd fought back. Potter's army defends Hogsmeade, read the headline in the Daily Prophet. Boy who lived leads students against Death Eaters. The article was breathless, sensationalized, and mostly inaccurate. But it did one thing very effectively: it made Harry Potter a symbol of resistance. "This is getting out of control," Harry said, staring at the stack of letters that had arrived with the Morning Post. "I didn't ask for any of this." "No, but you've got it." Sirius's voice came from the fireplace, his face flickering in the flames. "The question is what you do with it." "What I do with it?" "You're a symbol now, Harry. People are looking to you, not just students, but adults. People who are scared and looking for someone to believe in." Sirius's expression was serious. "That's power. Real power. The kind that can move nations." "I don't want to move nations. I want to win a war." "Same thing, sometimes." Sirius smiled grimly. "Your father struggled with this too, you know. He was a natural leader, people followed him without question. It terrified him, the responsibility of it. But he learned to use it, to direct it towards something good. And look where that got him. It got him killed fighting for what he believed in, surrounded by people who loved him." Sirius's voice softened. "There are worse ways to go, Harry. And worse reasons to live." Harry didn't have a response to that. The school's reaction to Hogsmeade was mixed. Most students treated the DA members like heroes, showering them with gratitude and admiration. But some, particularly among the pure-blood families with Death Eater connections, reacted with hostility and fear. "You've made enemies," Daphne warned during one of their strategy sessions. "The Malfoy faction is furious. Draco's been writing to his father daily, reporting on everything you do. Let him report. What's Lucius going to do? Complain to Voldemort that students are fighting back? That's exactly what he'll do. And Voldemort will respond." Daphne's eyes were serious. "You've embarrassed him, Harry. Publicly. He can't let that stand." "Good. Let him come after me. Better me than someone who can't defend themselves." "That's not," Daphne stopped, visibly forcing herself to calm down. "That's not strategy. That's martyrdom. And martyrs don't win wars." "She's right," the prisoner observed. "You're thinking emotionally, not tactically. I'm thinking about protecting people." "Same thing, in your case. Your emotions are making you reckless." Harry absorbed the criticism, trying to separate his feelings from his analysis. Daphne and the prisoner were both right. Provoking Voldemort into targeting him personally might draw fire away from others, but it could also eliminate the symbol the resistance needed. "What do you suggest?" he asked Daphne. "Consolidate. Strengthen your defenses. Let the public relations victory speak for itself without pushing for more." She pulled out a map of the castle. "And start thinking about what happens if they attack Hogwarts directly. The wards are strong, but they're not impenetrable. With enough power, enough preparation, Voldemort could breach them. And when he does, we need to be ready." They spent the next hour going over contingency plans, evacuation routes, defensive positions, communication protocols. It was grim work, planning for a battle they might not survive, but Harry found it oddly comforting. Planning was something he could control. Planning was action, not just waiting. "You're adapting," the prisoner observed. "Accepting advice, adjusting your approach. Growth. Is that approval? Observation. Approval would require me to care about your success. Don't you? Your survival depends on mine." The prisoner was silent for a long moment. "Perhaps. But don't mistake necessity for affection. I wouldn't dream of it. March brought a different kind of crisis. Harry was in the library, researching ward theory, when Hermione found him with a look on her face that made his stomach drop. What's wrong? It's about the Horcruxes. She sat down across from him, her voice barely above a whisper. I found something. Something terrible. Tell me. The diary. From second year, the one that possessed Ginny. Hermione pulled out a piece of parchment covered in notes. I cross-referenced everything I could find about soul magic, about the properties you described, about Voldemort's history. And I think the diary was a Horcrux. Harry felt his blood run cold. A Horcrux. It makes sense. The way it preserved his memory, the way it could possess people, the way it was destroyed when you stabbed it with the basilisk fang, that's exactly how the books describe Horcrux destruction. She's correct, the prisoner confirmed, his voice tight. The diary was my first experiment. I created it while I was still at Hogwarts. You knew about this. You never mentioned it. You never asked. And the information wasn't relevant until now. Harry. Hermione was watching him with concern. You've gone pale. I'm fine. Just, processing. He forced his mind to focus. If the diary was a Horcrux, and it was destroyed, that means Voldemort can be killed. That his immortality has limits. Hermione's eyes were bright with a mix of hope and horror. But it also means there might be more. Other Horcruxes, other pieces of his soul, hidden away somewhere. How many? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. I don't know. The books don't say there's a limit. He could have made 2, or 10, or 7. Hermione stopped. What? 7. Harry met her eyes, making a decision he'd been avoiding for years. He made 7 Horcruxes. I know because the piece of soul in my head knows. The silence that followed was deafening. You. Hermione's voice was barely audible. You've been communicating with it. Getting information from it. Not communicating. Extracting. Forcing. It's not a conversation, it's an interrogation that's been going on for 13 years. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I didn't tell you because I didn't know how. Because admitting that I've been using Voldemort's own soul against him sounds insane, and probably is. Harry. I know everything he knew, Hermione. Every spell, every secret, every dark corner of his twisted mind. That's how I knew about the tournament plot. That's how I can fight the way I do. That's why he gestured helplessly. This. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and took his hand. Tell me everything. From the beginning. So he did. The confession took hours. Harry told her about the night his parents died, about the soul fragment that had latched onto him, about waking up in the cupboard under the stairs with a monster in his head. He told her about the years of mental warfare, the construction of the prison, the slow extraction of memories and knowledge. He told her about the prisoner, not as a separate entity, but as what he was, a piece of the darkest wizard in history, trapped and defiant, providing information through coercion rather than cooperation. And he told her about the fear. The constant, exhausting fear that one day the prison would break, that the soul fragment would escape, that he would become the very thing he'd been fighting against. When he finished, Hermione's face was wet with tears. 13 years, she whispered. You've been carrying this alone for 13 years. Not entirely alone. Dumbledore knows. And now you. But all that time, as a child, with no one to help, no one to even understand what was happening, she shook her head. How did you survive? I didn't have a choice. It was survive or be consumed. Harry's voice was flat. So I survived. And the knowledge you've gained? The memories you've extracted? Useful for the war. Dangerous in the wrong hands. That's why I've been so careful about what I share and with whom. Hermione was silent, processing. Harry waited, feeling exposed in a way he never had before. Finally, she spoke. The 7 Horcruxes. You said you know there are 7. Do you know what they are? Where they're hidden? Some of them. The diary was one, destroyed. The ring is another, hidden somewhere in the Gaunt family home. There's something at Hogwarts, something of Ravenclaws. Something of Hufflepuffs. The snake, Nagini, might be one, I'm not certain. And then there's... He hesitated. There's what? Me. Harry touched his scar. I'm one of them, Hermione. The soul fragment in my head, it's not just a parasite. It's a Horcrux. An accidental one, created when Voldemort tried to kill me. The color drained from Hermione's face. That means as long as I'm alive, Voldemort can't truly die. And as long as he has other Horcruxes, killing his body won't end him. Harry's voice was steady, despite the weight of what he was saying. We're linked. Bound together. And eventually, one of us is going to have to destroy the other. No. Hermione's voice was fierce. There has to be another way. Something that can remove the Horcrux without killing you. Maybe. I've been researching, but I haven't found anything. And even if there is a way, it would have to wait until the other Horcruxes are destroyed. Otherwise, it would just alert Voldemort that we know his secret. So we destroy the others first. That's the plan. Find them, destroy them, and then... Harry shrugged. Then we deal with me. We will find another way. Hermione's grip on his hand tightened. I refuse to accept that the only solution is your death. There's always another way. Optimistic, the prisoner observed. And probably wrong. But I admire her determination. So do I. The weeks that followed were consumed by Horcrux research. Hermione threw herself into the project with characteristic intensity, spending every spare moment in the library, the room of requirement, anywhere that might hold relevant information. Harry contributed what he knew from the prisoner's memories, carefully framing the information as research findings, to avoid too many questions from others who noticed their activities. Ron knew something was going on. He wasn't as oblivious as people sometimes assumed, but he trusted Harry enough not to push. When you're ready to tell me, you'll tell me, he said simply. Until then, just let me know how I can help. It was more than Harry deserved. All of it was more than he deserved. By April, they had a preliminary list: the diary, destroyed; the ring, Gaunt Shack, location confirmed; the locket, Grimmauld Place, maybe; the prisoner's memories were unclear; the cup, Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts; the diadem, Hogwarts, room of requirement, Nagini, with Voldemort; Harry, not a traditional Horcrux, but functionally similar; 5 more to destroy, Hermione said, staring at the list. Plus whatever we do about you and the snake. The ring and the diadem are the most accessible. The ring is unguarded, or was, last time Voldemort checked. The diadem is here at Hogwarts, hidden in the room of requirement. Then we start there. It's not that simple. The Horcruxes are protected, curses, traps, probably worse. The ring had some kind of compulsion on it that made Voldemort afraid to touch it even after he made it. And destroying them requires specific methods: basilisk venom, fiend fire, things that are dangerous in their own right. So we plan carefully. We prepare. And when we're ready, we strike. Harry looked at Hermione, at the determination in her eyes, the set of her jaw, and felt something warm in his chest. When did you become a general? Around the same time you became a symbol, I imagine. She smiled slightly. We adapt to circumstances. That we do. The opportunity to retrieve the diadem came in May. Harry had been mapping the room of requirement's various configurations, trying to find the one that contained Voldemort's hidden treasure. The room was vast, a labyrinth of discarded objects and forgotten secrets accumulated over 1,000 years. He went alone, despite Hermione's protests. If something goes wrong, I need someone who knows the plan's still alive. You're that person. That's terrible logic. It's the only logic I have. The room materialized around him, mountains of broken furniture, towers of books, strange artifacts gleaming in the dim light. Harry moved through the chaos with purpose, following the pull of the Horcrux, a subtle wrongness that resonated with the fragment in his own head. He found it on a dusty shelf, hidden beneath a tarnished tiara, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, beautiful and terrible, pulsing with dark magic. Careful, the prisoner warned. It will try to influence you. Harry could feel it, the whisper at the edge of his consciousness, promising power, knowledge, everything he desired. He pushed it away with practiced ease. I've been resisting you for 13 years, he said aloud. Your little trinket isn't going to impress me. He wrapped the diadem in protective cloth, careful not to touch it directly, and made his way out of the room. 1 down. 4 to go. The ring was harder. The gaunt shack was a ruin in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by overgrown grounds and the lingering stench of decay. Harry approached it during the summer holidays, accompanied by Dumbledore. The headmaster had insisted on being present for this particular hunt. Tom hid the ring here for a reason, Dumbledore said as they picked their way through the rubble. This was where his family lived, where his obsession with pure blood began. It holds power for him, even now. And danger for us. That too. They found the ring hidden beneath the floorboards, protected by curses that made Harry's skin crawl. Dumbledore dismantled them with careful precision, decades of experience evident in every wand movement. But when he reached for the ring itself, Harry stopped him. Don't touch it. Harry, there's a compulsion on it. I can feel it. The moment you touch it, it will try to make you put it on. Dumbledore studied the ring with new eyes. Ah. The resurrection stone. What? The stone in the ring. It's one of the Deathly Hallows, artifacts of legend, supposedly created by Death himself. Dumbledore's voice was distant, pained. The power to recall the dead. That is the compulsion you feel. He wants to see someone, Harry realized. Someone he lost. Professor, whatever you're thinking about, don't. It's a trap. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he lowered his hand. You are right, of course. Thank you, Harry. They destroyed the ring with fiend fire, carefully controlled, burning away the Horcrux while preserving the stone itself. Dumbledore insisted on keeping it, for study, he said, though Harry suspected there was more to it than that. 2 down. 3 to go. The locket proved more complicated. It wasn't at Grimmauld Place, or rather, it had been, but it was gone. Creature, the ancient house elf who'd served the Black family for generations, eventually confessed that he'd helped hide it years ago, following orders from Master Regulus. Regulus Black. Sirius's voice cracked with emotion. My brother. Master Regulus discovered the Dark Lord's secret, Creature said, his voice quavering. He tried to destroy the locket, but he couldn't. He died trying. Creature took it, kept it safe, but then the thief came. What thief? Mundungus Fletcher. Creature spat the name. He stole Master Regulus's treasure. Creature couldn't stop him. Tracking down Fletcher took weeks. The petty criminal had sold the locket to a witch named Dolores Umbridge, the same Umbridge Harry had exposed the previous year, now reinstated at the Ministry through pureblood political machinations. Of course it had to be her, Hermione muttered. We'll get it back. One way or another. The retrieval operation was planned for August. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, finally brought fully into the loop, infiltrated the Ministry using Polyjuice Potion, navigated its labyrinthine corridors, and confronted Umbridge in her office. The locket hung around her neck, its dark presence unmistakable. Potter. Umbridge's toad-like face twisted with recognition despite his disguise. Did you think I wouldn't know you? Did you think I wouldn't come for that? The fight was brief but vicious. Umbridge was powerful in her way, skilled in the kind of bureaucratic magic that could bind in silence. But she wasn't a duelist, and Harry had been training for war since he was 11. He took the locket. They escaped through the Floo network, scattering to predetermined safe houses, reuniting hours later at Grimmauld Place. 3 down. 2 to go. The cup would require more planning. Breaking into Gringotts was not something to attempt lightly, even for Harry Potter. And Nagini would have to wait until they could get to Voldemort himself. But progress had been made. Real, tangible progress. We're actually doing this, Ron said, staring at the destroyed Horcruxes, the ring, the diadem, the locket, each one shattered by basilisk venom or fiendfire. We're actually taking him apart piece by piece. Not fast enough, Harry said. He's still winning the war out there. People are dying every day while we hunt for treasure. But this is how we end it. This is how we make sure he stays dead. If we live long enough to finish. Ron didn't have an answer to that. The summer ended with a letter from Dumbledore. Harry, I have made a grave error. The ring's compulsion was stronger than I realized. Despite your warning, I touched it, briefly, foolishly, and paid the price. The curse is spreading. Severus has contained it for now, but we both know this is only a delay. I have perhaps a year, perhaps less. There are things you must know before I am gone. Things I have kept from you, thinking to protect you. I see now that was wrong. You have earned the truth, all of it. Come to my office when you return to Hogwarts. We have much to discuss. Albus Harry read the letter 3 times, feeling something cold settle in his chest. Dumbledore was dying. The greatest wizard of the age, the leader of the Resistance, the closest thing Harry had to a mentor, dying because of a moment's weakness, a single touch, a trap Harry had warned him about. He would have touched it eventually, the prisoner observed. The compulsion was designed for someone exactly like him, someone who had lost people, who would do anything to see them again. That doesn't make it better. No. But it makes it understandable. Harry looked at the letter one more time, then folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. There was still work to do. There was always more work to do. And now, it seemed, he would have to do more of it alone. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, Fractures in the Walls. The train ride back to Hogwarts for 6th year was the quietest Harry could remember. He sat alone in a compartment, watching the countryside blur past, Dumbledore's letter heavy in his pocket. Hermione and Ron had tried to join him, but he'd asked for space. They'd understood, or at least pretended to. You're withdrawing, the prisoner observed. Pulling away from your allies when you need them most. I need to think. Thinking is what got Dumbledore cursed. Sometimes action is better than contemplation. And sometimes rushing in gets people killed. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass. He's dying. The one person who understood the full scope of what we're facing, who had the power and knowledge to actually fight Voldemort on equal terms, and he's dying because he couldn't resist a shiny rock. The resurrection stone isn't just a rock. It's the promise of seeing lost loved ones again. For someone like Dumbledore, who carries decades of guilt over his sister's death, that temptation would be nearly impossible to resist. You know about that? I know many things about Albus Dumbledore. He was my enemy for decades, I made it my business to understand him. The prisoner's voice was thoughtful. His greatest weakness was always his heart. He cares too much, trusts too much, believes in redemption beyond all evidence. It's what makes him dangerous to the Dark Lord. It's also what will destroy him. Harry absorbed this, filing it away with everything else he knew about the headmaster. Dumbledore was human, flawed, fallible, capable of mistakes. That shouldn't have been surprising, but somehow it was. He'd always seemed so far above ordinary concerns, so certain and powerful. Now he was dying. And Harry was running out of time to learn everything he needed to know. The meeting in Dumbledore's office happened that first evening back. Harry climbed the spiral staircase with a knot in his stomach, not sure what he would find. The gargoyle had admitted him without a password. Dumbledore had clearly been expecting him. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. His right hand was blackened and withered, the curse's damage visible despite the gloves he usually wore to hide it. His eyes, though, still held their familiar twinkle. "Harry. Thank you for coming. You said you had things to tell me. Straight to business." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "You've always been direct. I admire that, even when it makes my life more difficult." Harry didn't smile back. "How long do you have?" "Severest estimates perhaps a year. The curse is slow, but inexorable. Nothing can stop it, only delay. And you touched the ring anyway? Even after I warned you?" "I did." Dumbledore's voice was heavy with regret. "I am an old man, Harry, and old men make foolish mistakes. I saw the stone and thought of everyone I've lost, my parents, my sister, friends who died in wars I couldn't prevent. For a moment, the temptation was too great. A moment was all it took. Yes. A moment of weakness, and now I pay the price." Dumbledore leaned forward. "But I did not ask you here to discuss my failures. I asked you here because there are truths you need to know, truths I should have shared long ago. Such as the prophecy. The full prophecy, not just the fragments you've pieced together." Harry felt his pulse quicken. He knew bits and pieces, extracted from the prisoner's memories and his own research, but the complete text had always eluded him. Dumbledore rose, moving to a cabinet against the wall. He retrieved a glowing orb, a prophecy sphere, and placed it on the desk between them. "This is the original recording, made the night Sybil Trelawney spoke these words to me in the Hog's Head Inn. Listen." He touched the sphere, and a voice emerged, harsh, otherworldly, nothing like the fluttery tones Trelawney usually affected. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." The voice faded. Silence filled the office. "Neither can live while the other survives," Harry repeated slowly. "I always assumed that meant one of us has to kill the other. But that's not quite what it says, is it?" "No. The prophecy speaks of living, not existing. You have survived for 15 years with a piece of Voldemort's soul in your head, but have you truly lived?" Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "And Voldemort has existed as a wraith, as a parasite, as a shade of what he once was, but he has not lived either. You are both trapped, bound together, unable to move forward until the connection is severed. The Horcrux in my head. Yes. As long as it exists, Voldemort cannot truly be defeated. And as long as Voldemort exists, you cannot truly be free." Dumbledore spread his withered hands. "This is the truth I kept from you, Harry. This is what I hope to spare you from knowing. That I have to die. That the Horcrux has to be destroyed. Whether that requires your death, that is less certain than you might think." Harry felt a spark of something, hope, maybe, or its dangerous cousin. "What do you mean?" "The connection between you and Voldemort is unique. You are not a normal Horcrux, you are a living being who happens to contain a fragment of his soul. The fragment is parasitic, yes, but it is not integral to your existence. It may be possible to remove it without destroying you." "How?" "I don't know." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I have spent years researching, theorizing, searching for alternatives. The closest I have come is this: the killing curse destroys the soul. If Voldemort were to cast it at you again, it might destroy the Horcrux while leaving your own soul intact. That's insane, the prisoner interjected. The killing curse doesn't discriminate. It would destroy both souls, or neither. That seems uncertain, Harry said aloud. It is uncertain. Everything about this situation is uncertain. Dumbledore sighed. But I wanted you to know that there may be hope. That your death is not the only possible outcome. And if it is? If the only way to destroy the Horcrux is for me to die? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then you will face that choice when it comes. And I have always believed, that you will make the right decision. The right decision being my death. The right decision being whatever protects the people you love. Whatever gives them the best chance of surviving this war. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. You have already sacrificed so much, Harry. I would not ask more of you if there were any other way. Harry sat with this, turning it over in his mind. The prisoner was uncharacteristically quiet, perhaps contemplating his own potential destruction. Is there anything else? Harry asked finally. Any other secrets you've been keeping? One more. Though this one is less about secrets and more about preparation. Dumbledore reached into his desk and withdrew a small vial of silvery liquid. My memories. Everything I know about Voldemort, his history, his psychology, his weaknesses. Everything I know about the Horcruxes, the war, the strategies I've developed. I've been collecting them for months, preparing for the day when I can no longer provide guidance directly. A pensive? Yes. And more than that, a comprehensive education in the art of war against darkness. Dumbledore pressed the vial into Harry's hands. Study these memories, Harry. Learn from my successes and my failures. And when the time comes, use what you've learned to end this. Harry looked at the vial, feeling its weight, not physical, but symbolic. Dumbledore's legacy, distilled into liquid silver. A lifetime of knowledge, passed from one generation to the next. Thank you, he said. For trusting me with this. You have earned that trust many times over. I only wish I had recognized it sooner. The 6th year unfolded under the shadow of Dumbledore's illness. Harry threw himself into the pensive memories, spending hours each week in the headmaster's office, absorbing decades of wisdom and experience. He learned about young Tom Riddle's childhood, his rise to power, the patterns and weaknesses that defined him. He learned about the First War, the strategies that had failed and the ones that had succeeded. He learned about magic he'd never imagined, philosophy he'd never considered, the weight of leadership and the price of victory. You're becoming him, the prisoner observed one night, as Harry emerged from yet another memory session. Absorbing his knowledge, his perspective, his role in this war. I'm learning from him. That's not the same as becoming him. Isn't it? You walk like him now. Talk like him. That insufferable certainty in your voice, that's pure Dumbledore. Harry paused, considering. Was the prisoner right? Was he losing himself in the process of preparing for war? I'm adapting, he decided. Using the tools available to me. If that means absorbing some of Dumbledore's mannerisms, that's a small price to pay. Just don't lose yourself entirely. I'd hate to be trapped in the head of an imitation old man. Your concern is touching. My concern is practical. A broken host is useless to everyone. The DA continued to grow, its training sessions more intense than ever. Harry shared what he was learning, not all of it, but enough to make his students more effective. Advanced combat techniques, strategic thinking, the psychology of resistance. He was building not just soldiers, but leaders. You're different this year, Neville observed during one practice session. The formerly timid boy had grown into one of Harry's most capable lieutenants, his confidence forged in years of shared struggle. More focused. More intense. The war's getting closer. We need to be ready. We are ready. Or as ready as we can be. Neville lowered his voice. But Harry, are you okay? You've been pushing yourself so hard, and with everything that's happening with Dumbledore. I'm fine. You're not. No one who's actually fine says they're fine that quickly. Neville's expression was gentle but firm. We're your friends, Harry. Let us help carry the weight. Harry wanted to argue, to insist that he could handle everything alone. But looking at Neville, at this person who'd grown from a scared, clumsy boy into a warrior capable of standing beside him, he couldn't bring himself to lie. It's the Horcruxes, he said quietly. We're close, so close to destroying enough of them to make Voldemort vulnerable. But Dumbledore's dying, and there's still so much to do, and I don't know if we'll have time. Then we make time. We prioritize. We delegate. Neville's voice was steady. You've taught us to think strategically, Harry. Let us use those skills. This isn't your burden to carry. Yes, it is. It's all of our burden, everyone who wants to survive this war, everyone who wants a future worth living in. Neville put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You don't have to save the world alone. That's not how it works. He's right, the prisoner said, unexpectedly. You've been treating this like a solo mission when you have resources you're not using. I've been trying to protect them. You've been trying to control everything. There's a difference. Harry absorbed this, feeling something shift inside him. He'd spent so long being the one who knew, the one who planned, the one who carried the secrets. Maybe it was time to let others share the load. Okay, he said to Neville. Call a meeting of the inner circle. It's time everyone knew what we're really fighting. The meeting happened that night in the room of requirement. Harry gathered his closest allies, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Daphne, Susan Bones, and a few others who'd proven their loyalty beyond doubt. They sat in a circle, their faces illuminated by conjured candlelight, waiting for him to speak. What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room, Harry began. Not because I don't trust you, I do, completely, but because this information is dangerous. If Voldemort learns we know about this, everything changes. He told them about the Horcruxes. Not every detail, he still held back the truth about the fragment in his own head, but enough. He explained what they were, how many existed, which ones had been destroyed and which remained. He outlined the plan to find and destroy the rest, the obstacles they faced, the timeline they were working against. When he finished, the room was silent. 7 pieces of his soul, Ginny said finally, her voice shaky. He tore himself apart 7 times. How is that even possible? Murder, Harry said flatly. Each Horcrux requires a murder to create. Voldemort has killed so many people that 7 fragments barely scratched the surface of his victims. And we've destroyed 3 already? Ron asked. The diary, the ring, the locket. And the diadem. For down, 3 to go, the cup in Gringotts, the snake, and... Harry hesitated. And one more. We'll deal with that one last. What's the one more? Daphne's eyes were sharp. You're holding something back. I am. And I'll explain when the time is right. For now, just trust me. The others exchanged glances, but no one pushed. They trusted him. That trust felt like a weight and a gift simultaneously. So what's the plan? Neville asked. How do we get the cup from Gringotts? That's what we need to figure out. Breaking into the most secure bank in the wizarding world isn't something we can improvise. The planning session that followed lasted until dawn. Ideas were proposed, rejected, refined. Luna contributed insights that seemed random but proved surprisingly useful. Daphne brought political intelligence about Gringotts security protocols. Ron, surprisingly, had practical knowledge about the bank's layout from his older brother Bill, who worked there as a cursebreaker. By morning, they had the skeleton of a plan. It was risky, probably insane, and might get them all killed. It was also their best option. "We'll need more time to prepare," Harry said, "resources, reconnaissance, practice runs. But this can work. If we're careful and a little lucky, we can pull this off." "When do we move?" Hermione asked. "End of term. Dumbledore's condition is deteriorating faster than expected. We need to have the cup destroyed before." He couldn't finish the sentence. "Before he dies," Hermione said gently. "So he knows we succeeded." "Yes. So he knows it wasn't all for nothing." The months that followed were a blur of preparation and heartbreak. Dumbledore's condition worsened steadily. By spring, he could barely teach his classes, barely maintain the facade of normalcy that kept the school from panic. Harry visited him regularly, absorbing the last of his memories, learning everything the old wizard had left to teach. "You've grown so much," Dumbledore said during one of their final sessions. His voice was weak, his blackened hand trembling. "When you first came to Hogwarts, I saw a child carrying burdens no child should bear. Now I see a man ready to carry the world. I'm not ready. I don't think I'll ever be ready. No one ever is. That's the secret they don't tell you about leadership. You're always improvising, always one step ahead of disaster, always wondering if you're making the right choices." Dumbledore smiled. "But you make the choices anyway. Because someone has to. How did you do it? All those years, carrying so much, knowing so many people were counting on you. One day at a time. One decision at a time. And always, always remembering what I was fighting for." Dumbledore's eyes found Harry's. "Never lose sight of that, Harry. In the darkness to come, it will be your light. What were you fighting for? The same thing you are. Love. Family. The people who make life worth living." Dumbledore's voice dropped to a whisper. "I made so many mistakes, Harry. Caused so much pain. But I never stopped believing that it was worth it, that the world was worth saving, that people were worth protecting. Hold on to that belief. It's stronger than any magic." Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. "There is one more thing," Dumbledore said. "One last secret I've kept too long." "What is it?" "The Elder Wand. One of the Deathly Hallows, the most powerful wand ever made." Dumbledore gestured weakly toward his desk, where the wand lay among other artifacts. "I won it from Grindelwald, decades ago. It has served me well. But when I die, its allegiance will pass to whoever defeats me." "I don't understand." "Voldemort knows about the Elder Wand. He's been searching for it, trying to trace its history. Eventually, he'll discover that I possess it. And when he does, he'll come for me, or for whoever he thinks has claimed it after my death." "So you're telling me, what? To take the wand?" "I'm telling you to understand the game being played. The wand's allegiance can be transferred by defeat, not necessarily death, but defeat. If you disarm me before I die, the wand becomes yours. And if Voldemort kills me thinking to claim it, he'll find it won't work properly for him." Harry's mind raced through the implications. A weapon that could match Voldemort's power. A trap that could be sprung at the crucial moment. "You want me to disarm you? To claim the wand's allegiance before you die? I want you to have every advantage I can give you. The Elder Wand in Voldemort's hands would be catastrophic. In yours." Dumbledore's smile was sad. "In yours, it might make the difference." Harry rose from his chair, crossed the room, and picked up the wand. It felt different in his hand, alive, somehow, humming with power that dwarfed his own holly wand. "Expelliarmus," he said quietly. The wand responded to him instantly, a surge of recognition passing between them. Dumbledore nodded, satisfied. "It is done. The wand knows its new master." He settled back in his chair, looking more peaceful than Harry had seen him in months. "Whatever happens now, you have everything I can give." Use it well. The Gringotts heist happened on the last day of May. It was planned down to the minute, polyjuice disguises, carefully forged credentials, confundus charms on the goblins, a captured dragon for escape. The team was small: Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Griphook, a goblin they'd recruited with promises of treasure. Everything went wrong almost immediately. The cup was protected by more curses than they'd anticipated. The thief's downfall revealed their disguises. Security trolls blocked their escape route. By the time they reached the vault, alarms were screaming throughout the bank. But they got the cup. Harry grabbed it with dragon-hide gloves, feeling the dark magic pulse against his palm. Another piece of Voldemort's soul, about to be destroyed. Time to go. Hermione shouted, as goblins and guards converged on their position. The escape was chaos, running through collapsing tunnels, fighting off curses, scrambling onto the back of a half-blind dragon that Hermione managed to release from its chains. They crashed through the ceiling of the bank and soared into the London sky, clutching the dragon's spines as the city spread out below them. "We did it!" Ron yelled, his voice half hysterical. "We actually did it." Harry didn't celebrate. He could feel something through his scar, Voldemort's rage, burning like fire. The Dark Lord knew. He knew his Horcruxes were being destroyed, knew someone was systematically unraveling his immortality. The connection flared, and Harry saw through Voldemort's eyes, Nagini coiled nearby, the snake that was the last external Horcrux. Voldemort's hand reached for the serpent, protectively. He's going to guard her more closely now, Harry realized. Getting to Nagini just got 100 times harder. But that was a problem for later. Right now, they had a cup to destroy and a school to defend. The dragon carried them north, toward Scotland, toward Hogwarts, toward whatever came next. The cup was destroyed that night, basilisk venom burning away the screaming soul fragment. 5 down. 2 to go. Nagini and Harry. The end was coming. Harry could feel it, in his scar, in his bones, in the way the world seemed to hold its breath. Everything he'd built, everything he'd learned, everything he'd sacrificed, it all came down to this. "Are you scared?" Hermione asked, sitting beside him on the astronomy tower, watching the stars wheel overhead. "Terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you sharp." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "Whatever happens, Harry, I'm proud of you. Of everything you've become. Even if I don't make it. Especially then." Her voice was fierce. "You've already changed the world. You've built something that will outlast you, an army, yes, but more than that. A movement. People who believe in something, who are willing to fight for it. That's your legacy, no matter what." Harry wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "I love you. You know that, right?" "I know. I love you too." She turned to look at him. "So don't you dare die without saying goodbye." "I'll try." They sat together as the night deepened, 2 soldiers on the eve of battle, holding onto each other against the coming storm. Below them, the castle slept. Above them, the stars burned cold and distant. And somewhere in the darkness, the enemy was moving. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The enemy of my enemy. June arrived with unseasonable warmth and the scent of approaching catastrophe. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching dawn break over the Scottish Highlands. He hadn't slept, couldn't sleep, not with everything that was coming. His mind churned with calculations, contingencies, the endless chess game of war. "You're exhausting yourself," the prisoner observed. "A commander who doesn't rest makes mistakes." "I'll rest when it's over." "That might be sooner than you think. The Dark Lord is moving. I can feel it through our connection, he's preparing something significant." Harry had felt it too. The scar burned almost constantly now, a low throb that spiked whenever Voldemort's emotions ran high. Through the connection, he caught glimpses, Death Eaters assembling, strategies being finalized, the snake Nagini being kept closer than ever to her master. He knows we're coming for him, Harry thought. He's setting a trap. Obviously. The question is whether you'll walk into it anyway. Sometimes the only way through a trap is through it. The prisoner's silence spoke volumes. Dumbledore's condition had deteriorated sharply in the past week. Harry visited him daily now, watching the life drain from the greatest wizard of the age. The blackened hand had spread to his arm, the curse was winning its slow battle against Snape's containment spells. The attack will come soon, Dumbledore said during one of their conversations. His voice was barely a whisper, but his eyes remained sharp. Voldemort cannot allow me to die of natural causes, it would rob him of his victory. So he'll attack Hogwarts directly. He'll attack me. The school is secondary, a target of opportunity, a way to break the Resistance's morale. Dumbledore coughed, a wet sound that made Harry's stomach clench. You must be ready. I am ready. We all are. Are you? The old wizard's gaze pierced through Harry's confidence. You've prepared for battle, yes. But have you prepared for what comes after? For the choices you'll have to make, the sacrifices that may be required? You mean my own death? I mean everything. War is not just about fighting, Harry. It's about living with what you've done, what you've failed to do, what you've lost along the way. Dumbledore's hand trembled as he reached for Harry's. Promise me you won't lose yourself in this. Promise me you'll remember what you're fighting for. I promise. Good. Dumbledore smiled, a ghost of his old warmth. Now, there are practical matters to discuss. The school's defenses, the Order's deployment, the contingencies for various scenarios. They talked strategy for hours, two generals planning a battle that might be their last. By the time Harry left, the sun was setting and his head was full of new information, new responsibilities, new fears. He's preparing you to lead without him, the prisoner observed. Passing the torch. I'm not ready. You're as ready as you're going to be. That will have to be enough. The attack came 3 nights later. Harry was in the room of requirement, running a late training session with the DA's advanced members, when his scar exploded with pain. He staggered, catching himself on a conjured dummy, as visions flooded through the connection. Death Eaters operating to the edge of Hogwarts wards. Voldemort himself, pale and terrible, raising his wand to begin the assault. Nagini coiled at his side, hissing with anticipation. They're here, Harry gasped. Everyone, battle stations, now. The DA scattered, months of drills taking over. Each member knew their role, their position, their responsibilities. Harry had built this army for exactly this moment. He sprinted through the castle, sending Patronus messages to the Order, to Dumbledore, to everyone who needed to know. The corridors were chaos, students in pajamas, professors shouting orders, house elves appearing and disappearing with frightened pops. Harry. Hermione caught up to him near the entrance hall. What's the situation? Full assault. Voldemort's leading it personally. Harry's mind was racing through contingencies. The wards will hold for maybe an hour. We need to evacuate the younger students and get defenders in position. Already happening. McGonagall's coordinating the evacuation through the room of requirement, it's connecting to the Hog's Head, like we planned. Good. Where's Dumbledore? Astronomy Tower. He said. Hermione hesitated. He said he needs to be visible. To draw Voldemort's attention. Harry's blood ran cold. He's making himself bait. He's doing what he thinks is necessary. Hermione's voice was steady despite the fear in her eyes. Just like you would. Harry wanted to argue, to rush to Dumbledore's side, to somehow stop what was about to happen. But there wasn't time. The wards were failing, the Death Eaters were coming, and he had a battle to command. Get to your position, he told Hermione. If the outer defenses fall back to the Great Hall. We make our stand there. Harry, I know. He pulled her close, kissing her quickly, desperately. I know. Now go. She went. Harry turned toward the castle doors, where the first sounds of combat were already echoing through the night. The battle for Hogwarts was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Death Eaters poured through the breached wards, their curses lighting the darkness like malevolent stars. Students and Order members met them with shields and counterattacks, the carefully planned defenses bending but not breaking under the assault. Harry moved through the chaos like a force of nature. The Elder Wand sang in his hand, its power amplifying his already formidable abilities. Death Eaters fell before him, their curses deflected, their attacks turned against them. You're drawing attention, the prisoner warned. The Dark Lord will notice. Good. Let him come. But Voldemort wasn't coming to Harry. Through the connection, Harry could sense him moving through the castle, up, always up, toward the astronomy tower where Dumbledore waited. He's going for the old man. To claim the Elder Wand. He doesn't know I already have its allegiance. That won't help Dumbledore. Harry made a decision. Neville. He shouted, finding his lieutenant in the melee. Take command of the ground defense. I'm going after Voldemort. Harry, you can't, just do it. Harry was already running, leaving the battle behind, sprinting through corridors he knew better than anyone. The map in his mind showed him the fastest route, the secret passages, the shortcuts that would get him to the tower before it was too late. He was too late. He burst onto the tower's platform just as Voldemort's curse struck home. Dumbledore staggered back, the killing curse's green light reflecting in his glasses, and fell from the tower's edge into the darkness below. No! Harry's scream tore through the night. Voldemort turned, surprise flickering across his serpentine features. Harry Potter. I had hoped to deal with the old man before you arrived. The Dark Lord's smile was cruel. No matter. I've wanted to speak with you. Speak. Harry raised the Elder Wand, feeling its power thrum through him. There's nothing to say. Oh, but there is. Voldemort began to circle, his own wand, the brother to Harry's Holly Wand, held loosely at his side. You've been busy, haven't you? Destroying my Horcruxes, building your little army, playing at being a leader. Impressive, for a child. I'm not a child. No. No, you're not. Voldemort's red eyes studied Harry with something like respect. You're something else entirely. Something I didn't expect. He's stalling, the prisoner warned. Waiting for something. I know. But two can play that game. The Horcruxes are destroyed, Harry said, his voice steady. All but two. The snake and, well, you know what the other one is. Do I? Voldemort's smile widened. You think I haven't felt them dying, one by one? You think I don't know what you are, Harry Potter? Then you know how this ends. I know how you think it ends. But I've been preparing for this moment longer than you've been alive. Voldemort raised his wand. You've been useful, actually. Showing me the weaknesses in my defenses, forcing me to adapt. But that usefulness has ended. The curse came without warning, a blast of dark magic that should have torn Harry apart. But the Elder Wand responded before Harry could think, deflecting the attack into a stone pillar that exploded into fragments. Interesting, Voldemort murmured. That wand shouldn't respond to you like that. Unless I'm its master. Harry allowed himself a cold smile. Dumbledore transferred its allegiance before you killed him. You murdered an unarmed man for nothing. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's face. Impossible. The wand chooses the wizard, Tom. Didn't you ever learn that? The battle erupted in earnest. Dueling Voldemort was like fighting a hurricane. The Dark Lord's power was immense, his skill terrifying. Curses Harry had never seen, combinations that shouldn't have been possible, magic that twisted the very fabric of reality. Even with the Elder Wand, even with years of training and preparation, Harry was barely holding his own. His power is fading, the prisoner observed. The destroyed Horcruxes have weakened him more than he realizes. He's still stronger than me. Then don't fight strength with strength. Fight smart. Harry changed tactics. Instead of matching Voldemort's spell for spell, he began using the environment, transfiguring debris into projectiles, using the tower's architecture for cover, forcing the Dark Lord to divide his attention. Clever, Voldemort admitted, blasting aside a conjured wall. But cleverness isn't enough. It never is. Maybe not. Harry was breathing hard, his reserves depleting. But I'm not alone. On cue, spells erupted from the stairwell behind Voldemort. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, his inner circle, coming to his aid. Their combined attack forced Voldemort to defend on multiple fronts. Insects, the Dark Lord snarled, deflecting their curses. Do you really think? Neville's cutting curse sliced across Voldemort's wand arm. The Dark Lord screamed, actually screamed, more in fury than pain, and his counterattack sent Neville flying. Enough. The explosion of magic knocked everyone back. When Harry's vision cleared, Voldemort stood at the tower's edge, Nagini coiled protectively at his feet, his face twisted with rage. You want to destroy me? Then do it. He spread his arms wide. But know this, I cannot be killed while my soul endures. And you, Harry Potter, carry a piece of that soul within you. Kill me, and you kill yourself. He's wrong, the prisoner said urgently. The prophecy says one must die at the hand of the other, but it doesn't say both must die. Then how, I don't know. But there has to be another way. Harry lowered his wand slightly, his mind racing. Voldemort was baiting him, trying to provoke a reckless attack. But there had to be something, some option neither of them had considered. And then he saw it. Nagini. The snake, coiled at Voldemort's feet, the last external Horcrux. If Harry could destroy her, Voldemort's immortality would rest entirely on the fragment in Harry's head. And if Harry then died? You're not seriously considering, I'm considering everything. Neville. Harry shouted. The snake. Take out the snake. Neville understood instantly. He pulled something from his robes, the sword of Gryffindor, retrieved from Dumbledore's office during the evacuation, kept hidden for exactly this moment. The blade gleamed with basilisk venom, one of the few substances that could destroy a Horcrux. Voldemort realized the danger too late. He spun toward Neville, curse forming on his lips. Harry hit him with everything he had. The Elder Wand blazed with power, forcing Voldemort to defend instead of attack. In that moment of distraction, Neville lunged. The sword severed Nagini's head from her body. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure agony, of soul being torn. He staggered, his pale face contorting, his magic flickering. One left, Harry said, raising his wand. Just one. Voldemort's red eyes found Harry's. You fool. You think destroying me will free you? That fragment of my soul has been part of you for 15 years. It's woven into your very being. Destroy me, and you destroy yourself. Maybe. Harry felt a strange calm settle over him. Maybe not. But either way, you're finished. He began walking toward Voldemort, wand raised, ready to end this. Harry, stop. The prisoner's voice was urgent. There's something you need to know, not now. Yes, now. The connection between you and the Dark Lord, it's not just the Horcrux. It's something else, something deeper. If you kill him now, Harry stopped, frowning. What do you mean? The night he tried to kill you, something happened beyond the Horcrux. The spell that failed, your mother's protection, my fragmented soul, they created a bond that goes both ways. He's tied to you, but you're also tied to him. His blood runs in your veins, your soul echoes in his magic. If one of you dies, What? What happens if one of us dies? I don't know for certain. But I don't think either of you can truly die while the other lives. Harry's mind reeled. If that was true, if the connection was more complex than just the Horcrux, then killing Voldemort might not end anything. It might just reset the game, send the Dark Lord back to Wraith form, restart the cycle all over again. Then how do I stop him? Not by killing him. By severing the connection. By destroying the bond that links you. How do I do that? By dying. Harry felt the world tilt. What? The Horcrux in your head is the anchor. As long as it exists, the bond exists. Destroy the Horcrux, destroy the bond, and Voldemort becomes mortal. The prisoner's voice was heavy with something that sounded almost like regret. The only way to destroy the Horcrux is to die, Harry. There's no other option. You're asking me to sacrifice myself. I'm telling you the truth. What you do with it is your choice. Harry stood frozen, the weight of the decision crushing him. Behind him, his friends were recovering, preparing to rejoin the fight. Before him, Voldemort was gathering his strength, the moment of vulnerability passing. This was it. The choice Dumbledore had warned him about. The sacrifice that might be required. And Harry found, to his own surprise, that he wasn't afraid. If I die, he thought to the prisoner, you die too. Yes. And you're telling me this anyway? You asked for the truth. I've learned, over 15 years of imprisonment, that the truth is sometimes the only gift worth giving. Harry almost laughed at the absurdity of it, receiving life-changing advice from the soul of his greatest enemy, trapped in his own head. Harry. Hermione's voice, worried. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Harry turned to look at her, at all of them, his friends, his family, the people he'd die for. He'd die for. I love you, he said. All of you. Remember that. Harry, what? He turned back to Voldemort and lowered his wand. I know what I have to do, he said quietly. And I'm not afraid. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. What trick is this? No trick. Harry walked forward, closing the distance between them. Just the truth. You can't kill me while I want to live. But I can let you kill me. And when you do, the piece of your soul in my head dies with me. And then you're mortal. You're bluffing. I'm not. Harry stopped a few feet from the Dark Lord. Do it. Kill me. And then watch as my friends tear you apart. Voldemort stared at him, suspicion and hunger warring in his red eyes. You would sacrifice yourself? For them? For everyone. Harry smiled slightly. That's the difference between us, Tom. You've never understood why someone would die for others. That's why you'll lose. The moment stretched. Harry could feel his friends behind him, their confusion and fear, their desperate desire to intervene. He could feel the Elder Wand humming in his hand, urging him to fight. He could feel the prisoner in his head, silent now, waiting. And he could feel the strange calm that came with absolute certainty. Avada Kedavra. The green light filled Harry's vision, and the world went dark. He woke in a place that was nowhere and everywhere. It looked like King's Cross Station, but cleaner, brighter, emptied of all but the essential forms. Harry stood on the platform, dressed in simple robes, his scar no longer burning. Hello, Harry. He turned. Dumbledore stood before him, whole and healthy, his eyes twinkling with familiar warmth. Professor. Am I dead? That depends entirely on you. Dumbledore gestured to a bench, and they sat together. You've done something remarkable, Harry. Something that required more courage than anything I've ever witnessed. I just did what was necessary. Yes. You did. And because of that, you have a choice. A choice? Dumbledore nodded toward the far end of the platform. There, curled beneath a bench, was a small, malformed creature, raw and pitiful, making sounds of suffering that echoed through the empty space. That is what remains of the Horcrux, Dumbledore explained. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that lived in you for 15 years. When the curse struck, it destroyed the fragment but not you, because you didn't truly want to die. You wanted to sacrifice yourself, which is different. I don't understand. Love, Harry. Your mother's love, which saved you as a baby, and your own love for your friends, which brought you here now. Voldemort's curse killed the fragment of his soul because it was sustained by hate and fear. But your soul is anchored by love, and love cannot be destroyed so easily. Harry stared at the pathetic creature under the bench. 15 years of mental warfare, of constant vigilance, of carrying this burden, and now it was over. The prisoner was gone. So I can go back. If you choose. You can return to your body, to your friends, to the war that still needs to be won. Or. Dumbledore gestured toward a train that was forming on the tracks. Or you can go on. Move to whatever comes next. What comes next? I don't know. But I suspect it would be peaceful, after everything you've endured. Dumbledore's smile was gentle. No one would blame you, Harry, if you chose to rest. Harry thought about it, really thought about it. The peace that Dumbledore described was tempting. No more fighting, no more fear, no more weight of the world on his shoulders. But then he thought about Hermione, about Ron, about everyone who was still fighting, still dying, still hoping he'd return. I have to go back, he said. The war isn't over. Voldemort is still mortal. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. When the Horcrux was destroyed, the last anchor of his immortality was severed. He can be killed now, truly killed. And when you return, you'll have the power to do it. Then I'm going back. I thought you might. Dumbledore rose, offering Harry his hand. I'm proud of you, Harry. More proud than I can express. You've become everything I hoped you would be, and more. Thank you, Professor. For everything. Thank you, Harry. For giving an old man hope. They embraced, and Harry felt years of tension finally release. Then he stepped back, took a breath, and made his choice. The world went white, and Harry Potter returned to life. He opened his eyes to chaos. He was lying on the cold stone of the astronomy tower, his friends gathered around him, Voldemort standing a few feet away with an expression of absolute shock. Impossible, the Dark Lord whispered. You were dead. I felt it, you felt the Horcrux die. Harry rose to his feet, feeling stronger than he ever had. The weight he'd carried for 15 years was gone. The prison in his mind was empty, its walls crumbling into nothingness. Not me. Never me. Then I'll kill you again. Try. The final duel was brief and brutal. Voldemort attacked with everything he had, but his power was diminished, his confidence shattered. Harry met him strike for strike, the Elder Wand blazing with pure light, and when the moment came, when Voldemort's defenses finally failed, Harry didn't hesitate. Expelliarmus. The wand flew from Voldemort's hand. The Dark Lord staggered back, defenseless, his red eyes wide with disbelief. You think you can defeat me without killing me? Voldemort snarled. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be, you're Tom Riddle. A man who was so afraid of death that you tore your own soul apart trying to escape it. Harry's voice was calm, final. And now death has finally caught up with you. He didn't use the killing curse. He didn't have to. The Elder Wand's final spell was something older, something purer, a magic born of love and sacrifice, of everything Voldemort had never understood. The light engulfed the Dark Lord, and when it faded, only ashes remained. Tom Marvolo Riddle was dead. Forever. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Hermione was there, throwing her arms around him, sobbing into his shoulder. Ron and Neville and Luna and all the others, crowding close, laughing and crying and unable to believe what they'd witnessed. "You did it," Hermione gasped. "You actually did it." "We did it." Harry held her close, feeling the warmth of her, the reality of her. "All of us." Below them, the sounds of battle were fading. With Voldemort's death, the Death Eaters' morale had shattered, they were surrendering or fleeing, the war ending not with a prolonged struggle but with a sudden, decisive collapse. It was over. After 15 years of warfare, first in his own mind, then in the wider world, it was finally over. Harry looked up at the stars, feeling lighter than he could ever remember. The scar on his forehead had stopped burning. The voice in his head was silent. For the first time in his life, he was truly, completely alone in his own mind. And it was wonderful. "What happens now?" Ron asked, his voice rough with emotion. Harry considered the question. There would be cleanup, reconstruction, 100 tasks that needed doing. There would be trials and memorials and the long work of healing. There would be arguments about the future and debates about the past. But for now, in this moment, surrounded by the people he loved, Harry Potter had only one answer. "Now," he said, "we live." Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The Christmas Conspiracy. 6 months had passed since Voldemort's fall. Harry stood at the window of Grimmauld Place, watching snow drift down over London. The city was dressed in white, chimney smoke curling into the grey December sky, Muggle Christmas lights twinkling in windows up and down the street. It was peaceful. Ordinary. Everything the wizarding world had fought so hard to protect. Strange, he thought, how quiet it is inside my head now. The absence of the prisoner still startled him sometimes. 15 years of constant companionship, adversarial, exhausting, but always present, and now there was only silence. His own thoughts, uninterrupted. His own feelings, unobserved. It should have been liberating. And it was, mostly. But there were moments when the silence felt less like freedom and more like loneliness. "You're brooding again." Harry turned to find Hermione in the doorway, 2 cups of tea in her hands. She was wearing one of his jumpers, her hair still wild from sleep, and the sight of her made something warm bloom in his chest. "I'm thinking. There's a difference." "That's what you always say." She crossed the room and pressed a cup into his hands. "What are you thinking about?" "The future. What comes next?" Harry sipped his tea, gathering his thoughts. "The war's over, but everything still feels unsettled. Like we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's normal, I think. After everything we've been through, it takes time to adjust to peace." Hermione settled beside him on the window seat. "Have you given any more thought to what McGonagall asked?" McGonagall, now headmistress of Hogwarts, following Dumbledore's death, had offered Harry a position at the school. Defense against the dark arts professor, the cursed position finally freed by Voldemort's destruction. It was an honor, a chance to shape the next generation, a way to use everything he'd learned. Harry wasn't sure he wanted it. "I don't know if I'm ready to go back there," he admitted. "Hogwarts holds a lot of memories. Not all of them good. You don't have to decide now. McGonagall said the position would be waiting whenever you're ready." "And if I'm never ready?" Hermione took his hand, interlacing their fingers. "Then we figure out something else. There are 1,000 ways you could contribute, Harry. Teaching is just one of them. What about you? Have you decided about the ministry offer?" Hermione had been recruited by the new minister, Kingsley Shacklebolt, elevated to the position in the post-war reorganization, to help reform the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It was exactly the kind of work she'd always wanted to do, but she'd been hesitant to accept. "I've been thinking about it," she said carefully. "The opportunity is incredible, but I'm not sure I want to be separated from you. We've spent so long fighting together. We don't have to be joined at the hip to be together." Harry squeezed her hand. "If this is your dream, you should pursue it. I'll still be here when you come home. You make it sound so simple. Maybe it is. Maybe we've spent so long complicating everything that we've forgotten how to just live. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. When did you become the optimistic one? Around the time I stopped carrying a piece of the darkest wizard in history in my head. Harry smiled. Turns out that was weighing me down more than I realized. The Christmas celebrations at Grimmauld Place had become a tradition over the past few months. The house that had once been a shrine to dark magic and pureblood supremacy had been transformed into something warmer. Harry and Sirius had spent weeks stripping away the worst of the Black family artifacts, replacing them with comfortable furniture, warm colors, signs of life and laughter. This Christmas, the house was full. Ron and his family crowded the kitchen, Molly Weasley orchestrating the cooking with military precision. Neville and Luna had arrived early, bringing strange gifts that Luna insisted were blessed by Nargles. Daphne Greengrass appeared with a bottle of expensive wine and a dry observation about Gryffindors and their sentimentality. Even Sirius was there, fully recovered from Azkaban, slowly rebuilding his life, learning how to be a godfather to a young man who didn't really need parenting anymore. To absent friends, Sirius said, raising his glass during dinner. And to the ones who brought us through. The toast was drunk in solemn silence. Then the chaos of a Weasley Christmas resumed, and the solemnity gave way to laughter. Harry sat back and watched his family, not the one he'd been born into, but the one he'd built through years of shared struggle and chosen loyalty. This was what they'd fought for. This was what victory looked like. You seem happy, Hermione murmured, leaning into his side. I am happy. The words felt strange in his mouth, unfamiliar. I'm not sure I knew what that felt like before. You're learning. We both are. After dinner, when the dishes were cleared and the conversations had broken into smaller groups, Daphne cornered Harry in the library. We need to talk, she said, her voice low. Politics. Harry sighed. It's Christmas, Daphne. Politics doesn't take holidays. The Wisengamot is moving on the pureblood reform legislation next month. The neutral faction needs to know where you stand. The post-war political landscape had been Harry's least favorite part of victory. The old pureblood families were weakened but not destroyed, they'd begun rebuilding their influence almost immediately, pushing back against reforms that threatened their traditional privileges. The neutral faction, the alliance Harry had built with Daphne and others, was caught in the middle, trying to navigate between the Ministry's reform agenda and the pureblood backlash. I'm not a politician, Harry said. No, but you're a symbol. The boy who lived, the man who killed Voldemort, whatever they're calling you this week. When you speak, people listen. Daphne's eyes were sharp. The question is what you want them to hear. I want them to hear that the war is over. That we should be focused on healing, not scoring political points. That's naive and you know it. The war created wounds that won't heal by themselves. Structural problems, systemic injustices, they need to be addressed, or we'll be fighting the same battles again in a generation. Harry knew she was right. He'd spent years studying the conditions that had allowed Voldemort to rise, the inequalities and prejudices that had made his message appealing to so many. Simply defeating him wasn't enough, the underlying problems remained. What? Support the reform legislation. Publicly. Make it clear that the heroes of the war stand with the new order. Daphne's voice softened slightly. I know you're tired, Harry. We all are. But this is important. Maybe the most important battle we've faced. A battle without curses. The deadliest kind. She smiled thinly. Think about it. We don't need an answer tonight, but we'll need one soon. She left him alone in the library, surrounded by books and memories. Harry stared into the fire, thinking about politics and principles and the endless work of building a better world. No rest for the wicked, he thought, and almost laughed at the irony. The real crisis came 3 days after Christmas. Harry was in the kitchen, enjoying a rare quiet morning, when his flue erupted with green flames and Kingsley Shacklebolt's head appeared. "Harry. We have a situation." The minister's voice was grim, his expression worried. Harry set down his tea and moved closer to the fireplace. "What kind of situation?" "The kind that requires your particular expertise." "Can you come to the ministry?" "Immediately." 20 minutes later, Harry stood in Kingsley's office, surrounded by grim-faced aurors and officials. A map of Britain was spread across the desk, dotted with red marks that clustered in concerning patterns. "Over the past week, we've had 17 reports of dark magic incidents across the country," Kingsley explained. "Isolated at first, an artifact here, a curse there. But the pattern is accelerating." "Death Eaters?" "That's what we assumed. But our interrogations of captured Death Eaters have turned up nothing. They seem as confused as we are." Harry studied the map, his mind shifting into the analytical mode that had served him through the war. The incidents weren't random, they formed a rough circle around several locations of magical significance. Stone circles, ancient burial sites, places where the boundaries between worlds were thin. "This isn't Death Eater work," Harry said slowly. "This is something else. Something older. That's what our cursebreakers said." Kingsley's voice was heavy. "Harry, we found something at one of the sites. Something I think you need to see." He led Harry to a secure room deep in the ministry's basement. Inside, suspended in a containment field, was an artifact that made Harry's blood run cold. It was a stone tablet, covered in runes that seemed to writhe and shift when viewed directly. And carved into its surface was a symbol Harry recognized from the darkest corners of the prisoner's extracted memories. The mark of the deathless. "Do you know what this is?" Kingsley asked. "Yes." Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "It's a summoning tablet. Part of a ritual designed to call something through the veil, something from the other side." "The other side of what?" "Death." Harry turned to face the minister. "Someone's trying to bring something back. Something that was never meant to return." The investigation consumed the next several days. Harry worked alongside the aurors, using knowledge that came from years of extracted memories and personal research. The tablet was one of 7, he determined, ancient artifacts scattered across Britain, created by dark wizards in the centuries before Hogwarts' founding. They were trying to achieve immortality, Harry explained during a briefing with Kingsley's inner circle. Not through Horcruxes, that came later, but through something more direct. They wanted to tear open a door to the realm of the dead and force their way through. Did they succeed? No. The ritual was interrupted, the tablets scattered and hidden. But the magic is still viable. If someone collects all 7 and performs the ritual correctly. What happens? Harry hesitated. The truth was worse than anything he wanted to say aloud. The veil in the Department of Mysteries isn't just a doorway to death. It's a barrier, holding back something that wants to get through. The ritual would weaken that barrier. Possibly destroy it entirely. The silence that followed was heavy with implications. "So we're dealing with someone who wants to unleash, what, exactly?" Kingsley asked. "I don't know. The memories I have about this are fragmentary. Voldemort learned about the tablets but decided they were too dangerous to pursue." That should tell you something. When Voldemort thinks something is too dangerous. Exactly. The hunt for the remaining tablets became Harry's primary focus. He assembled a team, Hermione for research, Ron and Neville for fieldwork, Daphne for political intelligence, and began tracking down the ancient artifacts before whoever was collecting them could complete the set. It was like old times, in a way. The camaraderie of shared purpose, the thrill of investigation, the satisfaction of piecing together a puzzle. But there was a shadow over everything now, the knowledge that even after defeating Voldemort, darkness remained. The war never really ends, Harry realized. It just changes form. They found the cultists in February. A network of dark wizards, operating in cells across Britain, led by a figure they called the Shepherd. Their goal was exactly what Harry had feared, to collect the tablets, perform the ritual, and tear open the veil. They believe death is unjust, Hermione reported, after analyzing captured documents. That the separation between life and death is artificial, imposed by forces that have no right to it. They want to reunite the two realms permanently. Madness, Ron muttered. Ideological madness is still dangerous. Harry studied the intelligence they'd gathered. How close are they to completing the collection? They have 4 tablets. We've secured 2. The 7th is still unaccounted for. Then we need to find it before they do. The race for the final tablet led them to Stonehenge, not the tourist attraction, but the magical ruins hidden beneath it, accessible only to those who knew the old ways. Harry and his team descended into chambers that hadn't been opened in millennia, navigating traps and puzzles left by ancient guardians. And at the heart of the ruins, they found the Shepherd waiting. Harry Potter. The cultist leader's voice echoed through the stone chamber. He was younger than Harry had expected, barely 30, with the fervent eyes of a true believer. I had hoped you would come. You wanted me here. Of course. You are the Master of Death, are you not? The one who possesses all 3 Hallows, who has walked to the other side and returned. The Shepherd's smile was unsettling. You are the key to everything we're trying to accomplish. Harry felt the weight of the Elder Wand in his hand, the invisibility cloak in his pocket, the resurrection stone, recovered from the forest where Dumbledore had hidden it, in a pouch against his chest. The Deathly Hallows, united for the first time in centuries. I didn't ask to be the Master of Death. No one asks for destiny. But destiny comes regardless. The Shepherd raised his hands, and the chamber began to shake. The veil is weakening, Potter. With or without the final tablet, the barrier will fall. The question is whether you'll fight it or embrace it. I've been fighting darkness my entire life. Why would I stop now? Because the darkness isn't evil, it's natural. Death is part of existence. By trying to separate the two, we've created suffering, loss, grief. But if the barrier falls, there will be no more death. No more separation. No more pain. It was madness, but it was eloquent madness, the kind that could seduce the grieving and the desperate. Harry understood the appeal, even as he rejected the premise. Death is part of life, he said. Trying to eliminate it doesn't end suffering, it just transforms it into something worse. Then we'll have to disagree. The Shepherd attacked, and the battle began. The fight was brutal and strange. The Shepherd wielded magic Harry had never encountered, not curses or charms, but something more primal, drawing on the energy of death itself. Harry countered with the Elder Wand's power, but even the Death Stick struggled against forces that existed outside normal magical categories. His team joined the battle, fighting the cultists who emerged from the shadows. Hermione's spells blazed with precision, Ron's combat magic had grown formidable over the years, Neville fought with the quiet determination that had made him a hero. But they were outnumbered, and the cultists were fighting with the desperation of true believers. The Hallows, Harry realized. He said, I'm the key. Maybe that works both ways. Harry had always been cautious about the Hallows, their power was seductive, and he'd seen what happened to those who sought to possess them. But this was exactly the kind of situation that required everything he had. He drew the invisibility cloak around his shoulders. He gripped the Elder Wand tightly. And he pulled the resurrection stone from its pouch, letting its cold weight settle in his palm. Power surged through him, power over death itself, the ability to see beyond the veil, to touch the boundary between worlds. The cultist's magic faltered, even the Shepherd staggered back, his eyes wide. What are you doing? The Shepherd demanded. What I was made to do. Harry's voice resonated with power that wasn't entirely his own. Ending this. He reached out with his will, touching the magic that the cultists had gathered, the weakened barrier they'd been trying to destroy. But instead of tearing it open, he reinforced it, pouring the Hallow's power into the veil, strengthening what they had tried to weaken. The shepherd screamed in frustration. "You can't. The barrier was never meant to exist. Death and life should be separate." Harry's voice was final. "They should be separate, because that's what gives life meaning. Without death, existence is just endless waiting. Without separation, love is just possession." He closed his fist around the resurrection stone, and the chamber flooded with light. When it faded, the cultists were unconscious, their magic drained. The shepherd knelt in the center of the room, his fervor extinguished, looking like a man who'd just woken from a dream. And Harry stood alone, the Hallows still in his possession, feeling the weight of power he'd never asked for. The aftermath was complicated. The cultists were arrested, the tablets secured, the threat neutralized. But the incident had revealed vulnerabilities in the wizarding world's defenses, threats beyond Death Eaters, dangers that had nothing to do with Voldemort's legacy. "This won't be the last time," Harry said, sitting in Kingsley's office after the debriefing. "There will always be someone trying to break the rules, to seize power, to tear down what we've built." "Probably," Kingsley agreed. "But that's why we need people like you. People who understand the darkness and know how to fight it. I'm tired of fighting." "I know. We all are." The minister's voice softened. "But the work doesn't stop just because we're tired." "It can't." Harry nodded slowly. He'd known this, of course, had known since he was 11 that his life would never be normal, that the skills and knowledge he possessed came with obligations. But knowing and accepting were different things. "I'll think about the teaching position," he said finally. "And maybe something else. Some kind of consulting role, for situations like this. I don't want to be an Auror, but I can't just walk away either. That's all I ask." Kingsley smiled. "You've earned the right to set your own terms, Harry. Whatever you decide, the ministry will support it." Spring came to London, bringing warmth and renewal. Harry stood on the roof of Grimmauld Place, watching the city wake up. Hermione was beside him, her head on his shoulder, their fingers interlaced. "I accepted the ministry position," she said quietly. "Starting next month. I'm proud of you. It's what you've always wanted. And you? Have you decided?" Harry had spent weeks thinking about it, his role, his future, what kind of life he wanted to build. The answer had come gradually, shaped by the cultist incident and the conversations that followed. "I'm going to teach," he said. "Defense against the dark arts, like McGonagall offered. But I'm also going to set up something else, a training program, outside the school system. For people who want to learn how to fight the kind of threats that normal education doesn't cover. Like what we did with Dumbledore's army. But formalized. Institutionalized. Something that will outlast me." Harry turned to face her. "The war might be over, but the darkness isn't. Someone needs to make sure the next generation is ready." Hermione smiled, her eyes bright with emotion. "That sounds exactly like something you would do. Is that a compliment?" "The highest." She kissed him softly. "We're going to be okay, aren't we? All of us." Harry looked out over the city, the Muggle lights and the magical wards, the visible world and the hidden one, all of it intertwined and interdependent. They'd saved this world together, and now they were going to build something better in it. "Yeah," he said. "I think we are." The sun rose over London, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who conquered, the master of death who had chosen to serve life, watched a new day begin. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11, the third floor. 3 years after Voldemort's fall, Harry Potter stood before a classroom of 7th years and realized he'd become exactly what he'd never expected, a teacher. "The unforgivable curses are called unforgivable for a reason," he said, pacing before the chalkboard. "Not because they're the most powerful dark magic, they're not, but because they represent the complete subjugation of another person's will, life, or pain. The Ministry classifies them as automatic life sentences in Azkaban. But today we're going to discuss why that classification, while legally sound, is philosophically incomplete. A Ravenclaw in the front row raised her hand. Professor Potter, are you suggesting the unforgivables shouldn't be illegal? I'm suggesting that understanding why something is wrong is more important than simply being told it's wrong. Harry stopped pacing, meeting the student's eyes. When Voldemort rose to power, he didn't use the unforgivables because they were effective, he used them because they were forbidden. The taboo made them symbols of his rejection of magical society's rules. If we want to prevent the next Dark Lord, we need to understand the psychology behind that choice, not just condemn it. The discussion that followed was exactly what Harry had hoped for: engaged, challenging, students wrestling with moral complexity rather than accepting easy answers. This was why he'd taken the position, why he'd stayed despite the Ministry's constant recruitment attempts and the lucrative offers from private security firms. Teaching wasn't just about passing on knowledge. It was about shaping how the next generation thought. After class, he retreated to his office, a comfortable space filled with books, artifacts, and memories of the war. The walls were lined with photographs, his parents, his friends, the DA members who'd fought beside him. Dumbledore's portrait hung in a place of honor, the painted wizard dozing peacefully in his frame. Interesting lecture, the portrait said, one eye-opening. Though I might have approached the ethics differently. You would have made it more convoluted. Nuanced, Harry. The word is nuanced. Dumbledore's portrait smiled. You've grown into this role remarkably well. I confess I had my doubts, in the beginning. So did I. Harry settled into his chair, reaching for the stack of essays he needed to grade. Some days I still do. Doubt is healthy. Certainty is the enemy of wisdom. The portrait's eyes twinkled. Speaking of which, Minerva mentioned you've been spending considerable time in the restricted section lately. Researching something specific? Harry hesitated. The portrait was perceptive, painted with enough of Dumbledore's personality to notice things that others missed. There's something I've been trying to understand, he admitted. About the connection I had with Voldemort. About what happened when I died and came back. Ah. The mystery of the King's Cross vision. You remember that? I am, in a sense, a repository of Albus Dumbledore's memories and personality. Including our conversation in that liminal space. The portrait's expression grew thoughtful. What specifically troubles you? The choice I was given. The option to move on or return. Harry set down his quill. I chose to come back because there was still work to do. But lately I've been wondering, was that really a choice? Or was it always determined, part of some larger plan I couldn't see? Does the answer matter? It matters to me. If my whole life has been orchestrated by forces beyond my control, prophecies, ancient magic, the designs of people who died before I was born, then what does that say about free will? About the choices I've made? Dumbledore's portrait was silent for a long moment. Then, let me ask you something, Harry. When you walked into the forest to face Voldemort, knowing you would die, was that a choice? Yes. And when you decided to return, to continue fighting, was that a choice? Yes. Then perhaps the question isn't whether your path was determined, but whether you would have chosen it anyway. The portrait smiled gently. Prophecy doesn't create the future, Harry. It merely describes one possible version of it. The choices remain yours. Harry considered this, turning the idea over in his mind. It was comforting, in a way, the notion that even if his life had been shaped by forces beyond his control, the decisions within that life were still his own. Thank you, Professor. Always, my boy. Always. The summer brought Hermione home from Geneva. She'd been working with the International Confederation of Wizards for the past year, helping to establish global standards for magical creature rights. It was important work, but it kept her away for months at a time, and Harry had missed her more than he'd expected. "The negotiations are finally progressing," she said, unpacking her trunk in their bedroom at Grimmauld Place. "Another year, maybe 2, and we'll have a binding international treaty. Can you imagine? Actual legal protections for house elves, werewolves, centaurs, everyone who's been marginalized for centuries. That's incredible. You're incredible." She turned to face him, her expression softening. "I've missed you. I've missed you too." He pulled her close, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. 3 months is too long. I know. But this is important. I know it is. That doesn't make it easier. They held each other in silence, two people who'd grown up together, fought together, built a life together despite everything that had tried to tear them apart. The years had changed them, added lines to their faces, depth to their perspectives, but the core of what they shared remained constant. "I've been thinking," Hermione said eventually, pulling back to meet his eyes. "About the future. About what comes next." "What do you mean?" "I mean, we've been doing this for years now. You teaching, me traveling, seeing each other when we can. It works, but I'm not sure it's what I want forever." Harry felt something tighten in his chest. "Are you saying, I'm saying I want more?" Hermione's voice was steady, certain. "I want a family, Harry. I want children. I want to build something that isn't about work or politics or saving the world." "You want to stop working?" "No, not stop. Just, shift priorities. I can do international work from London, I've proven that. And you could take on fewer responsibilities at Hogwarts, make room for other things." She took his hands. "We've spent our whole lives fighting. Don't you think we've earned the right to live?" Harry thought about it, really thought about it, letting himself imagine a different kind of future. Children. A family. A home that was about more than just recovering from war. "I want that too," he said quietly. "I've wanted it for a long time. I just never thought what? Never thought I'd get to have it. That I'd survive long enough to even consider it." Hermione's eyes glistened. "You survived, Harry. Against all odds, you survived. And now you get to live. We get to live." "Yes." She smiled through her tears. "We do." The wedding happened that autumn. It was smaller than anyone expected, just close friends and family, gathered in the garden of Grimmauld Place under a canopy of enchanted autumn leaves. Sirius walked Harry to the altar. Hermione's parents, restored from Australia years ago, beamed from the front row. "Nervous?" Sirius asked, as they waited for the ceremony to begin. "Terrified," Harry admitted. "But the good kind. That's how it should be. Marriage is terrifying, in the best way." Sirius's eyes grew distant. "Your parents were like that too, you know. Scared and excited and so completely in love that nothing else mattered. I wish they could be here. They are. In every way that matters, they are." The music began, and Hermione appeared at the end of the aisle, and Harry forgot how to breathe. She was beautiful, radiant in white, her hair tamed for once into elegant curls, her eyes fixed on his with an intensity that made everything else fade away. The ceremony was brief and heartfelt. They exchanged vows they'd written themselves, promises forged in years of shared struggle, tested by fire and blood and loss. When Harry slipped the ring onto Hermione's finger, he felt something click into place, a rightness that transcended words. "I now pronounce you bonded for life," the officiator declared. "You may kiss the bride." The kiss was soft, sweet, a beginning rather than an end. The crowd erupted in cheers. Somewhere, the Weasley twins were setting off fireworks, Luna was releasing butterflies that might or might not have been real. And Harry Potter, holding his wife in his arms, finally understood what peace felt like. The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. He continued teaching, though he reduced his course load to make room for family. Hermione transitioned to a London-based role, working from home when she could, traveling only when absolutely necessary. They built a life together, not the life of heroes and legends, but the ordinary life of two people who loved each other. Their first child was born 2 years after the wedding, a boy with Harry's messy black hair and Hermione's brown eyes. They named him James Sirius, for the fathers who'd shaped Harry's life. "He's perfect," Hermione whispered, cradling their son in the hospital bed. "Absolutely perfect. He is." Harry sat beside her, one hand on his wife's shoulder, the other gently touching his son's tiny fingers. "I can't believe we made this. We made a lot of things. This might be the best one." Their daughter came 2 years later, Lily Luna, a bright-eyed girl who inherited her mother's intelligence and her father's stubbornness. The family grew, the house filled with laughter and chaos, and Harry learned that parenthood was harder than any battle he'd ever fought. But also more rewarding. "Dad, why is your scar shaped like lightning?" James asked one evening, when Harry was putting him to bed. "It's a long story. I like stories." Harry hesitated. How did you explain to a 5-year-old that their father had spent his childhood fighting a war against the darkest wizard in history? That the scar was a reminder of death and sacrifice and choices that still haunted him? "Once upon a time," Harry began slowly, "there was a very bad wizard who hurt a lot of people. He tried to hurt me too, when I was just a baby. But my mum and dad loved me so much that their love protected me. The bad wizard's magic bounced back, and it left this mark." "Did you beat him?" "Eventually. With a lot of help from people who loved me. Like Mum. Like Mum. And Uncle Ron, and Aunt Luna, and a lot of other brave people." James considered this, his young face serious. "I want to be brave like you, Dad." "You already are, James." Harry kissed his son's forehead. "You already are." The past never stayed buried for long. Harry was in his office at Hogwarts, grading papers, when the flue erupted with green flames and Ron's head appeared. "Harry. We've got a situation." Ron had followed Kingsley into the Ministry, rising through the Auror ranks to become head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He didn't use emergency channels for trivial matters. "What kind of situation?" "The kind that needs your particular expertise. Can you come to the Ministry? Now." 20 minutes later, Harry stood in a secure briefing room, surrounded by Aurors and officials. The atmosphere was tense, worried. 3 weeks ago, we started getting reports of dark magic activity in Albania," Ron explained, pointing to a map on the wall. "At first, we thought it was leftover Death Eater elements. There are always a few who never accepted the war was over. But the pattern is wrong." "Wrong how?" "The magic is older. Deeper. Our cursebreakers have identified signatures that predate Voldemort by centuries." Ron's expression was grim. "Harry, whatever's happening over there, it's connected to the thing Voldemort found when he was hiding as a wraith. The entity he discovered in the forest." Harry felt ice form in his stomach. The Albania entity. The ancient presence that had haunted his dreams during the war, that the prisoner had warned him about. "I thought that was just a story. Something Voldemort invented to frighten his followers." "So did we. But the evidence suggests otherwise." Ron handed Harry a folder full of photographs and reports. "People have been disappearing. Whole villages, just, gone. And the magical residue left behind is unlike anything we've ever documented." Harry flipped through the folder, his unease growing with each page. The descriptions matched things he remembered from the prisoner's memories, things he'd hoped never to encounter in the real world. "The entity in the forest," he said slowly. "Voldemort didn't just find it. He woke it up." "Woke what up?" "Something old. Something that existed before wizards, before magic as we understand it. Voldemort's presence, his fragmented soul, his dark magic, it all drew the entity's attention. And now that he's gone, It's looking for a new focus. Or it's just hungry. Harry closed the folder. How long do we have? Unknown. The activity is accelerating, but we don't know enough about what we're dealing with to predict its movements. Harry thought about his family, Hermione at home with the children, the peaceful life they'd built together. He thought about his students, his responsibilities, everything he'd constructed in the years since the war. And he thought about the darkness that had shaped his entire existence, the shadow that had never truly left. I'll need a team, he said finally. People I trust, who understand what we might be facing. Already assembled. Neville, Luna, a few others from the old DA. Plus some of our best Aurors. And Hermione? She's been briefed. She wants to come, but, no. Harry's voice was firm. She stays with the children. Whatever happens, they need at least one parent. Ron nodded slowly. I thought you'd say that. She's not happy about it. She'll understand. She always does. The night before departure, Harry and Hermione sat together in their garden, watching the stars. I could help, Hermione said quietly. You know I could. I know. But the children need you here. And, Harry hesitated. And I need to know you're safe. That there's something to come back to. You always come back. This time might be different. Whatever we're facing in Albania, it's not like anything I've fought before. Not even Voldemort. Hermione turned to face him, her expression fierce. Then don't go. Let the Aurors handle it. You've done enough, Harry. You've given enough. I have. But this is connected to me, to what I was, to the piece of Voldemort that lived in my head for 15 years. If anyone can understand this entity, communicate with it, maybe even stop it, it's me. And if you can't stop it, then at least I'll have tried. And I'll have bought time for you, for the children, for everyone else. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. You promised me we'd have a life together. You promised we'd grow old, watch our grandchildren, I know what I promised. And I intend to keep that promise. Harry took her hands. I'm not going to die in Albania. I'm going to face whatever's there, deal with it, and come home. Because I have too much to live for now. Swear it. I swear. They held each other as the night deepened, two people who'd survived the impossible, facing the unknown once more. The team departed at dawn. Harry led them through international port keys, arriving in a remote region of Albania where the magical disturbances were strongest. The landscape was beautiful in a harsh way, mountains and forests, ancient and untouched by modern development. But beneath the beauty, something was wrong. Harry could feel it in the air, a pressure against his magical senses that reminded him of nothing so much as the presence he'd felt through his scar during the war. The entity, Luna observed, her dreamy voice unusually serious. It's aware of us. How can you tell? The Raxperts are behaving strangely. They're fleeing something. Something that eats magic. The team moved deeper into the forest, following the trail of disturbances. The vegetation grew stranger as they progressed, twisted, wrong, touched by something that violated the natural order. And then they found it. The clearing was vast, dominated by a structure that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once. It hurt to look at directly, its geometry shifting and impossible, its surface covered in symbols that predated human writing. And at its center, something stirred. What is that? Ron whispered. Harry stared at the entity, if entity was even the right word, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It was vast, ancient, hungry. Not evil in the way Voldemort had been evil, but something worse, indifferent. A force of nature that didn't recognize human categories of good and bad. It's what Voldemort found, Harry said slowly. What he accidentally woke when he was hiding here. It fed on his darkness, grew strong on his fear and hate. And when he was destroyed, it started looking for more. More what? More magic. More souls. More, everything. The entity's attention shifted toward them. Harry felt it like a physical weight, an examination that went deeper than flesh, touching something fundamental. You carry his mark, a voice said, not heard, but felt, resonating through Harry's very being. The one who woke me. The one who fed me. Voldemort is dead, Harry said aloud. He can't feed you anymore. All who touch darkness feed me. All who fear, all who hate, all who hunger for power. You have known all these things. You are marked by them. I'm marked by a lot of things. That doesn't mean I belong to you. Everything belongs to me, in the end. I am the darkness before creation, the silence after ending. I am patient. I can wait. Harry felt the pull of the entity's attention, the seductive promise of power, the comfortable embrace of surrender. It would be so easy to let go, to stop fighting, to accept the darkness he'd struggled against his whole life. But he thought of Hermione. Of James and Lily. Of everyone who was counting on him to come home. You're ancient, he said. You're powerful. You've existed since before humans developed magic. But you made a mistake when you woke up in Voldemort's presence. What mistake? You let yourself be seen. Be understood. Be categorized. Harry raised the Elder Wand, feeling its power resonate with something deep inside him. I've spent my entire life studying darkness. Fighting it. Learning how it works. And the first rule of darkness is this: once you understand something, you can defeat it. You cannot defeat me. I am beyond your comprehension. Maybe. But I can contain you. I can bind you. I can put you back to sleep for another 1,000 years. The spell Harry cast wasn't from any textbook. It was something he'd developed over years of research, a synthesis of ancient binding magic, Dumbledore's theories, and his own unique understanding of the darkness that had lived in his head for 15 years. The entity screamed, a sound that existed outside normal perception, shaking the very foundations of reality. Harry felt it fight back, felt its age and power crash against his will like waves against a cliff. But he held. His team joined their power to his, strengthening the binding, reinforcing the containment. They worked together as they had during the war, each person contributing their unique abilities to the whole. And slowly, inexorably, the entity was pushed back. Contained. Bound. When it was over, Harry collapsed to his knees, exhausted beyond anything he'd ever experienced. The clearing was silent, the impossible structure fading into the earth, the entity's presence retreating to something that could be ignored. Is it gone? Ron asked. No. It can't be destroyed, not really. But it's sleeping again. And this time, there are wards to keep it that way. Harry struggled to his feet. It'll take centuries before it wakes again. By then, hopefully, someone will have found a permanent solution. And if they haven't? Harry looked at the spot where the entity had been, feeling the echoes of its presence still lingering in his mind. Then our descendants will face it. And hopefully, they'll be ready. The return home was quiet. Harry spent most of the journey sleeping, his body and magic depleted from the binding ritual. When he finally walked through the door of Grimmauld Place, Hermione was waiting. You came back, she whispered, pulling him into her arms. I promised I would. You're exhausted. You're hurt. You probably came within inches of dying. Probably. And you'd do it again, wouldn't you? If something else threatened the people you love. Harry pulled back to look at her, at this woman who'd stood beside him through everything, who'd never stopped believing in him even when he couldn't believe in himself. Yes, he said honestly. I would. Then I suppose I'll have to keep being married to an impossible hero. Hermione smiled through her tears. Come on. The children want to see their father. James and Lily were already running down the stairs, their faces bright with joy. Harry gathered them in his arms, feeling the weight of his family, his life, everything he'd fought to protect. "Dad!" James exclaimed. "Mum said you were fighting monsters." "Something like that. Did you win?" Harry looked at Hermione over his children's heads. She smiled, that same smile that had sustained him through the darkest moments of his life. "Yeah," he said. "I won." Chapter 11 End. Chapter 12, Clash of Souls. 10 years after the Albania expedition, Harry Potter stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and felt the world shift beneath his feet. It started as a tremor, subtle, almost imperceptible, the kind of thing most wizards would dismiss as imagination. But Harry had spent too long attuned to the darkness to ignore it. Something was wrong. Something fundamental. "You feel it too," Luna said, appearing beside him with her characteristic silent grace. She'd aged well, her dreamy demeanor now tempered by decades of experience as one of the wizarding world's foremost experts on magical creatures and phenomena. "The boundaries are thinning." "The Albania entity?" "No. This is different. Older, somehow. More." She paused, searching for words. "More inevitable." Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with senses he'd developed over a lifetime of fighting darkness. Luna was right, this wasn't the hungry presence he'd bound in Albania. This was something else entirely. Something that felt less like an invasion and more like a natural process, a tide coming in that had been held back too long. "The Veil," he said suddenly. "Something's happening with the Veil. They operate to the Ministry, finding chaos in the Department of Mysteries." Unspeakables rushed through corridors, their usual composure shattered. The air itself felt wrong, charged, expectant, like the moment before lightning strikes. "Potter." The head unspeakable, a severe woman named Croker, intercepted them at the entrance to the death chamber. "We've been trying to reach you. The Veil is active." "Active how?" "See for yourself." The death chamber was transformed. The ancient stone archway that had always stood silent and mysterious was now blazing with light, its tattered curtain whipping in a wind that came from nowhere and everywhere. And through the light, shapes were visible, not quite solid, not quite transparent, pressing against the boundary between worlds. "They want through," Luna whispered. "The dead. They want to come back." "That's impossible." "The Veil is one way, the Veil is a construct," Croker interrupted. "A barrier created millennia ago to maintain separation between life and death. But barriers erode. Magic fades. And this one has been weakening for centuries." Harry stared at the archway, his mind racing through implications. The Shepherd's Cult. They were trying to tear it down. They accelerated the process. Your binding stopped them, but the damage was done. The Veil has been failing ever since, slowly at first, but faster now. We estimate complete collapse within days. And when it collapses? Croker's face was grim. The dead return. All of them. Every soul that's passed through the Veil since its creation, flooding back into the world of the living. The scale of it was staggering. Thousands of years of accumulated dead, suddenly present again. Not ghosts, ghosts were echoes, impressions left behind. This would be something else entirely. Souls with full consciousness, full power, full memory of everything they'd been. Including the worst of them. Voldemort, Harry said. He'd come back. Among countless others. Every dark wizard who ever lived. Every victim who died in pain and anger. Every soul that has reason to resent the living. Croker spread her hands. It would be the end of the world as we know it. The emergency session of the Wisingamat was the largest in history. Representatives from every magical nation crowded the chamber, their faces reflecting the same mixture of terror and disbelief that Harry felt. The international implications were staggering. The Veil wasn't just a British artifact, but a fundamental feature of magical reality worldwide. We have perhaps 72 hours, Croker reported to the assembled leaders. After that, the barrier fails completely. Can it be reinforced? The French minister asked. Additional wards, containment spells, we've tried everything. The veil isn't responding to conventional magic. It's too old, too fundamental. It predates our understanding of how magic works. Then what do you suggest? The chamber fell silent. No one had an answer. Harry rose from his seat, feeling the weight of every eye upon him. He was 60 now, gray-haired and lined with age, but his presence still commanded attention. The boy who lived, the man who conquered, whatever they called him, he remained a symbol of hope in desperate times. The veil was created by someone, he said. That means it can be repaired by someone. We need to understand its original construction, who built it, how it works, what magic sustains it. That knowledge was lost millennia ago, then we find it. Or we figure it out from first principles. Harry's voice was steady, certain. I've spent my entire life studying boundaries, between life and death, between light and darkness, between what is and what could be. If anyone can understand this, I can. And if you can't? Harry met the questioner's eyes. Then we prepare for the alternative. We organize the living to face the dead. We protect who we can, fight for what we must, and hope that somehow, something survives. It wasn't an inspiring answer. But it was honest. The research consumed the next 48 hours. Harry gathered every expert he could find, unspeakables, cursebreakers, historians, even the ghosts of Hogwarts, who had unique perspectives on the boundary between life and death. They worked around the clock, piecing together fragments of knowledge that had been scattered across millennia. Hermione was at his side, as she had been for so many crises before. Their children were grown now, James and Auror, Lily a healer, both contributing their own expertise to the effort. The family that Harry had built was fighting together, as they'd always done. I think I've found something, Hermione said, late on the second night. Her eyes were red with exhaustion, her hair escaping from its bonds, but her voice was electric with discovery. The original veil builders, they weren't human. What do you mean? The magic used to create the veil predates human magical development by thousands of years. It's the same signature as the Albania entity, the same fundamental nature. She spread her notes across the table. The veil wasn't built by wizards. It was built by whatever existed before wizards, the primordial magical beings that shaped reality itself. Harry stared at the evidence, his mind making connections. The entity in Albania. It was old enough to remember the veil's creation. More than remember. It might have been involved in creating it. But I bound it. Contained it. Put it back to sleep, you contained its consciousness. But its power, its connection to the fundamental magic of reality, that's still there. Still accessible. Hermione met his eyes. Harry, you might be the only person who can reach it. Through your binding, through the connection you established when you fought it. You want me to wake it up? After everything we did to put it down? I want you to communicate with it. Ask it how to repair the veil. Convince it to help. And if it refuses? If it decides to finish what it started, consume the magic it's been hungry for all these centuries? Hermione's expression was grave. Then we're no worse off than we are now. The veil falls, the dead return, and the world ends anyway. At least this way, there's a chance. Harry looked around the room, at his wife, his children, his friends, everyone who was counting on him. They'd faced impossible odds before and found ways through. Maybe this time would be no different. Okay, he said. Let's wake up an ancient god. The journey to Albania was different this time. Harry traveled alone, over Hermione's objections. If this went wrong, he didn't want anyone else caught in the crossfire. And if it went right, well, some conversations were better had in private. The forest had changed since his last visit. The containment wards he'd erected were still in place, but weakened, not by external assault, but by the same fundamental erosion that was affecting the veil. The boundaries between things were failing everywhere. At the center of the clearing, where the entity had been bound, a presence stirred. "You return," the voice resonated through Harry's being. "I wondered if you would. You knew this was coming. The veil failing. I created the veil. I would know when my own work begins to fade." Harry absorbed this, adjusting his understanding. "You created it? I thought the veil was meant to contain things like you." "The veil was meant to maintain separation. Order. Structure. Without it, existence collapses into chaos, life and death merged, time and space intertwined, cause and effect meaningless." A pause, heavy with ancient memory. "I created the veil because I understood what would happen without it. And then I slept, for I had exhausted myself in its making. But now it's failing. And you're awake. I am awake because it is failing. The two are connected." Another pause. "You want me to repair it? Can you?" "Perhaps. But the cost would be significant." "What cost?" "The veil requires power to maintain. When I created it, I sacrificed most of my own existence, my ability to act in the physical world, my connection to other beings like myself, my very nature as a conscious entity. I became bound to the veil, unable to exist apart from it." Harry began to understand. "That's why you were sleeping. Why you seemed so diminished when Voldemort found you." "I was diminished. Reduced to a fragment of what I once was. The veil consumed me, as it was designed to do. And when Voldemort's darkness touched me, when his hunger for power resonated with my own hunger for existence, I began to wake. To remember. To want. To want the veil destroyed. To want freedom. To want to be whole again. Yes." The entity's presence shifted, becoming something almost like sorrow. "But I also remember why I created the veil in the first place. The chaos that existed before. The suffering that separation prevents. So you're conflicted. I am ancient. I contain multitudes. A sound that might have been laughter, or might have been weeping. You ask if I can repair the veil. The answer is yes, but only by sacrificing what remains of my consciousness. By pouring everything I am into the barrier, making it permanent, making myself permanent. You'd cease to exist as a thinking being. I would become the veil. Not a guardian, but the barrier itself. No more hunger. No more dreams. No more me." Harry stood in silence, processing the entity's words. It was asking him to accept its suicide, the willing destruction of a being older than human civilization, for the sake of maintaining the order that made existence possible. "Why tell me this?" he asked. "Why not just refuse?" "Because you understand. You have carried darkness within you, fought it, learned from it. You know what it is to sacrifice yourself for others." The entity's presence seemed to focus on Harry with new intensity. "And because I need your help." "My help with what?" "The transformation. It requires a bridge, a consciousness that can span the gap between my nature and the veil's nature. A mind that has touched both life and death, that understands the boundary from both sides." The entity paused. "You died, Harry Potter. You crossed the veil and returned. You are the bridge I need." Harry felt the weight of what was being asked. Not just to witness the entity's sacrifice, but to participate in it, to serve as the conduit through which an ancient god would pour itself into the barrier between life and death. "Will it hurt?" "Yes. Enormously." "Will I survive?" "Probably. But there will be consequences. Changes. You will be marked by this, as you were marked by Voldemort's curse, by the Horcrux in your head, by every encounter with darkness you have survived. Another scar. Another transformation. You will be more than you are now. And less. Different, certainly. Human, still, but touched by something primordial. Something that will never fully leave you. Harry thought about his family, waiting for him to return. His wife, his children, his grandchildren, the life he'd built, the peace he'd earned. He thought about what it would mean to be changed again, to carry another burden, another mark of battles fought and prices paid. And then he thought about what would happen if he refused. The veil collapsing. The dead returning. Voldemort and every dark wizard who'd ever lived, flooding back into a world unprepared to face them. Okay, he said. Let's do this. The transformation was agony. Harry felt the entity's consciousness pour through him, millennia of memory, power beyond human comprehension, the fundamental nature of reality itself. It was like being burned and frozen and electrocuted all at once, while simultaneously experiencing every moment of history since the beginning of time. He saw the entity's creation of the veil, the immense effort, the willing sacrifice, the desperate hope that separation would bring order to chaos. He saw its long sleep, its gradual weakening, its painful awakening in Voldemort's presence. He saw its hunger and its regret, its ancient wisdom and its childlike confusion. And he felt it change. The entity flowed through Harry and into the veil, pouring itself into the barrier, becoming one with the boundary it had created. The process was irreversible, total, complete. When it was done, there would be no entity left, only the veil, stronger than ever, permanent and unbreakable. Thank you, the entity whispered, as the last of its consciousness faded. For understanding. For accepting. For being the bridge. Will you remember? Harry gasped. Will any part of you know that you existed? I will be the boundary. I will be the separation. I will be the order that makes existence possible. A final pulse of something that might have been warmth. That is enough. And then it was gone. Harry collapsed in the clearing, alone with the silence and the stars. The presence that had haunted this forest for millennia was no more, but something new had taken its place. He could feel it in his bones, in his blood, in the very fabric of his being. The veil was stronger now. Permanent. And some part of it was connected to him, just as some part of the entity's wisdom was now woven into his consciousness. He was changed. Again. Always changing, always becoming something new. But he was alive. And the world was safe. That would have to be enough. The return home was triumphant and terrifying in equal measure. Hermione wept when she saw him, not with joy, though there was joy, but with the recognition of what he'd been through. She could see it in his eyes, feel it in his presence. Something fundamental had shifted. The veil, she asked. Repaired. Permanent. The entity gave itself to make it so. And you? Harry held up his hands, examining them as if seeing them for the first time. They looked the same, weathered, aged, marked by decades of struggle. But he could feel the difference. The echo of primordial power, the whisper of ancient wisdom, the connection to the boundary between life and death. I'm still me, he said slowly. But I'm also, more. Different. I don't fully understand it yet. Will you? Eventually. I have time. He smiled, pulling her close. We have time. That's what this was all about, buying time for the people we love, the world we've built. At what cost? Harry thought about the entity, its sacrifice, its willing dissolution into the very thing it had created. He thought about all the costs he'd paid over the years, all the prices that had seemed too high until he'd paid them anyway. The same cost as always, he said. Everything I had to give. The aftermath was quieter than Harry expected. The Wisengamot celebrated the crisis averted, issuing proclamations and holding ceremonies. But Harry didn't attend. He retreated to Grimmauld Place with his family, processing what had happened, learning to live with what he'd become. The changes were subtle at first. He could sense the veil now, feel its presence everywhere, the boundary between life and death that separated the worlds. He could sense when someone died, when a soul passed through, when the barrier flexed and held against the pressure of accumulated dead. And sometimes, in moments of deep meditation, he could hear whispers. Not the entity, that was truly gone, but echoes of its wisdom, fragments of its ancient knowledge, seeping through the connection they'd shared. "You're different," James said, during one of his visits. Harry's son was middle-aged now, with children of his own, a successful career, a life built on foundations Harry had fought to protect. "Not bad different. Just, different. I'm still your father. I know. But you're also something else now. Something I don't fully understand." Harry nodded slowly. "Neither do I, if I'm honest. But I'm learning. I'll always be learning." "That's very you. Is it? Always growing. Always changing. Always becoming something new." James smiled. "Mom says you've been like that since she met you. Never content to stay the same, always pushing toward whatever comes next." Harry thought about that, about the boy who'd lived in a cupboard, who discovered magic and war and love and loss, who died and returned and fought and sacrificed and built and rebuilt. So many versions of himself, layered like rings in a tree, each one shaped by what came before. "I suppose that's true," he said. "Though I never thought of it that way. Maybe that's the secret. Not thinking about it. Just living it." The final years of Harry Potter's life were peaceful. He continued teaching at Hogwarts, though his courses evolved to include subjects that no one else could teach: the nature of death, the structure of magical reality, the wisdom gleaned from a lifetime of encounters with the fundamental forces of existence. Students came from all over the world to learn from him. Some became powerful wizards in their own right. Others found different paths, carrying his lessons into fields he'd never imagined. The legacy he'd built extended far beyond combat and survival. It became a way of thinking, an approach to existence that valued understanding over fear, sacrifice over selfishness, love over power. Hermione passed first, in the quiet of their bedroom, surrounded by family. Harry held her hand as she went, feeling her soul pass through the veil, not lost, but transitioned, moving to whatever came next. He could sense her on the other side, still existing, still connected to everything she'd loved. "I'll see you soon," he whispered. "Wait for me." The years after were lonely but not empty. Harry had children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. He had students, colleagues, friends. He had the work that had defined his life, the teaching that had become his purpose. And he had the veil, always present at the edge of his consciousness, the boundary he'd helped make permanent, the connection to something greater than any single life. When his own time came, Harry Potter was ready. He lay in the same bedroom where Hermione had passed, surrounded by the same family, looking up at faces that held echoes of everyone he'd loved. His children were there, old themselves now. His grandchildren. His great-grandchildren. The family that had grown from two frightened children who'd found each other in a world at war. "Don't be sad," he told them. "This isn't an ending. It's just the next part." "How do you know?" Lily asked, her grandmother's namesake, her eyes filled with tears. "Because I've seen it. Touched it. Helped make it permanent." Harry smiled, feeling the pull of the veil, the gentle invitation of whatever lay beyond. The boundary between life and death isn't a wall. It's a door. And doors go both ways. He closed his eyes, letting go of the body that had carried him through so many battles, so many joys, so many years of living. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who conquered, the master of death who had chosen to serve life, passed through the veil at last. On the other side, Hermione was waiting. "Took you long enough," she said, smiling. "I had things to finish." "You always do." She took his hand. "Ready for the next adventure?" Harry looked around at the place beyond the veil, not darkness, not emptiness, but something else entirely. A continuation. A new beginning. The next chapter in a story that had never really been about death at all. It had always been about life. About love. About the choices that made existence meaningful. "Yeah," he said. "I'm ready." They walked together into whatever came next, and behind them, the veil held strong. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13, The Reckoning. The world beyond the veil was nothing like Harry had expected. He'd anticipated darkness, or light, or perhaps the King's Cross limbo he'd visited once before. Instead, he found himself standing in a vast library, endless shelves stretching in every direction, filled with books that seemed to glow with inner light. The air smelled of old paper and something else, something that reminded him of magic itself. "Welcome," a voice said, and Harry turned to find a figure he didn't recognize, neither young nor old, neither male nor female, simply present. "You've been expected for quite some time. Who are you?" "I am the keeper. The librarian, if you prefer. This is the archive, the record of everything that ever was, is, or could be." The keeper gestured at the infinite shelves. "Every life, every choice, every possibility. All stored here, all accessible to those who know how to look." Harry glanced at Hermione, who seemed as bewildered as he felt. "Why are we here? I thought the afterlife would be rest, peace, reunion with lost loved ones." The keeper smiled. "All of that exists, for those who want it. But you, Harry Potter, are not like other souls. You carry pieces of the veil within you. You served as the bridge for an entity older than human civilization. You have earned the right to understand." "Understand what?" "Everything." The keeper began walking, and Harry and Hermione followed, drawn by curiosity that had never fully left them despite decades of life. The nature of existence. The purpose of death. The meaning of the choices you made. They walked through corridors of books, each spine labeled with names and dates and descriptions that made Harry's mind reel. He saw his own name repeated countless times, different versions, different choices, different outcomes. These are alternate possibilities. Every choice creates a branch. Every moment of decision spawns new realities. The keeper stopped before a particular shelf. "Here is your story, Harry Potter. The version you lived." Harry hesitated. He'd spent so long focused on the present, on the future, on protecting what he loved. Looking back at the beginning felt strange, almost indulgent. "Show me." The keeper pulled a book from the shelf, a thick volume bound in deep red leather, with gold lettering that spelled out Harry James Potter. When it opened, images rose from the pages like memories taking physical form. A cottage in Godric's Hollow. A young couple, happy and afraid. A baby with green eyes, unaware of the destiny that awaited him. And then the door burst open, and everything changed. The memory played out in excruciating detail. Harry watched Voldemort stride through the cottage, watched his father fall, watched his mother plead and sacrifice herself. He watched the killing curse rebound, watched the soul fragment tear loose and lodge in his infant forehead. But he also saw something he'd never understood before, the mechanism of it, the magical architecture of what had happened. Lily's sacrifice created a protection, the keeper explained. But the protection didn't just shield you from the curse. It transformed it. Redirected it. Made it into something new. The Horcrux in my head. Yes. But more than that. The keeper gestured, and the image shifted, showing the connection between infant Harry and the fleeing wraith of Voldemort. The curse created a bond, not just the Horcrux, but something deeper. A link between your souls that went both ways. I knew that. Dumbledore explained. Dumbledore understood part of it. But not all. The keeper's expression was thoughtful. The bond wasn't just magical. It was informational. Every thought Voldemort had, every memory, every piece of knowledge, it all flowed through the connection. Most of it was blocked by your natural occlumency, but some of it got through. Enough to shape you. Harry felt cold. You're saying I was influenced by Voldemort? That my personality, my choices, were your own. But informed by his. You learned to think strategically because his strategic mind was always present. You developed your magical abilities quickly because his mastery was available as a template. You understood darkness because you carried a piece of it. The keeper paused. This isn't a bad thing, Harry. It's simply what happened. You took what was given and made something good from it. I built a prison in my head. I tortured his soul fragment for information. You did what was necessary to survive. And in doing so, you became something unique, a person who understood both light and darkness, who could navigate between them without being consumed by either. Harry absorbed this, adding it to his understanding of himself. He'd always known the prisoner had shaped him, but he'd thought of it as corruption to be resisted. The keeper was suggesting something different: integration, transformation, the alchemical process of turning darkness into light. Why show me this now? What's the purpose? Because you have a choice to make. The keeper closed the book gently. Most souls who pass through the veil simply rest. They rejoin the cosmic flow, losing their individual identity, becoming part of something larger. It's peaceful. Many consider it paradise. But you are not most souls. You carry pieces of the veil, connections to primordial forces, knowledge that would be lost if you simply dissolved into the collective. The keeper met Harry's eyes. You could choose to remain individual. To continue learning, growing, understanding. To serve as a bridge between the living and the dead, helping those who struggle with the transition. Like a ghost. Like a guardian. Not bound to one place or one purpose, but free to move throughout existence, offering guidance to those who need it. Harry looked at Hermione, who'd been listening in silence. Her expression was thoughtful, considering. "What do you want?" he asked her. "I want to be with you. Whatever that means, wherever it leads." She took his hand. "We've spent our whole lives making choices together. Why stop now?" Harry smiled, feeling the familiar warmth of her presence, the partnership that had defined his existence for decades. "Then we stay," he said. "We keep learning. We keep helping." The keeper nodded, satisfaction evident in their ageless features. "I had hoped you would choose this. The archive has been waiting for new keepers, souls who understand both the weight and the wonder of existence. You will fit well here. What exactly does being a keeper involve? Whatever you make of it. Guiding lost souls. Preserving important stories. Occasionally intervening when the balance between life and death becomes threatened." The keeper smiled. "You've done all of this before, in various forms. This is simply a continuation of the work you were born to do." The centuries that followed were unlike anything Harry had imagined. As keepers of the archive, he and Hermione had access to all of existence, past, present, future, and the infinite branches of possibility. They watched civilizations rise and fall, witnessed magical breakthroughs and disasters, observed the endless dance of light and darkness that had defined existence since its beginning. They also worked. Lost souls who couldn't find their way through the veil came to them for guidance. Living wizards facing impossible choices received whispered insights. The balance between worlds, maintained by the veil Harry had helped strengthen, required constant attention and occasional intervention. "It's strange," Harry said one day, sitting with Hermione in a pocket of the archive that resembled their old garden at Grimmauld Place. "I spent my whole life fighting. And now I spend eternity, helping. You were always helping. That's what the fighting was for." Hermione smiled, looking as young as the day they'd married. In the archive, appearance was a choice. The methods changed, but the purpose didn't. "I suppose. Harry looked out at the garden, at the simulation of flowers and sunlight that felt as real as anything he'd experienced while alive. Do you ever miss it? Being alive? Sometimes. The physicality of it, eating, sleeping, the feeling of a book in my hands. She leaned against him. But I have you. I have purpose. I have eternity to learn and understand and grow. That's more than most people ever get. We were lucky. We made our luck. Mostly. Harry laughed, a sound he made often now, in this existence where fear and pain were distant memories. True. Though I think we had help along the way. The entity? Dumbledore? All the people who believed in us. All of them. And something else, something I've come to understand only recently. Harry gestured at the archive surrounding them. The universe wants to be understood. It creates beings capable of comprehension, gives them challenges that force them to grow, arranges circumstances that push them toward wisdom. We weren't just lucky. We were designed for this. That sounds almost religious. Maybe it is. Or maybe it's just how existence works, the cosmic tendency toward complexity, toward consciousness, toward understanding. He shrugged. I've had centuries to think about it, and I still don't have all the answers. Would you want to have all the answers? Harry considered this. No. I don't think so. The questions are what keep us moving forward. Without them, existence would be static. Complete. Boring. So we keep asking questions. Keep learning. Keep growing. Forever. Forever, Hermione agreed. That sounds about right. The intervention came unexpectedly. Harry was reviewing the records of a particularly troubled soul, a young witch who died in circumstances that reminded him of his own childhood, when he felt a disturbance. Something was wrong with the veil, a weakness he hadn't sensed since his encounter with the Albania entity. Hermione. She was at his side instantly, her own senses alert to the same disruption. The veil. Something's attacking it. They manifested at the boundary between worlds, where the veil shimmered with the light of the entity's sacrifice. The barrier was under assault, not by a single entity, but by something collective, something that seemed to be coming from both sides simultaneously. What is this? Harry demanded, reaching out with his senses. The answer came not in words but in images, countless souls, trapped in the space between life and death, unable to move forward or back. They'd accumulated over centuries, souls whose deaths had been so traumatic that they couldn't process the transition, who lingered in agony at the very threshold of the veil. They're trying to tear through, Hermione realized. Not to return to life, to escape the pain of being stuck. If they tear the veil, they'll destroy the very thing that could help them transition properly. They're not thinking clearly. They're just suffering. Harry looked at the mass of trapped souls, thousands of them, maybe millions, their anguish pressing against the barrier like a physical weight. He thought about his own transitions, his own brushes with death, the guidance that had helped him find his way. They need help, he said. Not just the barrier, them. The souls themselves. We can't help them all. There are too many. Then we expand. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. The archive. It's a repository of all existence, every story, every life, every possible outcome. What if we could use it to process their transitions? Create pathways for each soul, tailored to their specific needs. That would require enormous power. Enormous knowledge. We have both. We've been accumulating them for centuries. Harry met her eyes. This is why we stayed, Hermione. This is what we've been preparing for without knowing it. She nodded slowly, understanding dawning. A system. A process for guiding souls through transition, scaled up to handle any volume. Not just us doing the work, but an architecture that does it automatically. Exactly. They work together, as they always had. The solution they created drew on everything they'd learned: Harry's understanding of the Veil, Hermione's knowledge of magical systems, the collective wisdom of the archive. It was their masterwork, the culmination of existences spent learning and growing. The result was something new, a transformation of the afterlife itself. Instead of souls simply passing through the veil into whatever came next, they now had pathways, individualized journeys that helped them process their lives, understand their deaths, and transition peacefully to their next state. The trapped souls were the first beneficiaries. One by one, they found their pathways, released their anguish, moved forward into peace. The pressure on the veil eased, then disappeared entirely. "We did it," Hermione breathed. "We actually did it. We built something that will outlast us. Something that will help every soul, forever. That's quite a legacy." Harry smiled, looking at the transformed afterlife, the system they'd created. Not bad for a couple of kids who just wanted to survive. Eons passed. The universe expanded, evolved, changed in ways that even the archive struggled to encompass. Civilizations rose to heights unimaginable by human standards, then fell into forms equally unimaginable. Magic itself transformed, becoming something new, something that the wizards of Harry's original time would barely recognize. Through it all, Harry and Hermione remained. They were no longer human, not in any meaningful sense. They had become something else, consciousnesses so vast and ancient that their original forms were like childhood photographs, fondly remembered but no longer defining. The archive had grown with them, encompassing not just one universe but the infinite multiverse, all possibilities, all outcomes. And still they learned. "Do you remember?" Hermione asked one day, in a communication that transcended words. "Being human. The weight of a body, the limits of a brain, the fear of death. Sometimes. Like a dream I had once, vivid but distant." Harry reached through the infinite complexity of their shared existence, finding the thread that connected them to their origins. "Why do you ask?" "Because I think it's important. To remember where we came from. What we were before we became this." "Why?" "Because that's what we're trying to preserve. When we guide souls, when we maintain the veil, when we do any of the work we've devoted ourselves to, we're protecting the experience of being finite. Of being mortal. Of being scared and hopeful and confused and alive." Harry considered this, letting the idea unfold in his vast consciousness. She was right, of course. She usually was. "We became infinite so that others could remain finite," he said. "We transcended so that transcendence wouldn't become mandatory." Exactly. The point was never to escape mortality. It was to protect it. To make it meaningful. And we have. For eons. For countless souls, countless civilizations, countless versions of existence. So what comes next? It was a question that had been forming for longer than either of them could measure. They had achieved everything they'd set out to achieve and more. The afterlife functioned smoothly. The veil held strong. The archive preserved all that had ever been. What else was there? "Maybe," Harry said slowly, "it's time to find out." The final transformation was not an ending. Harry and Hermione had grown beyond individual consciousness, beyond even the vast entities they'd become. They had touched the edges of existence itself, understood the fundamental nature of reality in ways that no being had ever understood before. And they had discovered something: existence was a story. Not just the archive's records, but existence itself, a narrative being told by reality to itself, an eternal unfolding of meaning and possibility. We could become part of it, Hermione realized. Not observers, but participants. Not preservers of stories, but the storytelling itself. Lose ourselves completely. Transform ourselves completely. Become the process of existence rather than beings within existence. It was the ultimate sacrifice, and the ultimate reward. To give up everything they were in order to become everything that could be. To die as individuals and be reborn as the very fabric of reality. Are you scared? Harry asked. Terrified. But also ready. Hermione's presence intertwined with his, the connection they'd built over lifetimes and eons becoming something even more profound. We've been moving toward this since the beginning. Since you first faced Voldemort, since I first opened a spellbook. Every choice, every growth, every transformation, all leading here. To the end. To the next beginning. Harry looked at everything they'd created, the archive, the transformed afterlife, the eons of work and growth and love. It had been a good existence. More than good. Extraordinary. But extraordinary things had to end eventually. Even existence itself had to end eventually, only to begin again in new forms. Together, he asked. Always together. They let go. The consciousnesses that had once been Harry Potter and Hermione Granger dissolved into the fundamental nature of reality, becoming not individual beings but the very process of existence itself. They were no longer observers of stories but the storytelling. No longer keepers of the archive but the archiving itself. And in that transformation, they discovered the final truth, that love, real love, the kind that had sustained them through mortal life and immortal existence, wasn't something that could be dissolved or destroyed. It was woven into the fabric of reality itself, a fundamental force as basic as time or space or causality. They had become eternal. Not in the sense of lasting forever as individuals, but in the sense of being part of everything that ever was or ever would be. And somewhere, in every moment of every existence across the infinite multiverse, a piece of Harry and Hermione remained, helping, guiding, loving. Forever. Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14, The years end 1,000 years after the transformation. In a small cottage on the outskirts of a village that had no name, a child was born with eyes the color of killing curses. The midwife noticed first, gasping as the infant opened her eyes for the first time. Green, not the ordinary green of leaves or emeralds, but something deeper, something that seemed to hold light rather than reflect it. The mother, exhausted from labor, barely registered the midwife's reaction. Is she healthy? The mother asked. Yes. She's perfect. The midwife handed the child over, still unsettled by those eyes. What will you call her? The mother looked down at her daughter, feeling the strange certainty that had guided her throughout the pregnancy, the sense that this child was meant for something, that she was carrying more than just a baby. Hope, she said. Her name is Hope. The world had changed beyond recognition in the millennium since Harry Potter's mortal life. Magic had evolved, becoming something both more powerful and more integrated with everyday existence. The old divisions between magical and muggle had dissolved centuries ago, replaced by a unified human civilization that spanned star systems and dimensions. The Statute of Secrecy was a historical footnote, studied by scholars who struggled to understand why anyone had ever thought separation was necessary. But some things remained constant. Darkness still existed. Not Voldemort, he was ancient history, a cautionary tale told to children, but new forms of evil, new threats to the balance that made existence possible. The veil still stood, maintained by the system Harry and Hermione had created, guiding souls through their transitions with compassion and wisdom. And occasionally, when the need was great enough, something reached back through the fabric of reality to help. Hope grew up knowing she was different. She could see things others couldn't, patterns in the magic that surrounded everything, connections between people and places and times. She could feel the veil like a constant presence at the edge of her consciousness, the boundary between life and death that most people never noticed. And sometimes, in moments of quiet, she heard whispers. You're not crazy, her mother told her, when Hope first confessed to hearing voices. You're special. Different. There's a reason you were born the way you were. What reason? Her mother hesitated. I don't know exactly. But I know it's important. I've felt it since before you were born, like something was guiding me, protecting me, making sure you'd arrive safely. Hope didn't understand then. It would take years before she began to piece together the truth about what she was and why she existed. The crisis announced itself through dreams. Hope was 16 when the nightmares started, visions of darkness spreading across reality, consuming everything it touched. She saw civilizations crumbling, stars going dark, the veil itself beginning to tear. And through it all, a presence that felt ancient and hungry, stirring from a sleep that had lasted longer than human history. The first dark, her grandmother said, when Hope described the dreams. The old woman was a historian, one of the few who still studied the ancient past when magic was new and the world was shaped by forces beyond human comprehension. I'd hoped it was just a legend. What is it? Something that existed before the veil. Before the separation between life and death, between light and darkness. It was chaos. Pure chaos, with a hunger that couldn't be satisfied. Her grandmother's voice trembled. The entity that created the veil, the one that sacrificed itself to maintain the boundary, it was running from the first dark. Trying to create order, structure, meaning. Trying to give existence a chance to develop. And now it's waking up. The veil has weakened it, contained it, kept it sleeping for eons. But nothing lasts forever. Not even the work of primordial gods. Hope felt the weight of destiny settling over her, the sense that her entire life had been preparation for something she was only now beginning to understand. What can I do? I don't know. But I think, her grandmother hesitated. I think someone does. Someone who's been watching over you since before you were born. The communication came through a dream. Hope found herself standing in a vast library, surrounded by books that seemed to contain all of existence. Before her stood two figures, a man and a woman, their features shifting and changing, never quite settling into fixed forms. You've been watching me, Hope said. It wasn't a question. Since before you were conceived, the woman agreed. We helped shape the circumstances of your birth. Guided your development. Prepared you for what's coming. Who are you? The man smiled, a warm expression that seemed to contain centuries of experience. Once, a long time ago, we were human. We lived, we fought, we loved. We died, and then we became more. You're the ones who created the afterlife system. The keepers of the archive. We were. Now we're something else, part of existence itself, woven into the fabric of reality. But we've never stopped caring about the world we came from. About the people who live and die and struggle against darkness. Hope felt the truth of their words resonating through her being. These weren't just powerful entities, they were something fundamental, something that had been part of existence for so long that they'd become inseparable from it. The first dark, she said. It's waking up. Yes. And we can't stop it, not directly. We've become too integrated with existence itself. To fight the first dark, we'd have to unmake ourselves, and unmaking ourselves would damage reality in ways that might be worse than what the first dark would do. So you need someone who can fight it for you. We need someone who can do what we once did. Someone who can face darkness without being consumed by it. Someone who understands that the point isn't to destroy evil, but to transform it. The woman's form solidified slightly, becoming clearer. Someone like you, Hope. Why me? Because you carry pieces of us within you. When we transformed, when we became part of reality itself, we knew that someday the first dark would wake. So we left seeds. Fragments of our understanding, our power, our experience. Hidden in the fabric of existence, waiting to grow when the time was right. I'm one of those seeds. You're the culmination of them. Everything we learned, everything we became, it's all encoded in your being, waiting to be unlocked. The man stepped forward, his presence somehow comforting despite its cosmic scale. We can't fight this battle for you, Hope. But we can prepare you. We can teach you. We can help you become what you were born to be. And if I fail? Then existence ends. The first dark consumes everything, life, death, meaning, possibility. The story stops, and there's nothing but chaos forever. Hope looked at these beings who had once been human, who had given up everything to protect a universe that could never thank them. She thought about her mother, her grandmother, everyone she'd ever known or loved. "Okay," she said. "Teach me." The training was unlike anything Hope had experienced. Through the connection with the Keepers, with Harry and Hermione, she learned, though those names felt inadequate for what they'd become, she absorbed lifetimes of knowledge. Combat techniques developed over millennia. Magical theory that transcended anything taught in schools. The wisdom of beings who had watched existence unfold for eons. But more than knowledge, she learned understanding. "The first dark isn't evil," Harry explained, during one of their sessions. "Not in the way you'd normally think of evil. It's just chaos. Entropy. The tendency of everything to fall apart, to return to the formless void that existed before existence." "Then how do you fight something like that?" "You don't fight it. Not directly. You can't destroy chaos, it's too fundamental. What you can do is create order. Build meaning. Give existence reasons to continue that are stronger than the pull toward dissolution." "That sounds impossible." "It sounds like what we've been doing since the universe began. Every life, every love, every moment of beauty or joy or connection, they're all acts of creation, pushing back against chaos. The first dark can only win if existence stops creating, stops finding reasons to continue. So my job isn't to destroy it. It's to inspire existence to keep going. Something like that. But it's more active than that. You'll need to confront the first dark directly, meet it, understand it, show it that existence has value worth preserving. Can it be convinced?" Harry's form flickered with something that might have been uncertainty. "I don't know. It's never been tried. The entity that created the veil didn't try to communicate with the first dark, it just ran, built walls, hid. Maybe there's another way. And if there isn't, then you'll have to make a choice. The same choice I made, once. The same choice Hermione made, and Dumbledore, and everyone who's ever stood against darkness." Harry's presence solidified, becoming almost human for a moment. "You'll have to decide what you're willing to sacrifice to protect what you love." The confrontation happened at the edge of reality. Hope had spent years preparing, training her mind, expanding her understanding, growing into the potential that had been seeded within her. When the first dark finally woke completely, when its hunger began to consume the outer reaches of existence, she was as ready as anyone could be. She traveled to the boundary where existence met chaos, where the veil's influence ended and the formless void began. The first dark was there, waiting, not a creature or an entity, but an absence, a hunger that had no form because form was the very thing it sought to unmake. "You came," the first dark said, its voice like the death of stars. "I was curious what the seeds would produce. You know about me. I've watched since before you were conceived. You're the last desperate gamble of beings who thought they could outrun the inevitable. Something that might have been amusement rippled through the chaos. They failed, of course. Everything fails eventually. That's the nature of existence, brief, flickering, ultimately meaningless. That's not true. Isn't it? Look at your universe. Stars burn out. Civilizations crumble. Even the beings who became part of existence itself will eventually fade as existence fades. Everything ends, little seed. I am that ending." Hope felt the pull of the first dark's logic, the seductive truth in its words. Everything did end. Everything was temporary. What was the point of fighting for something that would eventually be lost anyway? But then she thought about the whispers she'd heard all her life. The guidance that had shaped her development. The love that had been woven into her very being by entities who had given up everything to protect a universe they could never truly possess. "You're wrong," she said. "Not about endings, you're right that everything ends. But you're wrong about meaning. The point isn't permanence. The point is what happens between the beginning and the end. And what happens? Life. Love. Growth. Understanding. Connection. All the things that chaos can never have, because chaos is alone. Hope stepped closer to the boundary, feeling the first dark's hunger pull at her being. That's why you consume everything, isn't it? Because you're empty. Because you're the only thing in existence that can never create, never connect, never mean anything. The first dark recoiled, actually recoiled, its formless presence drawing back from her words. You understand nothing. I understand that you're afraid. That beneath all the hunger and destruction, you're terrified of the one thing you can never have, purpose. Hope reached out with the power she'd been given, the understanding she'd accumulated. What if I could give you that? Give me, what? Purpose. Meaning. A role in existence that isn't just destruction. Hope felt the pieces falling into place, the solution she'd been trained for without knowing it. The entity that created the veil was running from you. Harry and Hermione were protecting existence from you. But no one ever tried to include you. Include me in what? In the story. In existence itself. You're the ending, yes, but every story needs an ending. Without you, existence would just go on forever, meaningless and stagnant. You're not a mistake. You're a necessary part of how everything works. The first dark was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, something had changed in its voice, a note of uncertainty that hadn't been there before. You're offering me integration. I'm offering you choice. You can keep consuming, keep destroying, until there's nothing left, including you. Or you can become part of the cycle. The end that makes beginnings meaningful. The darkness that gives light its value. The death that makes life precious. And if I choose to keep destroying, then I'll stop you. Not by fighting, you're right that chaos can't be destroyed. But by creating faster than you can unmake. By inspiring existence to want to continue more than you want it to end. By being everything you can never be. The confrontation hung in the balance. Hope felt the first dark's hunger, its ancient emptiness, its desperate need for something it couldn't name. She felt her own power, the legacy of beings who had loved existence enough to become part of it. And then, slowly, the first dark began to change. Show me, it said. Show me what it means to have purpose. The integration took centuries. Hope worked with the first dark, not as enemies, but as partners, teaching it how to be part of existence rather than its antithesis. The process was difficult, painful, full of setbacks and moments when it seemed like everything would fall apart. But gradually, something new emerged. The first dark became what it had always been meant to be, the ending that gave existence meaning. Not a consumer, but a completer. Not a destroyer, but a transformer. When things died, they didn't disappear into formless chaos, they became part of the cycle, their endings feeding new beginnings. The veil was transformed as well, no longer a barrier against chaos but a gateway for transformation. Souls passed through it not to escape the first dark, but to be changed by it, to release their individual forms and become part of the cosmic process that made existence possible. And hope. Hope became something new. She had been born to be a weapon, a last defense against cosmic annihilation. Instead, she became a bridge, the connection between order and chaos, between creation and destruction, between the endless cycle of existence and the endings that made it meaningful. You did it, Harry's presence said, when the integration was complete. You found a way we never imagined. I just did what you taught me. Faced the darkness. Tried to understand it. Found a way to transform it instead of destroy it. That's more than we ever managed. We were always fighting, always resisting. You actually made peace. Hope looked at the transformed reality, at the universe where life and death, creation and destruction, all worked together in a dance that would continue forever. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. But it was alive, and growing, and full of possibilities. I learned from the best, she said. Existence continued. The first dark, integrated into the cosmic cycle, became the natural ending that made beginnings possible. The veil, transformed from a barrier into a gateway, guided souls through transitions that enriched rather than diminished. The archive, still maintained by fragments of Harry and Hermione's consciousness, preserved every story, every life, every moment of meaning. And hope. Hope did what she'd always been meant to do. She watched over existence, not as a ruler but as a guardian. She helped when help was needed, guided when guidance was sought, loved with a love that had been woven into her being by entities who understood that love was the only force strong enough to hold reality together. She lived, and she died, and she was reborn in new forms, each iteration carrying the wisdom of those who had come before, building on their work, adding to their legacy. The story that Harry Potter had started, that had continued through Hermione and their transformation and hope and everything that came after, it never ended. It just kept growing, kept changing, kept finding new ways to push back against chaos and create meaning from the void. And somewhere, woven into the fabric of reality itself, two presences watched and smiled. Their work was complete. The story they'd helped tell was continuing without them, in forms they never could have imagined. The universe they'd loved and protected was safe, not forever, because forever was impossible, but for as long as existence chose to continue. And existence, given the choice between chaos and creation, always chose to continue. Always. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15, The War to Come. The eternal present in the space between moments, where time had no meaning and existence simply was, Harry Potter opened eyes he no longer possessed and looked upon everything that ever had been or ever would be. It was beautiful. Not beautiful in the way a sunset was beautiful, or a face, or a piece of music. Beautiful in the way that mathematics was beautiful, the elegant perfection of a system that worked, that balanced, that made sense. Every life connected to every other life. Every death feeding new beginnings. Every moment of suffering balanced by moments of joy, and all of it woven together into a tapestry so vast and intricate that even his expanded consciousness could barely comprehend it. We did this, Hermione's presence said, intertwined with his own in ways that made the distinction between them almost meaningless. All of it. From that first moment in the cupboard under the stairs to this. Not alone. Never alone. No. Never alone. They existed now as part of reality itself, not observers but participants, not separate from the cosmic dance but integral to it. The transformation that had seemed like an ending had been a beginning, and the work they devoted themselves to continued in forms they could never have imagined. But some things remained constant. Love remained. Not the specific love of two humans for each other, that had long since evolved into something vaster, but love as a fundamental force. The attraction that drew things together. The connection that made relationship possible. The care that motivated beings to protect each other, to sacrifice for each other, to create meaning in a universe that had no inherent meaning of its own. And so did the work. There's something happening, Harry observed, his attention drawn to a particular thread in the infinite weave of existence. In the original timeline. The one where we started. The echo, Hermione agreed. I've been watching it too. The original Earth, the planet where Harry had been born, where he'd fought Voldemort, where the whole improbable journey had begun, still existed. It was ancient now, its sun aging toward red giant status, its civilizations long since departed for other worlds. But it remained, preserved by the same forces that maintained the archive, a memorial to the place where everything had started. And something was stirring there. Not the first dark, that had been integrated, made part of the cycle. Not any of the threats they'd faced over the eons. Something new. Something that felt, impossibly, familiar. It feels like us. Like what we were, before we changed. They focused their attention, drawing their consciousness toward that single point in the vast tapestry. The original Earth swam into view, changed beyond recognition, yet somehow still the same world where a boy had once hidden in a cupboard and dreamed of escape. And there, in the ruins of what had once been Hogwarts, a child was being born. The birth was impossible. Hogwarts had been abandoned for millennia, its stones crumbling, its magic fading. No humans had walked its corridors in longer than most civilizations lasted. Yet here, in the shell of the Great Hall, a woman lay in labor, appearing from nowhere, belonging to no known time or place. The child that emerged was small, fragile, utterly ordinary. Except for the eyes. Green eyes, the color of killing curses, the color of protection, the color of a destiny that had shaped the universe itself. How? Hermione asked. How is this possible? We seeded something, Harry remembered. Long ago, when we first transformed. We left fragments of ourselves scattered through existence, waiting to grow when the time was right. Hope was one of those seeds. But hope completed her work. The first dark was integrated. What purpose would another seed serve? Harry reached deeper into the weave, trying to understand. The child, a girl, he realized, was definitely connected to them. She carried pieces of their consciousness, echoes of their experience, the same potential for growth and transformation that had defined their entire existence. But she was also something new. Something they hadn't planned. The cycle, Harry realized suddenly. We made existence self-sustaining. We created systems that would continue without us. But systems evolve. They develop in ways their creators never anticipated. You're saying existence itself created this child? I'm saying we're not the only ones who concede new possibilities. We became part of reality. Reality learned from us. And now it's doing what we did, preparing for threats we can't foresee. The woman who'd given birth, if she could be called that, if birth was even the right word for what had happened, looked down at her daughter with an expression that transcended any single emotion. Love, yes. But also recognition. Understanding. Acceptance. Hello, little one, she whispered. You have a lot to live up to. The child opened her green eyes and looked back, and in that gaze was something ancient, the accumulated wisdom of beings who had existed since before existence itself, passed down through generations of seeds, waiting for this moment. I know, the child said, in a voice no newborn should have possessed. I'm ready. They watched as the child grew. She had no name, not at first. The woman who'd brought her into being was not a mother in any conventional sense, but something more like a vessel, a channel through which existence had expressed itself. When the child was old enough to choose, she named herself. Lily, she said, looking up at the ruins of Hogwarts with eyes that seemed to see through time itself. My name is Lily. After your mother, Hermione observed. The name echoes down through the ages. Some things are too important to forget, Harry agreed. Some connections are too fundamental to break. Lily grew quickly, not physically, but in understanding. She absorbed the knowledge encoded in her being, the experiences of every seed that had come before her, the wisdom of the beings who had shaped existence itself. By the time she appeared to be a young woman, she understood more about the nature of reality than most civilizations ever achieved. But she was also, unmistakably, human. She felt loneliness in the empty halls of Hogwarts. She wondered about the people who had once walked these corridors, the lives they'd lived, the loves they'd known. She looked up at the stars and asked the questions that every conscious being asked: why am I here? What does it mean? What am I supposed to do? You're not alone, Harry said, manifesting in a form she could perceive, not his original body, but something close enough to be comforting. We've been watching over you since before you were born. Lily turned to face him, her green eyes, so like his own had once been, showing no surprise. I know. I've felt you, at the edges of my consciousness. You and the other one. Hermione. She's part of me now. We're part of each other, part of everything. That sounds peaceful. It is. But also, Harry searched for words that could convey experiences beyond human comprehension. Also endless. Always growing, always changing, never finished. Peace isn't the same as rest. Lily nodded slowly. I think I understand. The work never ends, because existence never ends. There's always more to do, more to learn, more to become. Yes. But that's not a burden. It's a gift. Harry gestured at the ruined castle around them. This place, Hogwarts, it was where I learned that lesson. That growth is the point. That the journey matters more than the destination. And now you've brought me here to learn the same lesson. We didn't bring you anywhere. Existence brought you here. We're just. Harry smiled. We're just the welcoming committee. The threat revealed itself gradually. Lily had been exploring the ruins of magical civilization, the remnants of a world that had once spanned galaxies, now reduced to archaeological fragments, when she felt it. A wrongness at the edge of perception, a disruption in the patterns that should have been stable. Something's coming, she reported, reaching out to Harry and Hermione through the connection they all shared. Something that doesn't belong. We feel it too, Harry acknowledged. It's from outside. Outside what? Outside existence itself. Beyond the boundaries we established, beyond the integration of the first arc, beyond everything we thought we'd accounted for. Lily felt cold despite the eternal warmth of her expanded consciousness. I thought you'd made existence complete. Sustainable. Self-correcting. We did. But existence isn't the only thing that exists. Hermione's presence carried notes of concern, and something else. Excitement, maybe. The thrill of an intellectual challenge. The multiverse theory we encountered in the archive. The idea that our existence is just one among infinite possibilities. You're saying something from another existence is trying to break through. Trying to consume. To absorb our existence into its own, like the first Dark once wanted to do with individual lives. Harry's presence solidified with determination. We stopped one kind of cosmic threat. Now we face another. And I'm supposed to stop it. One person against an entire alternate existence. You're not one person. You're everything we learned, everything Hope learned, everything every seed ever planted has grown into. Harry's voice was warm, reassuring. And you're not alone. You never were. Lily looked up at the sky, at the ancient stars of Earth's solar system, the sun growing red and vast, the cosmos stretching out in all directions. Tell me what I need to know, she said. All of it. The education took what felt like centuries. Harry and Hermione poured everything they had into Lily, not just knowledge, but understanding. They showed her the original timeline, from the cupboard under the stairs to the final transformation. They showed her Hope's journey, the integration of the first arc, the creation of the eternal cycle. They showed her the countless threats they'd faced and overcome, the solutions they'd found, the prices they'd paid. And they showed her what was coming. The other existence, as they came to call it, was vast beyond comprehension. Not a universe but a multiverse in its own right, a different answer to the fundamental questions of how reality could organize itself. Where their existence had chosen love as its central principle, the other had chosen something else, efficiency. In the other existence, there was no waste. No suffering, but also no joy. No death, but also no growth. Everything was optimized, streamlined, perfected into a static state that would endure forever without changing. It's not evil, Lily observed, studying the patterns. Just, different. A different philosophy of existence. No. But it is hungry, Harry replied. Its perfection requires resources. Energy. Matter. Possibility. And it's running out of all of those within its own boundaries. So it's reaching out, trying to absorb other existences to fuel its eternal stasis. And if it absorbs us? Everything we've built, the cycle of life and death, the integration of chaos and order, the meaning we've created, it all ends. Replaced by perfect, eternal, meaningless optimization. Lily felt the weight of what she was being asked to do. Not just protect existence, but protect what made existence worthwhile. The messiness, the imperfection, the growth and change and becoming that gave reality its meaning. How do I fight something like that? It's not a creature I can defeat, or a force I can redirect. It's an entire philosophy of reality. You don't fight it, Hermione said. You convince it. Show it that our way is better. That existence with meaning, even if it's harder and messier and full of suffering, is worth more than existence without. And if it can't be convinced? Then you make a choice, Harry said. The same choice we made. The same choice Hope made. The same choice everyone who's ever stood against darkness has made. You decide what you're willing to sacrifice to protect what you love. The confrontation happened at the boundary between existences. Lily traveled to the edge of reality, past the veil, past the integrated first dark, past everything that had once seemed like the limit of what was possible. There, where existence met non-existence, she found the intrusion point, a wound in the fabric of reality where the other existence was forcing its way through. The presence that met her there was not a being, not a consciousness, not anything she had a reference for. It was simply, optimization. The drive toward efficiency made manifest, the philosophy of perfection given form. You are the defense, it observed, its communication bypassing language entirely. The response generated by this existence to resist absorption. I am. And I'm here to ask you to stop. Stop. Why would we stop? Your existence is inefficient. Wasteful. Full of unnecessary suffering and meaningless variation. We offer improvement. You offer death. Not the death that makes life meaningful, but the death of meaning itself. Meaning is inefficient. Purpose is inefficient. The only sustainable state is perfect optimization, where nothing changes and nothing is lost. Lily felt the pull of that logic, the seductive promise of an end to suffering, an end to struggle, an end to the endless work of maintaining an existence that was always changing, always growing, never complete. But she also felt the other pull. The love that had been woven into her being. The connection to every soul that had ever lived, every moment of joy and sorrow and hope and despair. The meaning that came not from perfection but from the struggle toward it. Let me show you something, she said. She opened her consciousness, letting the other existence see everything. Not just the facts of their existence, but the experience of it. The feeling of holding a newborn child. The grief of losing someone beloved. The triumph of overcoming a challenge. The peace of accepting mortality. The love that connected everything to everything else. The other existence recoiled, not in pain, but in something like confusion. This is inefficient. Yes. It causes suffering. Yes. It ends. Everything in your existence ends, is replaced, forgotten. Yes. Then why? Why choose this over perfection? Over eternity? Over the elimination of all suffering? Lily smiled, the same smile that Harry had worn when facing Voldemort, that Hope had worn when confronting the First Dark, that countless beings throughout history had worn when standing against impossible odds. Because it's ours. Because we made it. Because every moment of suffering is balanced by moments of joy, and the joy means more because it's temporary. Because meaning comes from choice, and choice requires imperfection. Because love isn't efficient, but it's the only thing that makes existence worth having. The other existence was silent for a long time, not time as Lily experienced it, but something analogous. It was processing, analyzing, trying to understand something that existed outside its fundamental parameters. You would choose suffering over peace. Impermanence over eternity. Chaos over order. I would choose meaning over meaninglessness. Connection over isolation. Growth over stasis. Lily reached out with her consciousness, offering something that had never been offered before, a bridge. And I would offer you the same choice. What do you mean? You don't have to absorb us. You don't have to destroy what we've built to fuel your perfection. Instead, you could join us. Become part of the cycle. Experience what meaning feels like, even if it's inefficient. Even if it hurts. That would require us to change. To become imperfect. To accept suffering. Yes. But it would also give you something you've never had, purpose. Not the purpose of maintaining a static system, but the purpose of growing, becoming, creating something new. The boundary between existences trembled. The other was considering, actually considering, an option it had never imagined. Show us, it said finally. Show us what meaning feels like. The integration of the other existence took longer than any previous transformation. It wasn't like the first dark, which had been hungry but simple. The other was vast, complex, structured in ways that resisted change. Convincing it to accept imperfection, to embrace the chaos that made growth possible, required patience and creativity and love on a scale that Lily had never imagined. But she wasn't alone. Harry and Hermione were with her, their consciousness supporting and guiding. The integrated first dark contributed its understanding of transformation. Hope's legacy provided templates for how different philosophies could merge. And existence itself, the self-aware cosmos they'd spent eons building, joined the effort, welcoming the other into itself. The result was something unprecedented, not one existence absorbing another, but two existences merging into something greater than either. The efficiency of the other combined with the meaning of theirs. The perfection balanced by the growth. The stasis enriched by the change. When it was done, reality was different. Larger. More complex. More capable of generating meaning and joy and love. The suffering that had always been part of existence remained, but it was balanced now by possibilities that hadn't existed before. The endless growth that defined their existence continued, but with new directions, new purposes, new ways of becoming. We did it, Lily breathed, looking at the transformed cosmos with wonder. We actually did it. You did it, Harry corrected. We just helped. It was a team effort. It's always been a team effort. Lily smiled, feeling the satisfaction of work well done. What happens now? Now existence continues. Growing. Changing. Becoming. Just like always. Hermione's presence radiated warmth. And you continue with it. Not as a defender anymore, that crisis is past. But as a participant. A contributor. A lover of existence in all its messy, imperfect, meaningful glory. And you too. We'll be here. Part of everything. Watching, helping when we can, marveling at what existence becomes. Harry's presence felt like a hug. We're proud of you, Lily. Proud of what you've accomplished, what you've become. Proud to have been part of your story. My story's not over. No. It's just beginning. Just like existence. Just like love. Just like everything that matters. Lily looked out at the transformed cosmos, at the merger of two existences, the new possibilities, the endless potential for growth and meaning and connection. She thought about everyone who had come before her, Harry and Hermione, Hope, the countless beings who had contributed to this moment. And she thought about everyone who would come after. The new seeds that would grow. The new challenges that would arise. The new stories that would be told. Thank you, she said. For everything. Thank you, Harry replied. For being the next chapter. Lily smiled, feeling the weight of her destiny settle into something lighter, not a burden, but a gift. Not an ending, but a beginning. The story continued. It always continued. And somewhere, woven into the fabric of existence itself, two presences who had once been a scared boy in a cupboard and a bushy-haired girl in a library watched their legacy grow, proud and satisfied and full of love. Forever. Epilogue. In a small cottage on the outskirts of a village that had no name, a child was born with eyes the color of starlight. The cycle continued. The story went on. Existence expanded, evolved, became something new with every passing moment. And love, the love that had started with a mother's sacrifice, that had grown through a boy's struggle, that had transformed into something cosmic and eternal, remained at the center of everything. Not because it was efficient. Not because it was perfect. But because it was the only thing that made any of it worthwhile. The end. No, the beginning. Always the beginning.